Hey everybody, welcome to Geek Addicts. Hey everybody, so this is another special episode of Geek Addicts. This is actually going to be another compilation of all of our Untitled Darker Than Black segments we did in the previous handful of episodes. This is basically going to be the supercut where we go over the entire series in one extra long episode. So anybody interested in checking that out, this is the place to be. But anyways, guys, thanks for listening and enjoy this supercut. Yeah. Um, I guess now a good enough time as any we can get into our next mini series, I guess we could say.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of a mini series anyway, so it works.
All right. Got to find music for this. We got to keep up that
We're
tradition.
changing it up. We're doing different music.
Yeah, we got to do it slightly different. Let's see what we got. No. No, that was,
Maybe that's the same one we used back.
these are all lame. God damn it.
That one works.
Yeah, I'll do rock. It'll go with the intro.
Yeah, right. I love the intro. I don't know how you feel about it, but I think it's a banger.
It was pretty rocking.
Mm. So we're starting our coverage of Darker Than Black season 1. We're just sticking to season 1 as of now because this show is much like Bakano, as we've talked about in the past, very hard to find, and I only have season 1 by chance. There was a point in time, like maybe like 10, 15 years ago, where you could. I think season 2 was on like Hulu or something, but it's long gone at this point. But yeah, Darker Than Black. It was an anime original. There's no like manga or anything tied to it, and it kind of revolves around like this one guy in particular, but he's part of like a 4-man group kind of thing. Where basically the idea is they live in this world where there is some sort of something that happened, but it didn't really go into it really in the first couple episodes. But there was some sort of event that happened, and they had to build a wall because, of course, they did. Ever since this event, all these different supernatural beings kind of awaken. Like they are just regular people, but they kind of awakened into like new abilities. So we have 3 types of people in this series. There's humans, regular humans. There's contractors, which have different kinds of special superpowers, but they have to pay a certain price every time they use them. And then there's, I guess, essentially psychic mediums called dolls, because they're completely emotionless and personalityless. And that's essentially the setup for this show. So just like right at the top, how did you feel like jumping into this?
Without any backstory, the first episode's a little confusing. I'm not gonna lie.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of one of those things where you're just like it does the thing that a lot of animes do, where it just dumps a lot of info on you at once.
Yeah,
and then you're kind of just like left to be like, okay.
Yeah.
The aesthetic is pretty good. I won't lie. Like it has a vibe to it. Very mid 2000s, I want to say.
That's fitting. I believe it came out in like 2007 or 2008.
Yeah, it has that vibe to it. A lot of classic Funimation actors. Chris Sabat is like maybe like not even like 3 minutes in if you hear him.
He's literally the first voice you hear, I believe, in the show.
Yeah.
And he's not even like a super important character either. He's just like a regular cop.
Yeah. Like you hear that voice and you're like, oh yeah.
Like, there he is.
I'm assuming the black-haired guy, EA, I think, or he's
His real name is Hay, but most
Hey.
of the show he's going to be referred to as Lee because that's his like alias.
Yeah. I'm assuming he's the main character. He seems interesting enough. Um, took me a minute to realize that him and the Lee were the same character.
Yeah,
Um,
well, because he usually wears that mask.
yes.
Um, and it's like it's one of those things where like you don't really know 100% like what his personality is because they establish very early on that like contractors have a reputation for being very self-absorbed, like they're really only concerned about what benefits them. And I don't know if this is like a prerequisite to get their powers or if they became that way after they got their powers
Mm.
or even if it's just like a stereotype and it's not necessarily true. We're not really sure at this point, at least. But Hay definitely seems to have more going on than just that.
Well, yeah,
Um,
because he seems to have almost like a conflict of interests at times. Like he feels like he seems to go rogue at
yeah,
times to his own whatever he's feeling like.
but there's also points in these two episodes where like you're not really 100% sure what his motivation is. So like, all right, so the basic idea of the plot for these two episodes is like it starts out and he kills this contractor guy, um, which like when you first saw like him use like the contractor guy that he kills, like when he first uses power and you realize like what he had to do to activate it, like I don't know, like the first time you watch that, you see him start breaking his fingers after he escapes. It's like, oh shit, like that's ugh.
Yeah, I was
And,
kind of like, okay,
and it's a
that's
weird thing too because like the powers, like there's no like rule essentially for like how hardcore your contract price is. Um, because for some people, it's like, for instance, like the guy who has like the matter transportation power, like all he has to do is line up a bunch of stones in like a pattern, which isn't like that's not like a like yeah, it's time consuming and it might be a little tedious, but it's not like you know, it's not that much of a price really. Despite the fact that his ability is powerful. But the guy from the very beginning who has like the gravity nullification, like he has to break his fingers. There was another guy, I forget what his power was, but he had to like eat dandelions.
yeah. That scene, I was like, what the? I was like, okay, so that's a
Yeah,
thing.
and we'll see like a bunch of these kinds of things happen. Like there really isn't any correlation between how powerful it is and how hardcore the price is. It just kind of is, you know. But essentially, like, he kills the guy, and then like because Hay works for like a syndicate of some kind, and they are trying to get their hands on information. Like there's this doctor lady who broke out of people who worked behind the gate where like all this crazy shit came from, and she had all these like information files that they were trying to get their hands on, and basically the story is him kind of trying to get that information from her, like tricking her into giving it to him. But throughout the whole story, like you have a lot of trouble kind of figuring out whether or not he's actually trying to do that or if he's actually trying to help her.
Yeah,
And I feel like the nuance there really adds to Hayes' character because you really don't get a plain answer by the end of the story. Um, we should probably talk about his partners.
yeah. They only briefly appear.
Yeah, they're kind of just like briefly introduced here. So there's what's his name? The guy with the hat. I don't remember
Yes,
his name.
I am going to be terrible at remembering names for a while going into this. We
Well, I know
got
they have a doll in their group who's
is that the
medium.
water girl?
Yeah, she's a medium who can like essentially track people. Like as she's touching water, she can track somebody if they're near water.
Yeah, there's
Her-
her. There's the weird fedora guy, and then there's Cat.
How long did it take you to realize the cat was a dude?
I'm just
Because the cat pops up constantly throughout these 2 episodes.
so the scene where you hear his voice when they're all chatting together, and you hear this disembodied voice the whole time. I'm like, the fucking cat, isn't it? Because I'm
Mhm.
just so used to talking cats now in anime.
Yeah. Talking cats just kind of became like a thing after a while. Not even just anime either. Like, yeah, a bunch of stuff like
Also
like
in
fucking
the intro,
Hocus Pocus and Sabrina the Teenage Witch. Like, there's all
yeah.
sorts of different media that has talking cats, especially black cats.
Also, the intro kind of gives it away because he's highlighted in the intro.
True. This is true.
So I was like, oh, that cat's important. And then I hear this
Mm.
disembodied voice. I'm like, gee, I wonder.
Yeah. So like after we go through the whole thing where he kills that contractor dude, it switched because he was like in full like trench coat and mask like while that's happening, so we didn't see what he looked like. And then it switches over to him like going to get a new apartment. And I love the old lady, like the landlord.
Oh yeah, fix my TV, damn it.
Yeah, because he knocks on her door, and she's like, "Oh, you one of those Bible thumpers? I don't need saving." And he's like, "No, wait, it's not that." And he goes, she goes, "Oh, you're one of those pesky tombstone salesmen." It's just like, "I told you, when I need one, I'll call you."
Yeah,
And then she ends up circling around to, "Oh, you must work for the electronics people. My TV's busted. Come fix it."
yeah. And then she does the classic, just punch it till it works.
Yep. Um, So like, and this is where we find out that the chick that he's after is his like next door neighbor in the apartments, which is probably why he went to that apartment in particular.
Yes.
Although this is going to be where he lives throughout the series.
Hmm.
So I think he got the apartment specifically for this mission, but he will essentially just be there throughout.
Is it bad that I didn't realize that was Colleen Clickenbeard at first?
No, I understand that because this is I feel like pretty early Colin Clinkabeard. Like she had been around for a bit, but like she wasn't like thoroughly established the way she is now.
Because there are
And
some.
I feel like this is probably closer to her like normal speaking voice for a lot of it. Because like, she definitely like the way she does her different tones and stuff throughout for her different roles. Like I feel like that's what people are mostly familiar with. When she's just talking, she definitely sounds different.
Yeah, because like, hey, I noticed right away it's Jason Liebrecht or Liebrich. He was pretty noticeable right off the bat. Obviously Chris Sabat, like right away. A couple other like.
I forget the name,
cat.
but yeah, the cat. Yeah. I see. I hear that voice. I just think ogre.
Yeah.
And what's his name? I don't remember the actor's name, but the fedora guy. Or what's the fedora? Whatever, the Scully guy. He was
Joe
Zachary.
Swayze.
He was
John
Zachary,
Swayze. Yeah.
Yeah, Attack on Titan. I'm not sure who plays Yin. I think her name is, or Ying.
The Water Girl.
Yeah, I'm not sure who plays her.
That is
because she's so like bland with the way she speaks.
That it's a Brina Placencia. I can't do those names. She's Chiatsu.
Oh, okay.
And Chopper.
Okay. Oh, I didn't know that was okay.
Oh, and my absolute favorite, Rin Soma from fucking Fruit Baskets. The most like at the like the cute animals, and then oh yeah, the horse girl from fucking emo horse girl from Fruit Baskets. Yes.
Jesus. So I love when he's like introduced to the chick, like the landlord introduces them, and she just kind of like shrugs them off and just walks away, and like she's like, "Oh, you're not gonna be one of those like weird stalker guys or anything, right?" And he's like, "Oh no, of course not." But then like he kind of does. He is stalking her throughout this whole
immediately
thing.
starts following her around.
Like the first time they like encounter each other after that, I feel like that could have just been chance. because he was just kind of in like a park looking at the stars, which apparently aren't real, by the way.
Yeah.
That's like a part of the whole lore of the show is like when the cataclysm, when the event happened, all the stars went away, and now the stars that are in the sky actually they represent contractors, and if a contractor dies, the star falls. It's like a weird
Huh.
thing, and like that's how they classify like different contractors, is they classify them by the star that correlates with them. So, and Hay is, you're going to hear this a lot. He's BK201. That's his star number.
Hmm.
So you're going to hear that a lot because that cop gets obsessed with him. The lady cop.
Oh, her. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, though, like episode 2 was mostly just kind of a lot of chase scenes.
Yeah, and they were like kind of talking about like he's like, oh, let's run away together and we'll do all this. And like this is the part where it's kind of like you don't know if he's like really means it or if he's just saying it
Well,
because you see the way he kind of plays her a lot of the time because she goes through her whole like she's telling her life story to him and she's like, oh, can I really trust you? And then that's when they hear the footsteps. You realize like he never answered her.
well, he also goes out of his way later on to make that whole point about how contractors can't be trusted. They constantly lie about everything.
Yep.
And I was like, oh, okay. Yep. Just
yep. And then like there was another thing. Well, oh yeah, when they're at a coffee restaurant. I don't know if you got that, but I found it funny. When they're sitting at coffee restaurant and they're talking about running away and they're like, oh well, he's like, oh well, the one thing is like we're gonna need money to make this work, like, and she's like, oh well, that kind of sucks because we don't, I kind of just have what's in my purse right now, and he's like, oh well, maybe if we have something we can trade or whatever, and she's like, oh, information, I have information, and like obviously that was what he wanted in the first place, so it's like. It's one of those things where, like, is he just fishing for that information, or was he actually trying to get her out? Like, it's one of those weird.
yeah. The whole time with Hay, it's like you just
It's
constantly.
very ambiguous.
He seems to be like 4 steps ahead.
Yeah.
Because eventually we get to the big climax right at the end where they get ambushed by because this show has a lot of factions going on. Like there's at least like 4 different groups we've seen so far.
Yeah, well, the guys that he's up against right now are from like a French intelligence agency or something, because all these different countries and they're like, like all these different like secret agent factions and stuff, they all utilize contractors.
Because eventually we get to that point where they get the big confrontation and it's the shock reveal that I kind of saw coming, where it was like, oh yeah, the girl, by the way, she's not actually her. She's just a doll.
Yeah, because right before that's revealed, because like the cops are like on this girl's trail the whole time, and they're also trying to catch Hay as well. But like, there's a point where I think Chris Sabat's like, oh, we have a sighting of her. She's over here. She stole this cop's gun and she's running this way, and then immediately after, a different cop calls in and is like, we just found her body in the river. So it's like, turns out like, oh, this is actually like they used gate technology to like imprint her memories onto a doll. So the doll thinks it's her, but it's not really her. And it was only temporary. So she was really only going to live for like another day or two. And then it also was revealed that they only did that. Like the information was like not even what they cared about. They were trying to get Hay to reveal himself because they wanted to kill him.
Yeah. And then we get that epic scene where they all fucking shoot him repeatedly, and the other guy's like, "Oh yeah," the cat shows up. Is like, "Oh yeah, by the way, why do you think he always wears that jacket? It's not just for style, bulletproof, motherfuckers." And they look over and he's already fucking standing up again. It's like, oh,
he's already like, because he's got like this Attack on Titan-esque like wire shooter that he uses, and like he's like fucking just like strangles people with it and shit.
Yeah. I had that whole like thought, like the second like they like shot him, like the whole time I'm sitting here thinking like, didn't listen to Thanos. You got to go for the head.
Yep. Also, one of those things when they were at coffee restaurant, you realize like, because you're looking at him the whole time, you're like, you don't look like a Shonen Pro Tag to me. Where's your Pro Tag hair? And then you see the spread of food in front of me. And go, oh, there it is. There it is. He's got an appetite. He's one of those.
Yeah. He's like, oh, this isn't even how much I normally eat.
Yeah, right. It's like a lot of food. He's
I
just
love
fucking
how
starts stuffing his face.
I love that her immediate response to was like, fuck this and just get wasted.
Yeah, she just starts pounding like wine or something, and she's just like, "You're gonna get fat."
Yeah, pretty much.
Um, but like even like at the end there, where the one human guy in his group is just like, "Oh, you should have listened to me. You should have just killed her and done what you were supposed to do, whatever." He's like, "It does not get mattered anyway. She was just a doll." And he like, this is the kind of the part where you're like, all right, I'm not really sure what his end game here with this story was, because like he says like here's the whole like, no, she wasn't just a doll. She was a person. Like she mattered. And like that, if it wasn't for that line, I would just assume that he was playing her the whole time. But that is what kind of makes me feel like maybe he was actually trying to help her.
There's also the moment too where like she regains her consciousness long enough to like jump in front of him.
Yeah, even though by that point she's like, oh, like turns out you are actually the guy who killed the guy who's supposed to help me get out and all this stuff. So like, yeah, it's a whole complicated mess. Um, this is definitely, I feel like, one of the more convoluted storylines in the show, because this
Yeah.
show is mostly two-part stories. It's like 2 episodes, and then they'll move on to another story.
Well, I think
Um,
the problem with this one is they're really trying to hard open and like just kind of dump all the information at you at once.
yeah, for sure.
Like, because a normal
But
anime would probably give you like 5 episodes to like unpack all this shit.
yeah, which I think essentially what happened with like Attack on Titan, say, because like by the end of the 5th episode, it's like, okay, we've already established the world, what's going on, how all this stuff works, and now shit's happening, you know. But in
Establish
this
the world.
but in this kind of story, like this is like it's not the same type of story, but in a way, I compare this show to a show like Cowboy Bebop, because it's in a lot of ways it's episodic. It has a certain vibe to it. It's very like the music is fucking incredible. I love the music of the show.
A lot of bass.
Yeah, a lot of bass, a lot of like kind of like like bluesy jazz, a lot of stuff that kind of feels like old detective shit. You know, like I love it. I love it.
A weird heavy
And
metal opening.
and then they at the end there, like after the whole thing happened with the doll chick, um, there was a whole they had like a whole like insert song playing in English, by the way, which is wild. You don't see that very often. At least at the time, you don't see that much.
No.
But and then it just kind of ends with him just like cooking himself rice or something.
Yeah, and the police show up and they're like, "Have you seen this girl?" And he's like, "No, I just moved here."
Yep. No, I love when like backtracking a little bit when the landlord lady like asks him his name, and then she's like going to introduce him, and she's just like, what was your name again? And he goes, oh, Lee Shengshin. It's like Lee whatever.
Yeah.
I love the old lady. She's great. But yeah, that's essentially the bones of it. As they try to establish a lot in these 2 episodes, and where I definitely feel like they would have benefited from stretching it out a little bit, just with the structure of this show. They kind of had to do it with these 2 episodes.
Yeah. Or at least done like maybe a 3-parter for the first one, and just
Yeah.
kind of use that first episode to establish everything.
So out of curiosity, just because they haven't fully like said it straight up, have you caught on to what his contract power is?
No, I very much still
Because
kind of.
it is hinted at multiple times throughout this episode. Just it's never just outwardly like this is what his power is.
Yeah, I haven't. I kind of the whole time was trying to figure it out. I still haven't. So maybe next time.
Well, I'll just sit on that for now, and we'll circle back around to it later.
See how long it takes me to figure it out.
Yeah.
But
that's episodes 1 and 2 of Darker Than Black. What was it called? Like When the Star Falls or something like that?
something about contracts falling or something.
Yeah, something like that. Also, I love how the next episode previews are done like like as poems.
Yeah, it was different.
Yeah, I don't know. Like this show has such a vibe to it, and I feel bad because the files they give you aren't exactly high quality. But
And I'm using the weirdest fucking video player to watch them right now.
yeah, because even like when I was plugging them into my TV, and there's like one part in like early in the first episode where like it just kind of like jerks off for a second. I don't know if
Yeah.
you caught that, but yeah. But and like the just in general, the video quality isn't great with the copy of it I have, but um, I still think it shines through.
Hmm. Yeah. No, it was I'm gonna be cautiously optimistic to see where it goes. But speaking of anime, we should probably get into our new segment. We don't have a name for this one yet.
Um, I don't know. We'll come up with something.
Yeah. Um, Darker Than Black, our new anime watch along. We
Mhm.
watched episodes 3 and 4. I think we used the rock music for this, so
I
we'll do
believe
that
so.
again.
Who's fitting? Um,
Uh,
I forget the title of these ones.
uh,
It was like a new star forms or something like that.
yeah, it was. So right off the bat, like I noticed, like they did not a lot of plot threads from the previous episode were continued in this. Like these two episodes were very much surrounded by this the girl character that's throughout it.
Yeah, well, it very much the same fashion as like say Cowboy Bebop. Like
Mhm.
like each story is pretty isolated. Like you can kind of watch them separate from each other.
Mhm.
But there will be like an overarching story going on in the background, like in Cowboy Bebop.
Mhm.
We'll see that a little bit more with the next couple episodes. But
Yeah,
yeah, this is another one of those kind of like one-off stories.
a new star shines in the dawn sky. That's a name. That's a name for like an album.
Kind of. Well, I mean, it kind of fits with the whole like how each like next episode preview was like a poem instead of just being like, oh, next time on blah blah blah, you know.
Mm.
Um, which works. I feel like it fits with the vibe of the show.
Yeah.
So right off the bat, we get our first kind of look at what's behind the gate, and it's kind of just more city, but it's very foggy.
But
And
it's Resident Evil all of a sudden.
yeah, well,
Well, not Resident Evil, Silent Hill.
we see this one guy, and he's got like the full like quarantine suit, just kind of like stumbling around. There's like blood all over it, all over his suit, and he's just kind of like freaking out. And he falls down in front of a glowing flower, and then it explodes seeds, and then we cut to the opening theme. And that's kind of like all we really get from the gate this time around.
Mhm.
So I mean, we're still kind of like in the dark about what's going on with the gate and what its role in all of this is. But we got our first kind of little taste of like what is going on with it.
Mhm.
Um, so I just want to like point out like his neighbor there, Hayes' neighbor. I feel like it's the second instance of him just being like kind of weird. Like he just
Yeah,
opens the window and just kind of like Hayes says hi to him, and he just kind of like slinks back into his apartment.
yeah, I noticed that. I also noticed like he says hi to a bunch of people, and they're all kind of just like, yeah, whatever. I'm like, oh, it's real life.
Yeah, pretty much. When does this take place? Are we sure this is in 2020?
No, in 2020, you wouldn't even get a high back. You just get a
Yeah.
So
So once again, I love the landlord. The landlord lady is amazing.
yeah, I like how she's just got the cat, who's the other medium, no, not medium,
The contractor.
contractor.
Yeah,
like,
it's
they're
just
called contractors. Is so fucking funny to me for some reason.
yeah. Yeah, I love that he just kind of like is just around, and then like the landlord catches him, and he's just like, "Ah, I'm gonna turn him into a stew." He's just like, and he's just like, yeah, not really my thing, but might be good.
And the cat's like, nah. Um, I guess she's all like just like holding by the scruff. And she's like, "This was a fat bastard right here."
Yeah, someone's been feeding them.
Yeah,
So like we've been noticing that like with each of these stories, at least so far, we don't really get any sort of sense of like what his missions are until like we're already in it.
does he even have a mission? He just seems to be just chilling.
Well, he works for some sort of syndicate. We didn't mention this last time, but like, so I think it's pretty clear that this story takes place in Japan, correct?
Yes,
Just based on what we've seen so far.
I mean the Japanese schoolgirls already kind of give it away.
But our core like group, even though Hay is like definitely the like easily like main character, he's the one we get the most time with. But our core like 4-man band here, like based on their names, I'm pretty sure they're all Chinese.
Maybe it's definitely Japan, just from like a design standpoint. At least I think so.
Well, but like we got Hay, and even his alias is Li Shangshan, which is a very Chinese name.
Hmm.
Then we got Ying, Huang, and Mao. Like these are all very Chinese names. And I don't know if there's something we should be taking out of that. Like if they're like part of like a Chinese syndicate, or that they're just in Japan for some reason. Because we are seeing like special agent contractors from all like the last episode we saw people from France. I don't know where the fuck these guys from this episode were from, but I know we'll be seeing people from like MI5 later. Like, so I don't know. I don't know what to think about that or what kind of role that takes here, but felt like it was worth pointing out at least.
Yeah, and the only other, weirdly enough, like the only other major plot thing in this episode is like the we introduced to the girl. What was her name again?
My
My. And her, we mostly just establish her where she's like staring at a pile of trash and it bursts into flames, and she's like, "That's weird."
Yeah.
Um,
And she gets the same kind of like dead eye stare that we got from the girl from the last episodes.
yeah, it's very much like, "Oh, I see where this is going," right off the bat.
Hmm.
Um,
And like she gets in trouble for like starting the fire, quote unquote. And her dad, who is the same guy that we saw at the beginning of the episode, gets pulled to like a parent teacher conference type of situation.
Also, Hay is their driver, apparently. Like,
Yeah, well, I don't know what the fuck like his official on the books job is.
it's like he just
uh,
stumbled in and he's just like, "I guess I'll work for you."
well, at the beginning, it seemed like he was like a delivery man or something because he delivered something to him. But well, actually, before that, when he was on his way to his quote unquote job, he stopped at a cigarette booth where Ying was, because she was apparently running a cigarette booth. And he buys a pack of cigarettes, and there's like a watch on top of it. And I didn't realize it the first time I watched it, but the second time I watched it, I realized he left the watch like in the guy's office, and it's bugged,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
that's how he was bugging him. But like, and again, we don't know what his goal here is. We just know that he's got something. He's got some sort of information, some sort of research about what's behind the gate. But basically, like the girl is pissed off at him, whatever, and she takes off, and like her friends like invite her to dinner, and I don't know, for some reason she turns them down and is like, oh well, maybe because my dad's mad at me, he'll be home, and I'll actually get to be with my dad for a little bit. Then she gets home and he's not there, so she's like, well, fuck it, I guess I'm just gonna go shoplift.
Yeah.
She's gonna steal CDs like any teenager in the mid 2000s would. And like randomly, like she's about to get caught stealing the CD, and Hay just comes out of nowhere. He's just like, "Oh, there you are! You found it. I'd like to buy this CD, sir."
He just
like, I don't know where he comes from at the time. But he does that, and then like a similar thing happens later where she's wandering around like after dark, and a couple like I think like neighborhood watch people are like, "Hey, what are you doing out here? It's past curfew." And he's like, "Oh, there you are. This is my little sister. Let's go this way." And she gets like super pissy about it. She's like, "Oh, my dad sent you," which I think we both know isn't the case, but
Yeah.
'Cause obviously he's got some sort of ulterior motive, even though like see, it's one of those things with Hayes, like you don't really know
I don't know what
what his
anyone's deal is in this show
what
at the
his
moment.
goal is. You know, like is he actually trying to be a decent guy, or is he just doing his job?
Or is it just convenient at the time?
I mean, either way, like once again, we got him stalking a girl,
Yeah. We also got him eating an exuberant amount of food again.
which typical.
Although
Um,
I did like how she challenges him with the giant sundae
yeah, this is true. Yeah, that was fucking outrageously large.
for such a tiny
Um,
girl too. It's like,
yeah,
all
well,
right.
stereotypical high school girls got to get the biggest ice cream possible and
Well, yeah,
crush the whole thing.
of course. Um,
Um, and then there was he took her to like the theme park. Cause it was like a whole thing where like she didn't want to go home because she'd be alone. Her dad's never there. So he's like, all right, well, fuck it. I guess we're hanging out until daylight. And he takes her to like a theme park, which is obviously shut down for the night. And she's like,
yeah,
oh, this is kind of creepy. It's kind of creepy being here at night. He's like, all right, close your eyes. And he kind of waves his hand and everything just turns on.
yeah. Oh yeah, because we still don't know what his power is yet.
Um, so yeah, he like waves his hand and everything turns on. And like, she's like, oh, wow, that's cool. And like instantly the security guard's like, what the fuck? And he starts chasing them out of there.
Yeah,
Then they go and eat the ramen and the ice cream, and then they start talking about all sorts of personal shit. And she's like, "Hey, look at my wrist. There's a shiny thing. My dad calls it my good luck charm. This isn't important at all."
yeah. And I love how he goes from being all like super nice to like his like deadpan, just like,
Yeah, his president eyes.
yeah,
Um, and then like all of a sudden it's like, "Oh no, we're being followed." Like I'm gonna jump these guys real quick and tell
yeah.
you to run.
He's just like run down this alley, and she's like, what?
Yeah. um, and she like runs into like a bunch of construction, like a construction site, a bunch of construction workers. They're like, "You can't be here," and the guys who were chasing her start popping shots at her. And then she gets the dead eyes again, and fire, just
Well,
fire.
then the little seed thing goes away, and then she just boom.
And right there at the end of that first episode, we got our first like oh yeah, the chief lady, the chief of police. She's still doing stuff. She's
Oh yeah,
from the labs.
the Gregarious fan service shot. Yes.
Yes.
Actually, kind of tame for fan service standards, but that's I guess what they were going for.
And I'm pretty sure like the episode ends with being like, "Oh, Chief, there's a new star has been born. A new star is formed."
Oh yeah, because the second her wrist thing goes away, that flower petal falls, and her dad has like a mental breakdown.
Yeah, because the flower died. And, yeah, like some Beauty and the Beast shit. Like, oh no,
Because
not the last petal.
because then the credits play, and it cuts to the next episode, and it cuts to him still agonizing over the flower, and he smashes the flower pot, and I'm just like, a little dramatic, but okay.
Well, I mean, once you get the context of it, it makes sense.
Yeah.
So, oh, we didn't talk about the guys who were like kind of behind the scenes trying to like get at the guy. Because one dude, he's working for some sort of association. I don't know who he actually works for, but then he also has a contract as a partner.
Oh
And,
yeah, those guys where I was like, oh yeah, these guys are gonna die.
yeah. And this guy's contractor ability is it's not really like stated, but what I've gathered is he essentially makes invisible weapons.
Yeah, because we get in the next episode we get like the first real like intense gore shot that we in this show.
Mm-hmm. And also his price, his contractor price, is apparently he has to dog ear every page in a book. And I gotta say, as a reader who can't stand dog ears, that would be more than enough of a price for me.
Some of the prices are just absurd.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I said last time. There's literally no consistency with like there is no like ratio. There's no like hard rule for like, oh, if it's this good of a power, it has to have this hard of a price. Like, no, there's no consistency. It's just it's random per person.
I like the guy that had to eat flowers. That was great.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, dandelion. Nom, nom, nom.
So in the next episode, we literally cut to like the aftermath of the fire, and it's like everyone's dead. And I remember because that one guy's like, "Oh, this one's extra crispy," and I'm just like,
"It's crispier than the bacon I had for breakfast this morning."
My sadistic ass is in there going, "Oh, Armin, nice."
I missed you. Oh god,
you got to do the little. Levi shows up and causes a bunch of shit.
Oh yeah. So yeah, they're like, oh, a star was born, blah blah blah. The chief, like, they go to like this, like, what the fuck is it called? Like an astronomy tower kind of thing.
Yeah.
And there's this old dude with like this big ass hat, and I think he's supposed to be like a doll type medium type of person. But like, and apparently this is how they like learn about the stars, is he like tells them all about like when a star is formed, and like that's how they figure out like who is what and all that other stuff. So we don't really get too much about that, but we get our first kind of hint towards that, like how they get that information. I'm trying to remember like what happened towards oh yeah, because then the girl was on the run after she burnt up all those people. And
well, I think if the darkest scene comes up first, where she's in like the train station running.
Yeah.
And she gets like her friends find her, or her friend finds her, and like her dad, and she wants them to go away, and of course, like, because they won't buzz off, her power reignites, and she sets them on fire, and they burn to death.
Yeah, because we learned that she's something called a moratorium, where apparently that's like it's a very rare thing that can happen with somebody who apparently they gain contractor abilities, but for whatever reason, the full abilities don't manifest. So like the price isn't there, and eventually like they can't control the power, it just kind of happens. And eventually they'll go into like a doll-like state. But yeah, like the police had sent like a big like evacuation notice, whatever, and they came up with some bullshit like, oh, there's a gas line leak or something like that. And that's why everybody was fleeing. And the dad was like, oh, we got to get you out of here. And you know, at this point, like, people need to stop grabbing this chick's wrist, because every time somebody grabs her wrist, some fucked up shit happens.
That one was just bad.
She sets her friend and her dad on fire.
Well, it's like first just the dad, then the friend looks down and her foot's on fire, and it's like, oh, they're dead.
Yeah, and they combust real quick. And then like she kind of like loses it, and she ends up getting taken by that pair of guys, like the contractor guy.
Well, because we first get that scene of her like in the playground just sitting there, and then
like all the cops are just kind of like surrounding her,
and then they get shish kebabbed, or like filleted, basically.
Yeah, pretty much. Like that one guy loses his hands, or the guy like gets chopped up into little pieces. Like it's pretty brutal.
Yeah, I was like, oh, there's the gore. I was wondering when that was going to show up.
Yeah. And then, so yeah, she gets taken with them, and then they call up her dad, and they're like, oh, blah blah blah. You know, we got your daughter. You better give us come work with us, and give us all your stuff, or bad things will happen. And this is where Hay kind of like confronts the dad, and he's like, bro, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And, this is where we kind of get like the whole story about what happened. Is essentially he was in the first research team to enter the gate, and he was the only one to exit in that first experiment, I guess, or first exploration. And apparently he took seeds with him from that glowy flower we saw at the beginning. And when his daughter was real young, she showed signs that she was about to turn into a contractor. And he thought, hey, maybe this flower can help. So he implanted the seed into her arm, and apparently that temporarily suppressed her contractor abilities from fully manifesting. Which obviously wasn't going to last forever. That seed ended up dying out eventually. Like, the whole thing was he took 2 seeds with him. He implanted one in her, and he tried to grow the other one into a new flower for more seeds so that he could replace it once it died out. And which is why he was so mad when the flower died, because he was never able to get more seeds from it. So at that point, he thinks, okay, she's a lost cause. She's a moratorium. So when he goes to get her, and he just kind of throws the dead flower on the ground, he goes, there's my research. He's just like, the guy's just like, what the fuck? Like,
also, hey, we had another appearance of Hay's mask, which gets destroyed in like 3 seconds.
Yeah, it doesn't last long. Honestly, it happened so quick that I didn't even realize. Like, it's just like, it felt like he's fighting and he's got the mask on. It cuts away and then it cuts back and he doesn't have the mask. Like, I didn't even see it happen.
It gets like cut out. The whole time I'm sitting here, I'm like, why does he even bother with the mask? You know these guys are gonna die, so it's not like the secret's gonna get out.
Yeah, well, I mean, you never know. People might get away. You know.
Yeah. They also do that. I'm assuming this is going to become a running thing where they underestimate Hay, don't pay attention, then he fucking murders them.
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much.
Okay. Yeah,
he's real good at what he does.
I'm just like sitting here, like the whole time, like the guy's like shit talking. I'm like, you're gonna die, dude. Like,
yeah,
I already know where this is going.
And also, like, the daughter is like completely like catatonic. Well, not catatonic. She's like regressed. Like, she's like a 5-year-old again, and she's like drawing like a stick figure of her dad on the ground, and like she's like fucked up. And then
she's been through a lot.
Yeah. So her dad shows up and he's like, "Oh, I love you. Like, you know, I did everything I did was for you, and this and that." And he pulls out like the most fucking hardcore fucking knife he could have chosen.
Yeah, I saw that scene. I was like, "Oh, are you kidding me?" Like, I was like, "Okay."
Like, what do you do with that thing? Like, he could have done a way more efficient, like, you know, humane. Like, that's way better knife you could have chosen for that. Like, that shit's gonna pull out some gristle.
He's gonna make it count. But no, he gets filleted after that, and then Hay does his thing, and then the girl burns everyone to death.
Yep. And then it turns out, hey, she has, now that the seed is dead and she's just using her power, she is officially a contractor. She's no longer a moratorium. Because she even got the little red glowy eyes like all the other contractors. And
her price is she has to sing.
Yes, her price is that she has to sing, which, at least at this point, probably the most OP power to price comparison.
Yeah. It'd be funny if she was a horrible singer. Like, that would be the best.
Yeah. And then, like, what Huang is just kind of like, come with me. We're going to take you. I assume, because, like, at the end, we see the chief lady, and she's like, all right, the new star that was formed, this and that, like, the star hasn't fallen yet, so we know this person's out there somewhere. But, like, we don't know exactly what happened to her, but I assume she got absorbed into whatever syndicate they're a part of.
I just like that line where she's like, where are you going to take me? And he's like, to heaven.
Eventually. You'll get there eventually.
But, yeah, that's kind of how it ends. Like, this was a very, like, straightforward 2-parter.
Yeah, I feel like they were trying to do like more of like the mystery type stuff from the last episode, but they put a lot of focus on her as a character, as opposed, because the last one was they spent a lot of time with setup for like the series in the last couple episodes. Here they actually had the time to really focus on the characters themselves.
Yeah, you forget Hay's there until he shows up randomly, and you're like, oh, right.
And that will happen, like, because a lot of times you'll notice as you go through the show, whatever character of the week essentially will get the majority of the focus, and sometimes we won't even see Hay for like a good bit into the first episode. So that'll just be kind of a thing that happens at that time, and we will get like episodes that revolve around like the other characters like in his group. But for now, it's mostly like let's get used to like the world itself, and then we'll get further into the weeds of that later.
Yeah. But yeah, so that was our Untitled Darker Than Black segment because we're uncreative today. Um
Yeah,
yeah, I guess we could probably get into the Darker Than Black segment though now.
yeah. The Untitled Dark and the Black segment.
Yes. It's got music. That's something.
Yeah,
Um so stuff happened. Got another
yeah.
two-parter.
It was I believe it's a red giant over the eastern sky or Eastern Europe, something like that.
Yes. Something like that.
Yeah. So we got Troy Baker.
Yeah, we did. I noticed that right away.
Yep. I'm just like, wow, yeah, this is late 2000s.
Yeah, remember when he did anime regularly?
Yep. So I like his little crew in this show. The MI6 guys.
Yeah. No, they were interesting. I love that segment like right at the beginning where they're getting he's doing like
He's doing the deal.
the deal and he's doing the deal and it's the they're doing that whole like the money transfer thing and he's like, hey, I don't like smoking, like you could stop doing that shit or I'm leaving. And
Yeah.
they're like yeah, well, fuck you. And he's like, okay, fine. He just leaves and they're like, okay, wait a minute, come back.
Yeah, no, never mind.
And then they immediately fuck him over again and I'm just like, oh, this, I know where this is gonna go. And then it's
Yep.
like, surprise, he was a contractor. Like, who didn't see that
Who could have
coming?
guessed it?
And his power is freezing, and he just freezes that guy's hand off, and then freezes his coffee and like bashes it over the other guy's head. And I'm like,
Yeah, did he bash it or did he? I couldn't tell because it was kind of like vague. I thought he like splashed him with it and like froze his face or something.
oh, maybe that's what it was. I couldn't tell because the coffee was still in the cup. But,
A little bit, yeah. It was weird.
um,
But yeah, then you they chase like the boss guy into the street and they got him on a bridge, and then Troy Baker's team members show up, and one of them is basically just Storm
yeah, pretty much.
because she like summons a cloud that just dumps a bunch of water on them. It's just like, hey, look, water! Now I can freeze you from a distance.
Yeah. I also love that
Good
too. Like
teamwork.
where they basically like they track him down and they're just like, all right. He's like, oh, please don't kill me. I'll give you everything you want. And they're like, okay, good. And we're gonna kill you anyways because of course we are.
Yep, that's about right.
I was gonna say I got really pissed until I realized what it meant for a second. He then proceeds to smoke a cigarette. I was like, that lying bastard. Then I was like, oh, it's his thing. I get it now.
Yeah, it's his price. He's
So I
got to
was
do
like-
it. But then his partner Storm just has a pound of beer real quick. That's her price.
Yeah. I was like so like pissed for like 2 seconds. I was like, oh, that lying son of a bitch. And I'm like, oh, I get why now. It makes sense now.
Hmm.
It was-
Which is
it
the
was-
irony of just like, oh, he has to do this thing that he absolutely hates, and then his partner's just loving life, drinking a beer.
yeah, despite claiming it's terrible. But
Yeah, right.
so what I found amusing about this episode was the main crew doesn't appear until like the last like 5 minutes, basically.
Yeah, not until like they snag the girl,
Hmm.
which kind of came out of nowhere because like so these episodes kind of revolve around this girl whose her code name is Havoc. She's like this redhead chick who apparently was hiding in Romania. And
It's
she
always
had like this,
Romania.
yeah,
It's
she had
Romania.
this reputation for being like one of the most like brutal and deadly contractors. We never actually see her because she's at this point she's what's called a forfeiter, which is a contractor who lost their powers, which is like a very like it's like an unheard of thing. But apparently what her power was that she could create vacuums, which goddamn, that's OP. Wish you could have seen her use it.
Yeah.
But that being said, I wouldn't want to see her pay the price for it. So because they
Yeah.
only mentioned what her price was, but it's pretty fucking hardcore.
Yeah.
She has to drink the blood of children for her price.
Who decides this shit? Like, what the
That's what I
fuck?
was saying. Like, you got this one chick who's just like, yeah, I got storm powers, and all I have to do is drink a beer. Then she's just like, yeah, I got to drink the blood of children. Like,
Meanwhile, like the
uh,
other is there's like sunflower guy and like girl that just sings.
yeah, for real. It's wild. It's wild. But so yeah, like she gets taken by the MI6 guys, and then they show up at the Chief Kirihara's office or whatever, and starts talking to her about the whole deal and how they were going to hand her over because that's part of like the politics of it. It's just like, well, we got her, so we got to turn her over, kind of thing. Um, we also learned because we saw a little bit of the gate in the last pair of episodes,
Hmm.
but in this one we learned that there was actually another gate. That
Yeah.
the one that we've seen up to this point was called Hell's Gate, and there was one in South America called Heaven's Gate, and they are connected somehow.
Yeah. This is a concept I've heard out of anime before, so
Yeah. Um, and apparently, well, we'll get into that in a minute. So apparently, the CIA is trying to pull some shady shit because, of course, it's anime, so the Americans have to be the shady ones.
yes. Although
And
they don't portray the British as much better in this either.
or the French, for that matter.
Yeah. Or anyone really. Everyone kind of sucks in this universe.
And even Kirihara, when like she's talking to Troy Baker there, November 11th, I think his name is. And they're like, she's like, "Oh, I can't believe you guys are just turning her over. I thought you would have just like kept her to use for your purposes or whatever." And he's like, "Well, it's not what we're supposed to do." It's like, would your country do that?" And she's like, yeah, that's exactly what they would do."
At least she's honest about it.
Well, she's not high up enough for it to come back to bite her, so
Yeah, true.
she's just a police chief.
I also love Chris Sabat as her partner, and he's just literally here to be that guy,
He just sims so over her.
pretty much.
But yeah, like they're trying to move Havoc somewhere safe, I guess, somewhere. Oh no, they were gonna take her to the gate for like some sort of research purposes. But apparently they did a fake out because everyone thought she was on the helicopter that was being attacked by the CIA, but nope, turns out she was in a suitcase in the trunk.
Yes, because that makes sense.
I don't know. I don't know if you were expecting that. It's just that they pop up with a suitcase. And
I thought
okay.
I thought it was gonna be a bomb. Not gonna lie.
It's like she's real small if she fit into that thing.
There's no air holes in there either. I was like,
Yeah.
okay.
Um,
I thought it was gonna be like one of those like, by the way, this car had a bomb in it the whole time. I was like, okay.
that would just be typical, wouldn't it? So yeah, like once they were like, oh yeah, by the way, she's in the trunk, they're like, okay, I guess she can ride in the back now. And then that's when Hay shows up in his full garb. And
His mask doesn't get destroyed in this episode, so that's a plus.
yeah. Well, it can't get destroyed when the chief lady's around because she needs to obsess over who he is.
Right.
So yeah, like he has his little showdown with them. And so you I'm sure you've gathered by now what his power is.
He's got like electric powers.
Yes. He's got electricity, which now like looking back on it's like, oh, that makes sense. He banged to the TV to make it work. He was putting electricity through it. Waved his arm and all the amusement park shit turned on. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
okay, this all makes sense now.
He's Cole McGrath from Infamous.
And it's also he uses the steel cord or whatever the fuck he uses. He sends
Yeah.
electricity through it.
It makes sense. Is his I'm assuming his did we ever find out what his price is?
Well, that's actually funny you mentioned that because after he takes Havoc and they're talking after he tortures her, she mentions that it seems like he doesn't have a price and that he was more contractor like before he became one, now he seems more human.
Huh.
So Hay seems to be a special case.
I just wasn't sure because I was for a minute there I was thinking his price was that he has to gorge himself on food, but
Well, no, because she says like, "Oh, I see that becoming a contractor hasn't affected your appetite," which implies that he was eating like that before.
okay. All right.
But
Wait and see there then.
so we got a little bit more about him, but ultimately left with more questions. So yeah, he takes her and like he even like kidnaps her from his group because like they walk in to go like I don't know move her or something, and
Yeah, this
Yin is just sitting there and she's like, they're gone, they left. She's just
this
whatever.
episode has made it very clear that his group doesn't really even like him that much. They just kind of it's a convenience thing.
I think Huang is the one who really doesn't like any of them. I think
Yeah,
I think for the most part, Mao and well, Yin doesn't really have opinions because she's a doll.
true.
Although, based on the end of the episode, it seems like she's got a little bit more going on than we're led to believe from dolls. Um, and Mao just seems kind of. He's like, I'm a cat. Like, who am I to judge?
I'm a cat.
I'm Catman.
If only who was the cat from Ghost Stories. It'd make this show a lot more interesting.
Yeah, right. But yeah, he takes the girl from the group and like goes to like a separate safe house away from them.
And he like beats the shit out of her while he's up there.
Yeah, he starts breaking her fingers because apparently the show likes to break people's fingers.
It's a very like piercing sound when you hear it.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Havoc is played by the actress who plays Nami.
Oh, Lucy Christensen. Yeah,
Yeah, I've
that makes
noticed that a
sense.
lot of the one-off like this is the character of the week characters. They're all like people who became like very big names in the anime scene later.
Well, Lucy Christensen was an ADV actress. Like she was big there, and then once that went away, she became like a funny mainstay.
I mean, they were all around, but like they're all like household names in the anime scene now.
Mm. Definitely. Well, I always remember like with her, it was always her and Chris Padden were like the two major like guys from the early Texas scene, and then Funimation took over.
Yeah. But yeah, he's questioning her because he's like, he wants to know where his sister is. Like, that's his big, like, why he took her. Because apparently, back in the day, before Heaven's Gate was destroyed and Havoc lost her power, Hay was I think he was still part of the same syndicate that he's in now. But he was on a team with his sister, this chick Havoc, and some girl named Amber. This is the first we've heard of her. And he was apparently the only one on the group who was not a contractor. Although apparently he was very emotionless and brutal at the time.
Gotcha.
Apparently, even back then, though, he was still being called the Black Reaper. So, yeah, he was a little rough back then.
He seems like that kind of character, so
yeah. But she apparently, because apparently when they were all at Heaven's Gate, something happened, and all of a sudden the gate was gone, and everybody like she woke up in like East Bumfuck, like literally like woke up continents away after that with no idea how she got there, and she didn't have her power anymore. Which, in her case, I'd say is probably a good thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, they just have some chats about old times or whatever, and then basically she comes to the conclusion like, if I go to Hell's Gate, my power will come back, and I'll likely regain my memory of what happened. And like, obviously, he wants to know what happened to his sister, so he's taken her there. But she's like, hey, if my power comes back, you got to kill me, because I'm not trying to do all that shit again. He's like, I feel things now. I have guilt over everything that I had to do. So, yeah, if it comes to it, just do it.
And then predictably, she dies right after.
Yeah, yeah.
So who didn't see that coming?
She got shish kebabbed by icicles.
Yeah, by Ice Guy, who's very clearly nearby.
Yeah,
Yeah,
pretty
like the
gross.
second this anytime like Hay hugs somebody, I was like, they're gonna die. Like,
Yeah, yeah. It seems like Hay should not talk to people.
well, there's like anytime in this show I noticed there's like this big emotional moment. It's immediately just about to get fucking like ended right there.
Yep. It's like that one episode in Cowboy Bebop with the guy who wanted Spike to train him.
Yeah.
And then he had like that one like Spike gave him the thumbs up, and then he just got shot right there. He's like, oh, all right, that's done.
Yep. Subverting expectations.
Yep.
Um yeah, so it's after that then we get the confrontation between Hay and
The MI6 guys.
the MI6 guys and
And this is where we get the most like straight up like, hey, I know what your power is. I got rubber boots. You can't zap me.
yeah, basically just like surprise. And there's like a brief fake out moment where you're like, oh, is he actually gonna get caught? But then of course, no, he's not. Why would he? It's only episode 6.
Yep. Yeah,
I did like
Huang like he like shoots like a grenade at them, like a firebomb, and like melts
well,
the ice so you can get away.
well, because first Hay kind of lets waits for him to let his guard down and then shoots out one of his like weird like metal cable things and like kind of like stabs him in the arm. And because his arm's not insulated, he can shock him that way.
Yep.
And then yeah, the grenade thing happens, and then they escape. And it's like the thing I've noticed in these couple of like pairs of episodes is they always kind of end where it's like, and then nothing was accomplished, and we move on to our next.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, like I said, like a lot of these stories are pretty standalone in that way, so you kind of have to wrap it up by the end. But I mean, this is like this particular pair was big because it set up a lot of stuff for later.
Yeah, well,
this obviously we know like the big overarching thing is like we're gonna be working towards figuring out what happened to Hayes' sister. That's his big motivation.
Yeah, we definitely got some questions were answered. I do love the music in this show. Like the background music is there's so much like 80s rock going on.
It's such a banger. I love it.
It almost doesn't fit the show at times. Like I'm like, this is a little out of place, but I love it.
Even just like the beginning part on the bridge where they were going after the Bobster guy, the MI6 guys, and like the music that was playing throughout that whole bit, like I just love it. It's amazing.
Yeah,
the soundtrack is top tier.
Definitely.
And then at the end we get like a little confrontation where Huang's just fucking berating Hay for being stupid, and apparently like there has to be some level of like obviously he's still like super prejudiced and like doesn't like contractors, but he still went out of his way to cover him.
Probably because he's like they know he's super useful.
True, but I don't know. It's a weird thing. But we also Yin like as like Hayes about to walk away, like storm off. She like grabs his hand, and like you wouldn't think that's like a significant thing, but like that's a lot of expression for a doll.
Yeah, there was emotion there. She does feel.
Yes. So that was important.
And then it ended there.
Yep. And did you watch the next episode preview?
Is it after the credits?
Yeah.
Probably not.
Oh. Well, it was the first instance so far in the show where they didn't do the poem thing.
Oh, okay.
Because somebody else did like the next episode preview read, because it's made very clear that the next one's going to be kind of a silly episode.
Okay, so we'll have fun with that next week.
A little bit of levity.
Still a two-parter?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So yeah, it's starting to go somewhere. I'm enjoying that.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have to wait and see though. So we've got
Cue the music.
the Untitled Darker Than Black segment. I'm keeping it now. um,
Yeah, I guess that's just the title now. We can't come up with anything better.
when we do the full episode, it's going to be the Untitled Darker Than Black episode.
Yep, for sure. So the episodes this week are The Scent of Gardenias Lingers in the Summer Rain.
Yes. Right off the bat, I kind of love this one for the fact that like the main cast of the show like barely appears. Like they show up right at the end.
Yeah, well that's kind of like a consistent thing I've noticed is like unless it's like what we had last week, they're not the main focus. They just interwoven into every story. Like every pair of episodes has its own kind of lead that's separate from the main group.
This one was particularly noticeable though, like because like in the past ones, like Hay was at least kind of involved. This one, he's just like there, but he's really not. Doesn't have anything to do with what's going on, other than being tangentially involved because of reasons.
Yeah, just by chance they cross paths multiple times.
And he doesn't really even care about the main character of this arc. He's more just there because he has to be.
Pretty much. So these episodes revolve around a private detective named Guy Kurosawa and his assistant, whose name I don't remember.
She's an anime cosplayer.
Yes. And she's played by Rimuru.
She is. Or the I Said Jump Girl.
Yes.
And then the detective, he is voiced by... It's the guy, he plays Raleigh in One Piece. I know that.
Plays who in One Piece?
Raleigh or whatever.
I don't remember.
Let me look it up. It's a pretty well-known voice.
He definitely sounded familiar. I definitely know his voice. I just couldn't place him.
It's like he's one of the most like iconic funny actors from the time. It's gonna bother me if I can't figure it out. I'm gonna laugh when he's not even on Behind the Voice Actors because he's such a one-off.
Well, not even because I'm pretty sure they come up later.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
God, there's so many characters in this show. You have to go so far down.
Well, yeah, because we get like a whole new cast of characters for every story.
What makes it even better is like the fact that like pretty much every well-known funny actor is in the show at one point or another.
Oh, for sure.
Okay, I either missed him or he's not listed on Behind the Voice Actors. Oh boy. Oh, there's the lady.
English. Brandon Potter.
Yep, that's exactly who I was thinking. He voices a lot of characters throughout the series, throughout anime. Oh wow, he's not even listed on Behind the Voice Actors.
No, what it looks like he has a lot of live action shit that he's done too. So he's probably more IMDb than Behind the Voice Actors.
But yeah, it's
he was in Street Fighter 6.
That
So he
sounds
played additional voices in Attack on Titan.
he's Shanks.
Oh, see, okay, that makes sense.
All right, I'm thinking of a different
says he
actor.
was-
I'm thinking
well,
of a
it says
different
he was-
actor now.
He was unnamed teacher in Fruits Basket's Prelude.
Oh yeah, the teacher guy. Oh, he's Goto and
Mhm.
Ace Attorney too. That's fun. Yeah, he's been in a lot of anime. He's in Black Clover. He's in most
The
Funimation
Fairy
dubs.
Tale. Yeah, he's around.
Oh, he's one of the Earth's.
He plays a pool.
He's one of the Earth 6 Namekians from Universe 6 Namekians from Dragon Ball Super.
Yeah. So he's been around. Look, we spent more time looking than we should have, but so yeah, basically the idea of it is we're with Guy Kurosawa here, and he is
What a name!
a very bad private eye because he gets no work. and basically a case falls into his lap where he has to find a missing cat for this widow lady, who apparently likes cleaning people's ears.
Yeah.
Which I'm gonna say, like that scene where she was cleaning his ear with that little pick, and there was one point where his legs shoot up and he says, "I'm going, I'm going." I feel like he wanted to say something else there.
Well, considering he runs right to the bathroom, you know, I'm sure we know what they were alluding to there.
And also, there was another thing where the cat, not the cat he's supposed to be finding. She's a different cat, but the cat hops in his lap and he's freaking out because he hates cats apparently. And then he's like, "Oh, I need to use your restroom." And then it like switches scenes and he's walking out of the restroom and he goes, "I can't believe I pissed myself."
I think that was the dub trying to hide something from us. I'm not gonna lie.
Entirely possible, but
because they can get away with a lot on anime, but I don't think they're getting away with that one in America.
We'll see what happens once Chainsaw Man moves up a little bit further. But
yeah.
But anyways, so yeah, it's like a whole thing where he has to find the cat. So like they're searching around, and at one point, Guy and his assistant are eating ramen at the ramen shop that Hay likes to frequent, and the assistant chick decides she wants to stalk him.
Yeah, well, she seems very desperate for attention.
Yeah.
Well, because her entire purpose, because despite being introduced as a main character at the start, she has basically nothing to do with this plot going forward.
No, Guy just constantly makes jokes about her being flash-ested.
Yeah. And I think we find out that she goes to like conventions and cosplays and gets photos with people. Like the one time she's doing anything is she's looking at cats and taking pictures with a bunch of kids. So
yeah.
And then she kind of disappears.
Yeah, because she like recruited all the neighborhood kids to help find the cat.
Yeah.
Oh, but the widow, her late husband was like this big corporate bigwig for like a perfume company.
Yes.
And he has a smell fetish, apparently.
Yes, and when we get a look at him, we go, I see. She's clearly with this guy for his money.
Yeah, for sure. But at the same time, it also makes you kind of wonder it a little bit because she gets super jealous because, say, he had left, or no, his first wife had like found out about them and then divorced him, and like, it was a whole thing where like she took his house and a bunch of his money and stuff. But like, apparently, it was like a whole thing in this where like he loved the scent of his first, like her natural scent of his first wife, but he hated the scent of his second wife, and she like really held a grudge about that.
Well, I mean, he I mean, kind of makes sense. It's like, yeah, you're hot, but you smell like shit. It's like,
yeah,
how would you feel? It's like,
I mean, there's a fine line between smelling like shit and just not having the smell you want.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know. Just the way they imply it, it's like, damn, that guy was ruthless.
Yeah. Oh, but we also saw at the beginning of the episode, we saw the weekly contractor who was a body snatcher because he was taking these little like samples of maybe perfume. They looked like perfume, but I don't know if that's what they are. And like he body snatched some dude, made him stand up on a rail, and then switched back, and the dude fell to his death.
Yes.
And didn't Hay attack him at that point, or was that later?
That's much later because Hay like doesn't appear until that restaurant scene.
Either that. Oh yeah, it was a restaurant scene because the next time we see him is when Guy is looking around the widow's house,
and he just keeps
in
running
her
into
library
Hay.
stocking books.
Yeah, he just keeps appearing randomly.
Yeah,
because that there becomes a bit of a plot thing with this week's contractor and then the cat. I'm forgetting his name right now.
Mao.
Yeah, Mao, because they both have the same ability, but Mao is stuck only being able to switch between animals for some reason.
Yeah, because his power is specifically he can inhabit the body of animals, whereas the guy they're after can switch people. But they both apparently had the unfortunate event of having their real bodies die while they were elsewhere. So they're both stuck just body hopping. I guess Mao is just cool with being a cat for most of the time.
Yeah.
But, oh, the dude's always smelling a sock.
Yeah, because that's his price, I guess. Like,
well, they lead you to believe that at first, but then
then it's implied he might just be weird.
Well, the last thing he's doing as he's dying is trying to sniff the sock, but like he didn't use his power, and it's I don't know. It's kind of implied that that the sock belonged, or was it the sock that was on his original body, and it was like that smell was like the only tie to his actual body that he had. I don't know. Mao explained it, and he said something about like, well, his full price was paid the second his body died, so he could just use it freely now. Which makes sense because when we see Mao switch into the bird, we never see him pay a price.
Yeah.
So I guess that makes sense.
Or maybe the price is they lost their original body.
Yeah, it could be. Also, I love that he switched. So at one point, Mao I guess his cat brain just kind of took over for a minute, and that's why he was lost in the first wife's house. And then Guy was looking for the cat, and he thought that was the cat, so he took him and put him in a cat carrier, and then discovers the dead body of the first wife.
Yeah, the ending of the first episode, that was kind of a shocking end. I was like, holy shit.
Yeah.
I get that they kind of imply the reason he didn't notice because of all the trash everywhere. It probably was pretty rank in there, but I'm like, I don't know. Dead bodies probably smell a lot worse. You feel like someone would have noticed?
Yeah, there was a lot. There was a mansion, and every inch of it was covered in trash bags. So I mean, I feel like that would probably cover up the smell.
Maybe. You think somebody would have noticed though, from outside or launched a. Well, I mean, we find out later that people did stumble in there, but
at least one person did.
Yeah, but she was straight up she had been there a while, because she was just bone by that point.
I think they said it was about 6 months.
Yeah. You think there'd be bugs or something, but anime logic, anyways.
Well, at this point, I feel like 6 months sitting there, and let's be real, there's probably animals in and out. She probably got eaten. Let's be real.
Yeah, but yeah, that was definitely a wham shot ending for sure.
Yeah, but then so yeah, he gets the cat, and then he brings Mao to the wife, and she's like, yeah, that's not my cat.
He's like, but it looks just like him. It's she's like, no, it doesn't.
He's like, no, my cat looks way cooler than that one.
Oh yeah, we haven't mentioned too the best character in this episode.
You'll have to remind me.
The maid.
Oh yeah, the maid. The creepy maid that just kind of slinks behind the doors.
Yeah, just just shuts the door. But then might have a
especially
crush.
when she gave him the cat, when he was trying to leave the cat there, and she hands him the cat, and he's just like, I want this cat, and she's just slam.
Yeah. The payoff at the end though is priceless.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, he takes the cat, and then I didn't mention, but he bumped into the body swapping guy, and they both have the same coat, and he accidentally took his coat.
Oh yeah, and the whole reason he wanted it was because of the goddamn sock, and then the other stuff too. That was probably also important.
Yeah, the sock and the little vials of whatever the fuck they are that, according to Huang, apparently have something to do with the gate, but we don't know what.
Yeah,
it could just be nothing. But yeah, so the body swapping dude approaches Guy because he's just like, dude, you took my jacket by mistake. But Guy is like, oh, you must be in on this. So, there was a contract to kill the first wife and all this. And he was like, look, I don't have time for this shit. I'm just gonna take your body,
I know, right?
and then we're done here.
He just straight up wanted the goddamn jacket. I'm like, dude, just give him the jacket.
Yeah, he's just like, no, dude, look, you took my jacket. Like, what do you want from me? I couldn't pay my bill because all you have was like a sex shop coupon or whatever the fuck that was.
But so he ends up stealing Guy's body, and during the scuffle, Mao's carrier gets dropped into like the river.
Yeah, it's like half in the river, like almost in the water. And they have like, actually, I love the whole thing where like Guy's in there talking to himself, and he's just like, hey, I guess I could just throw this thing in the river. I don't really care about cats. And Mao's just like, hey, that's animal abuse. What are you, some kind of sadist? He's like, who said that?
Yeah. So then eventually he steals his body, and like Mao decides, oh, I can double this. I'll steal this bird. And he like steals the jacket from him and flies away, and he's like taunting him and then flies directly into a fucking bridge.
No, it was fantastic too, because it is literally saying, I got your jacket. Guess you should have been paying more attention. And the second he says that, he slams into a wall, and the bird's body is just fucking broken on the ground.
Oh, yeah, that bird was dead. Like there was no surviving.
Nope, that bird was fucked up.
But yeah, then he goes back to the cat body, and then Hay shows up, and
there's a scuffle.
Yeah,
and he actually he does a pretty good job taking him down, and then he switches over back to his original body, and then they fight a little bit, and Hay, like, he's making eye contact with him, and you think like he's about to get his body swapped, and Mao jumps up and saves him and breaks the contact. So
yeah, which is interesting too, because it's also like one of the rare times Hay doesn't have his mask for it to get inevitably destroyed.
Yeah, it figures. The one time he doesn't have his mask is when he's going up against somebody whose power is based on eye contact.
The way he captures Guy when he has Guy's body is pretty fucking gruesome. His fucking neck grabs him with the fucking wire things.
Yeah. But yeah, then the things move on, and
we
has
also
a meeting. Huh?
Well, the whole reason he gets away is because the body ends up falling and knocking Mao into the river as he's running off, and he's like, I have to save the cat.
Yep.
And I like the implication he just leaves Guy floating in the river.
No, I'm sure he was fine.
Well, because he says the next morning when Guy comes back to it, he's like, why the hell were you like floating in a river? He's like, I don't know.
It's kind of happened, man. I don't know what to tell you. But yeah, then Hay is having like a meeting with Mao and Yin, I think her name is. One sec. Okay. Yeah, he's having a meeting with them, like just in a playground, like they're just sitting on a slide. And we actually learned that apparently Mao has to be connected to some sort of server and like upload regular programs or whatever to make up for the missing parts that a cat's brain doesn't have. So if for whatever reason he gets disconnected from that server, he'll just the cat brain will just kind of take over and he'll just be a cat.
Yeah. It's bizarre.
Which is a pretty fucking stressful thing to live with, I feel like.
I do love that he makes the joke though about like the reason why he stays in the cat bodies because he can get away with just lazing around all day.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, realistically, he'd be able to do that no matter what animal body he was in. But also I noticed like as they were having that conversation at one point, Yin just kind of goes down the slide, and then we don't see her again in that scene. It's like implied that she's kind of like slid away.
Yes.
But so yeah, after all this, Guy ends up having his like big confrontation with the chick who hired him, and it's just like, hey, you killed the first wife, and she's like, no, I didn't kill her, but I did find the body 6 months ago, and I was just like, you know what, fuck this bitch and her perfect natural scent. You could just sit there and rot and smell like shit in the trash. But then 6 months went by, and she was like, I kind of feel bad. feel like somebody should do something with that body.
Yeah.
Eventually, the guilt took over, and she was like, she's still there in the trash. I feel like that's not cool.
Even though she technically didn't do anything. Like, she's just kind of like,
I think she assumed that the body would be found sooner.
You think it would, too, with all the trash. Eventually, someone would make a mistake about it, but...
Because the neighbor who was playing golf, like, next door was just like, hey, I've called the homeowners association, and they're not doing jack shit.
Must be because rich person, I don't know.
Something like that. So yeah, they have their whole like whatever confrontation. I don't know if he actually got paid for that or not. Because I mean, because technically, like, she only hired him because she wanted him to find the body. That was like the whole thing behind it. But like, for whatever reason, like that was just kind of the end of the whole deal. And then Hay encountered the body snatcher guy again and killed him.
Yeah, the most anticlimactic like Hay fight so far. It just kind of happens.
Well, the guy wasn't really much of a fighter. His power wasn't based around that. It was more about kind of staying hidden.
Yeah, it just kind of happened. We get the whole sock quote, and then the episode kind of just ends.
Yeah, kind of.
Like this was the most straightforward, I think, out of all of the plots so far. But it was also like the easiest to follow. Like even like just kind of at a first glance, like this one like really was like kind of like the most like beginning to end. I was like, by the time we got to the end, I was like, I got that. Okay. Like the other ones, I kind of had to think about.
I liked how it was a lot more. I liked how it was a lot more light compared to last week's. Last week's was pretty heavy.
Oh, the last 2 weeks were pretty heavy. So
yeah, that's true. So it was nice to have like a lighter story in between there. And there's also the part at the end where the assistant chick was talking to a guy. She was like, hey, do you have any good tips for stalking people? Because she wanted to stalk Hay. And his response is, get bigger boobs.
Oh, we also had the last scene with the maid too, where the maid kind of has a thing for Guy all of a sudden.
Yeah, like she like is pouring as he's going to leave, and she gives him an umbrella, and she's like halfway hanging out the door, and she just blushes and slinks back into the house. And she's like, "What is happening?"
I love the maid. she had a vibe.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was this week's Untitled Darker Than Black segment. All right. Well, I think it's time now we should get into our patented Untitled Darker Than Black segment.
Yes.
Because I'm just going with that joke now.
Oh shit! What was the title of this one? I didn't look it up.
I mean, for me, it's Darker Than Black episode 9 MP4.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it says it in the episode itself. Hold on. Dark. The White Dress Stained, part 1 and part 2.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, we got new character focus on this one.
Yeah, it's we actually get a focus on a character that we've already had some time with. We get some focus on the police chief Kirihara, which was bound to happen eventually.
Yeah, I mean, she was only like a background character for like the most of the series so far, so I guess it made sense to give her some sort of spotlight.
I mean, in a way, Hay kind of has been too.
Yeah, Hay in this episode is pretty good. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw the GIF that I posted on the Discord. It's perfect.
I joked about how. See, I joked in the last episode that in the that 2-parter he does fuck all the entire time. He does fuck all in this one too.
Yeah, well, he has a little bit of fight.
A little, about as much as he had the last one. He got to use his electric power for like a minute.
Yeah. And somebody actually like specifically called out, "Hey, you use electricity."
Yeah. He didn't use
For
it.
anyone who
His,
didn't
his
get it up to this point.
his mask didn't get destroyed this time.
No, because he faked out. He faked it out.
Yeah. Well, he needed he couldn't reveal his identity because he had already done that previously in the bathroom confessional.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. When that scene shows up, because of the way the camera was cut and you could hear like a water trickle in the background, I thought she was pissing and he was just standing there watching. I was like, what the fuck is going on right now?
This went to a weird place.
I'm like, damn, you couldn't wait like a minute.
It's like I think there's more than one stall in there. I mean,
Just the image of fucking Hay, just like in his fake character that he's of the week.
yeah.
He's
Well,
now
I mean, I feel like for the most part he kind of plays the same like kind of like lovable goofball kind of thing. But then you get the shady, shifty eye from him, and you're like, oh yeah, there he is.
yeah.
So this week we start off with the chief, and she's meeting up with somebody who's going to be like informing because there's a contractor who's been knocking off members of the Chinese mob. They say the name of this Chinese mob multiple times, and I cannot for the life of me remember what it is. So I'm just going to call it the Chinese mob. He's like literally about to inform on the guy who's been doing it when they notice that he's got blood on his back, and then somebody snaps their fingers, and the blood like disappears along with like that section of his back.
Yeah,
and he just dies.
That happens a lot in these two episodes, and every time it does, I'm always like, ew.
Yeah,
it's not a pleasant visual.
No, and it's pretty OP power too when you think about it.
Yeah,
because,
some of these contractor abilities are fucking ridiculous.
And with this one in particular, it's like, okay, so the catalyst for it is his blood, and his price is to make himself bleed. So it's like, so your price is the activation. So really, there is no price. It's you're literally just because you can't use it without the blood, and you can't pay the price without bleeding. So it's.
I'm starting to think some of these prices are bullshit.
Yeah. I bet guy who breaks his fingers is rolling around in his grave right now.
Yeah,
he's like, this is
or
bullshit.
Or fucking like Dandelion Man, or whatever.
Yeah, right. Guy who smokes cigarettes. Good old Troy Baker.
But hates smoking.
Yeah. So yeah, the guy dies, and then there's the big crime scene or whatever around there. Her dad shows up randomly, and I don't know about you, but he seemed like really meek when he's first introduced because he's like, the police are like blocking him, like they don't know who the fuck he is.
Yeah,
because he's like the head honcho of the police.
He seems like one of those guys that never leaves his office.
Probably, but you'd think people would know who the boss is.
You'd think.
But basically, he shows up and he's like, "Hey, like, let's get out of here. Let's go get dinner or something." And she's like, "I'm fucking working, Dad. Jesus." And he's like, "Well, I outrank you, so you're going."
She takes him to that one place. He's like, "Why are we here?" She's like, "I like the food."
He's like, "Yeah, but this place is the front for the Chinese mob." She's like, "Yeah, but the food."
Yeah, but I like the food.
And yes, they eat, and he's like, "Hey, I'm fast tracking you. You got a promotion."
Nepotism.
Oh yes. I don't know, because they never like blatantly say it, but I feel like he was specifically doing it to get her out of like the out of the field itself.
Yeah, it seemed like he was trying to kick her upstairs so she wouldn't have to worry about her getting murdered.
I mean, she does encounter contractors a lot, so I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah, she seems to always be in the middle of this shit.
Yeah. Not to mention the fact she's constantly chasing them down. Like she's always chasing Hay down. She had the whole thing with Troy Baker and his group.
Yeah.
And fucking finger breaky guy and Fire Girl. There's all sorts of crazy shit going on. But yeah, he's like, just sleep on it, but you should do it. She's like, yeah, whatever. And she's going to leave, and a limo pulls up, and her friend pops out from high school, and she's like, "Oh my god, I can't believe you remembered." She's like, "Remembered what?" Just like, you bitch.
Yeah.
You came to eat at my family's restaurant on my birthday and didn't know it.
Yeah. Yeah, then we get the whole backstory thing, like the cigarette scene, where she's like, well, she's like, it's a dirty habit. She's like, why should I give a shit? He's like, because you smell like shit. That's why, and I have to sit next to you.
Yeah, I have to sit next to you and smell that shitty cigarette smell.
I like how, like, that's the reason where she's like, oh, okay, that's fair. Like, that's a fair point.
But it's kind of funny too because we didn't really know this about her, but we kind of only briefly saw her in previous episodes. But there's this chick who I don't know exactly what her job is. I think she's like a lab technician or something. She's always wearing a lab coat. But she is the chief's friend from high school, along with this girl. So we got one who became a police chief, one who works very closely with the police, and then the other one is the daughter of the boss of the Chinese mafia.
Yes.
So it's an interesting little friend group here.
Anime.
Yeah. Just kind of happened to work out that way.
Plot convenience.
We were all talking about it while scarfing down McDonald's.
And joking with each other, being like, you're going to get fat.
I feel like that joke has made a lot in this series.
The joke's made a lot in anime in general.
This is true. Oh, also, all right. I don't remember what it was, but I saw another. It wasn't Coffee Restaurant, but there was another similar restaurant that I saw in the background at one point. I don't remember what it was. That makes me sad because they have some silly names in here.
See, anytime in anime now, whenever I see they make the joke about characters getting fat, I just think of Scott Pilgrim Takes Off and bread makes you fat.
I need to watch that again. I need to get Cindy to watch that. It was good. But yeah, so basically she gets guilted into going up to the birthday party, which is actually just a front for all the head honchos of the mafia to meet up and talk about the serial killing. And like we get like a lot of like really like nice moments between the two friends.
Yeah, it's like
the way it ends up is like it's like what the fuck?
It's like, this totally isn't gonna end in tragic heartbreak, is it?
Yeah, right.
Also, she got really close there a few times, and I was like, oh, this is going places I didn't expect it to go.
Yeah, right.
Also, Hayes a waiter.
Yeah. Yeah, along with Chris Sabat.
Yeah.
What's his name? Saito? I think they
Saito,
said
yeah.
this episode.
Not the Saito I was thinking.
Yeah, right. And then like in the episode, like because he's talking to Kirihara when they recognize each other, it's like, oh shit, like you're here too. And they're talking about the situation and like, getting updated information. And the manager guy comes out and is like, Saito, what the fuck are you doing? Go start doing dishes, you piece of shit. And she's like, you used your real name going undercover? You fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, fair.
Meanwhile, Hayes using a fake name.
I love how, like they're talking, and then they just hear the stomach growl, and he's just standing there looking so embarrassed.
Oh, yeah, because he didn't do his, like, eating thing this episode.
Because everyone in the party all stops and looks at it, because apparently his stomach is growling that fucking loudly. Which I guess would imply that he must have stuffed his face at some point, because when they're hiding in, like, the like, flower room, the greenhouse, you'd think that would have given him away.
Yeah.
Also, Mafia Boss daughter, what the fuck's her name? Oh, yeah, her name is Alice for some reason, even though she's the daughter of the Chinese Mafia leader. So her name is Alice. Like, what the fuck?
Why not?
I mean, it's easier to remember, so I'll accept it, but whatever. But yeah, she has this bodyguard who's like an elf, or something. Like, I don't know
Yeah,
what the fuck is up with him, but
I'm sure he won't be important.
yeah, no, his design is not a standout design at all. Nobody will notice him, especially when he slinks off when all the mafia bosses are going to have their meeting.
Yeah, he like disappears and then suddenly people die. It's like weird.
Yeah, right. And then she's like, "Hey, let me show you something cool." So they go up to the fucking greenhouse, and there's all these glowy flowers that are like stone.
Yeah, like they came from the gate. It's like that's probably not good.
And she's like, "Hey, check this out. If bees pollinate on these special glowy flowers, they like produce heroin or something."
Yeah, try some.
Yeah, right. It was fucking weird. Like she like grabs a bee by the wings
Yeah.
and like stings herself with it, and she's like, "Oh,
You try.
what the fuck kind of drug is that bee making?" Because Jesus,
Also, that would have killed the bee, by the way.
they looked like they have plenty more. They have to have
Yes.
a hive.
But this was before they started going extinct.
Yeah,
Yes.
this is true. Um, yeah, it was really bizarre. And then she's just like, "Haha, my bodyguard is the guy who's killing all the people, and we're doing it together. And look, it's my father's dead body, and I'm gonna shoot you in the face because reasons."
Yeah, like this episode literally just kind of like goes from like
Happens.
1 to 100 like really fast because I'm like
Yeah,
I'm sitting here like the whole time I'm like, wait, what's my exact response was why? Just
Yeah.
like okay.
it felt like it was really like out of nowhere. But she doesn't start doing it until after she shoots up with the bee venom stuff. So like, I don't know if she just kind of lost it when she got high, or like,
I don't know. I mean, she had like she went from like having like a girl crush to like suddenly wanting to murder her. So I was like, okay.
well, it is kind of like made a thing where like she's kind of like lived her life being kind of ruled by dominant personalities. Like her dad's a dominant personality, and then Kirihara is a dominant personality, and now she's into Elfman.
Yeah. And then she runs into Hay, and he's just like, "Hey, I'm here. Let's hide in the bathroom."
Yeah, it was super funny because like Kirihara like dives into the bushes to like dodge the bullet and like
Hay's just
hide.
there.
And Hayes like they're like literally ass to ass, like back to back, and like, "Oh shit, you're here." And he's like, "Yeah, I'm here."
You think people would question why he just appears everywhere, but nah, it's fine.
He really like pops up out of nowhere in like every episode.
Yeah, no one questions it.
Yep, he's just like, "Yeah, I'm here." Also, she didn't recognize him from episode 2.
Well, I mean that was like had to have been at least a month ago.
Well, I don't know. I'm just saying, like Lee Shangshan, like it's kind of a memorable name, you know. And it pertained to like another really important case she had worked like not that long ago, so you'd think she'd remember, but or at
Yeah,
least be
that-
like, "Hey, you're kind of familiar," you know.
Well, he wasn't a waiter then, so
True. Well, he works a different job every week, so
yeah, that's probably why she's just like,
whether he's putting away a widow's books or fucking, I don't know, delivering stuff or
just being there.
looking at the stars. I don't know what the fuck he's doing, but he's always doing something different.
To be fair, there was other things going on. She probably didn't think about it.
True.
And I bet next time she runs into him, she won't recognize him either.
I mean, they had a nice laugh on the toilet, so that's something.
That is still a weird. Yeah, she's like, I'm introducing myself on the shitter.
Yep. So they escape because she counts the bullets, and as soon as she hits 6, because she had a revolver, they booked it, and they go and hide in the bathroom. And they're just kind of in the stall together. She's sitting on the toilet, and he's just kind of staring at her awkwardly.
Yeah,
And she's
That whole-
just like, and she's like, "Hey, you don't have to be here, right? Like,
she didn't see your face, so
you could
can
just
go."
leave." And he's like, "Oh shit, she didn't." Like, you're right.
He's like, bye.
Yeah,
Nice
right.
to meet you, by the way.
And she's
Let's
like,
have this awkward handshake on the toilet.
She's like, go and get my simp boy.
Go find
I
Chris
need him.
Smith.
I need him to block bullets for me.
And then she's just in the fucking cart as he's carting her around.
Yeah, and he's just like, well, what do you think about this, Lee? And she's like, oh shit, he's gone. And they don't think that's suspicious at all. Especially since, like, yeah, like, obviously he's wearing a mask and he's got the big ass coat and shit, but, like, his hair is the same.
Yeah. Yeah.
And yes, I know it's Japan. They all have dark, straight hair for the most part, but, like, it's a very distinct, like, the hair is exactly the same.
It's funny. It's like Lee disappeared and then this guy showed up. Weird.
For real.
But then, predictably, her friend gets betrayed and dies.
Yeah, well, first we had Hay went back up to the greenhouse afterwards, in his full, mask and coat and everything, and he pulls one flower out, and all of them die instantly. They just kind of evaporate, even though they're made out of stone. Gate shit is weird because he pulls out the one bulb, all of the rest of them die because the place is like filled with them. They're all gone. And the one bulb he pulled is just like a shard of crystal now. It's super weird. And then fucking Elfman shows up and they start fighting. Who's voiced by the guy who played, I don't remember his name, but he's the guy who plays Reiner. I noticed.
Oh, Patrick Seitz, I think.
No, that's no, he plays Keith Shadis.
Right.
I don't remember the name of the guy who plays Reiner, but yeah, so they had like a little exchange, a little fight, like I think they ended up outside on the roof at one point. And then it's like, oh no, there's blood on his mask, and he snapped his fingers, and now Hay is falling, and I'm sure we'll never see him again.
Oh, it's Robert McCullum. It's Goten.
Oh, I forgot he played Goten.
Always Goten.
So weird. Yeah, because the guy who plays Hay, who is also he was also Zeke Yeager and fucking Tapion of all people.
Yeah.
Like I never would have guessed that he was Tapion. But it's also been a while since I watched Wrath of the Dragon. I'm sure if I watched Wrath of the Dragon before I heard that, I would have put two and two together, but still. So anyways, Chris Sabat's pushing her around in the cart. And like they're trying to get her to the laundry room so she can escape. Because like the place is on lockdown. And all of a sudden the manager comes out, he's like, hey, we need you to clean this room over here. And he's like, yeah, but I'm doing something. But okay. They go into the room and the room is empty. Like door closes, locks, like, oh fuck. Like we're trapped. And crazy lady comes out with a gun and she's like, I'm gonna kill you. And then Elfman pops up and he puts a handprint on her belly and snaps his fingers. He's like, yeah, I don't like you.
Betrayal.
Yeah. Because
And
who
she
would
just-
have guessed that?
And then she just dies. And it's like, well.
And she cries and then she dies. Because fuck it. That's what happens when you try to kill your high school friend, you know?
Because
You
no
just
loot.
get killed by your boyfriend. Who was also your bodyguard in high school. It's weird.
No loose ends.
Because they like make out at one point. And it's just like you were there when she was a kid. Like that's weird.
Japan.
Yeah. Yeah. We're back to that now, I guess.
Japan's weird. I love it, but it's weird.
So yeah, and he splashes blood on Chris Sabat. And it's like, oh no, not Chris Sabat. We like him. Then Hay pops in and fucking just like zaps
Electrocutes
the
the blood.
immediately.
Because it's water, I guess, technically. So
There's iron in it.
Yeah.
It's fucking. It's fine. But he zaps him, but it doesn't kill him, as we find out at the end, because the body disappeared from the morgue and his star hasn't fallen, so he's still alive.
yes. Also,
Um,
we didn't get any appearance from the rest of Hayes' group this episode.
No, I think they popped up at the very, very end. They were just like, yeah, this happened, blah blah blah, and then they just move on.
But
It's
not.
a very brief appearance, but well, I mean, this episode was mainly focused on the chief and her, her story with her friends or whatever. And
Hmm.
even though it seemed like it feels like we focused on her a lot in these episodes, but we didn't really get a whole lot of like development. It was more
For
just
her,
trauma,
we just got like backstory to other characters that are connected to her.
which is kind of weird. I mean, we did get like that nice little moment where she was kind of berating Chris Sabat, and then she was like, "Yeah, but thanks for being there."
And they got the toilet talk, like the weirdly wholesome scene in the middle.
Yeah, didn't he like make a joke earlier about her showing leg to get into the fucking party or something?
Yeah.
It was weird. Especially since like not only is that your superior, but it's also like the girl you're totally into. It's kind of a weird situation. But
The
yeah, at the
character
end, she's
dynamics
like,
in this anime are a little weird.
it is. It is. I mean, the world itself is a little weird in this anime, so you kind of have to
There.
accept that. But yeah, at the end, she's like, "Yeah, I'm turning down the promotion because, well, I couldn't even recognize how much my friend was hurting, and I failed, so I don't deserve to be a big boss.
Yeah.
I'll just be a little boss and do what I do, I guess. I'll keep chasing after that one guy in the coat and the mask."
Yeah.
And that's pretty much where it ends.
Yeah, weirdly, like this one was like somehow more connected, but less connected to the overarching plot than the previous episode was.
Yeah, it was an entertaining pair of episodes, but it felt like less happened in these episodes than a lot of the others.
Yeah, like even the detective episode last week was somehow more
Engaging.
on track than this one was.
Yeah, which is weird because it was totally like if this show was based on manga, that would totally be like a filler thing.
Yeah.
But it's an anime original, so nothing is filler, I guess.
True.
They were still enjoyable episodes, though. I still like them.
No, that was good.
And in the next episode preview, we learned that we're going to be going to the gate again.
Boy. So we'll see. But yeah, that was the Untitled Darker Than Black segment. I lost the music. There it is. So these were this one's gonna be harder for me. I'm not gonna lie.
What's that?
The plot on these
Any
two
particular
episodes,
reason? Or?
I felt the plot was harder to follow on these two ones.
That's fair. Well, I mean, when you're in the gate, shit's gonna get weird.
Yeah, it felt like I felt like I didn't. The episodes ended, and I wasn't really sure what happened. I was just kind of like, huh. I kind of just was like, I had to sit and think.
Yeah. The title for these episodes is When One Takes Back What Was Lost Within the Wall. And this is the first, I feel like the first episode we've had in a while where we do kind of put a lot of focus on Hay. We do have some new characters in these episodes, and we do spend plenty of time with them. But I definitely feel like these are definitely Hay episodes for sure. So essentially, like his job of the week, I guess, this time is he's working as a janitor at like a research center that's technically inside the gate or so close that it might as well be. And well, the one of the first things we see is he is like on the bus, like going in, and this chick is talking to him about like, oh, like this and that, like, looking forward to this. This is gonna be great. And then like the next time we see her, she's like losing her fucking mind, like talking to people who aren't there, and like,
Yeah.
So apparently, when you work in this close proximity to the gate, apparently it fucks with some people's minds. Like people will hallucinate, they'll see random shit, they'll just kind of go batty, for lack of a better word.
Mm.
Um, but apparently the purpose for Hay being here, we actually get like a clear goal for him for once. He is trying to get a meteor fragment that was discovered there that apparently we don't know what all its purpose is, like what it's for, but we do know that it can power up a contractor's abilities, makes them stronger. So that at least on its own is kind of ridiculous. To say like, if say I don't know, Fire Singing Girl got a hold of that, it could be bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we also get a couple other characters in these episodes. We get Nick, who's a researcher there, and Mina, who's also a researcher, but like one like lower up the totem pole. Like she's kind of just like barely managed to get in there, and it's kind of like her dream to be, working on that stuff. But she is working for the same syndicate that Hay is, and that's kind of how she got in there.
Okay.
And so they're like constantly meeting up. Like they're definitely meeting up way more often throughout these episodes than they should be. They're really like that first initial meeting was really the only one that kind of had to happen. Where like she passed him the note about like, oh, this is the deal, this is our goal, this is what we're doing. But she clearly kind of gets a thing for him in these episodes because she just can't fucking keep her nose out of anything.
Yeah. And Hay's kind of just uninterested. He's himself, basically.
Yeah, he's good. He's all set. Like, and he even keeps telling her, like, dude, you need to back the fuck off. Like, what are you doing? Like, you've already done what you needed to do for this job. Like, stay out of it.
You know what I think it might be, why these ones felt a little off to me? I think it might be because the last two pairs we had were very serialized, like following different cast people. And then now we're kind of jumping back into, oh yeah, there was a plot that we were following.
Yeah, and we do get a little bit more with that because we get little snippets of Hayes' sister. She's not actually there, but we do get little snippets of her. Like we got one flashback scene. We got a couple instances of him hallucinating her. And so like he meets this guy Nick, who's like, he's like, he loves watching the stars. He used to work at NASA and shit. And he like brings Hay up to the roof, and they're like, oh, we're gonna grow stargaze. And he's like, okay, well, we don't really have like actual stars anymore. And apparently it's just like a thing because there's like a rumor or like a superstition or something that like you can regain what you lose like by being in the gate. Like something about the gate like warps reality, and you can get whatever your desires are essentially. And apparently if you look real hard, you can see the real stars.
Yeah.
And that was like a whole like bonding moment for them, which is kind of nice. Oh, he's played by Eric Bale, by the way, which
yeah, I noticed that right away. A lot of classic funny talent is in this.
Yeah. And then at one point, Crazy Girl from the bus, like, she's like messing with a bunch of telescopes at one point, and then like a shadow appears over her, and she dies, and it's very obviously electricity that's killing her. So
yeah, I saw that. I was like, huh.
I don't know if we're supposed to think that it was Hay, but I mean the fact that there was clearly a contractor price being paid like kind of automatically removes him from that.
Yeah, I was very confused there because we still don't know Hayes' price, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So yeah, like that happens. There's like a big investigation about it, and ultimately, like Hay is questioned because, like, he talked to Crazy Girl like twice, so apparently that made him a suspect.
Yeah, and it's just so funny how he just ends up in everything no matter
Yeah,
what.
it just happened to be here. It's just how it goes. Um, and like this is the point where Mina just keeps sticking her nose in everything because she at one point she meets up with him to talk, and she's like, "Oh, did you kill him?" Like blah blah blah, and he's like, "No, I didn't kill him. Why do you care? What are you doing here?" Like
Hmm.
basically like is like, "All right, fuck this, I'm out." And he leaves, or no, she leaves, and like his janitor supervisor like sees her come out, and she's like, "Oh well, he found the body. I'm gonna try to mine some information from him." And then we get like a really weird scene where the supervisor guy sits down at Hayes' table at lunch, and he's like bragging that the girl wanted to talk to him instead of Hay. It's really bizarre, and she looks super uncomfortable about it too.
Yeah,
And he's just like, "Oh yeah, you got to pay attention to a girl, or they'll look for it elsewhere." I don't know. It was just super. It was just super weird, super awkward.
yeah. That's a thing that this show does every now and then.
Yeah, not like egregiously, but yeah, it does play with it a little bit.
I think that's why it sticks out because when it happens, it's like, yeah, like you just
Yeah.
don't know how to think about it.
Um. Oh, the janitor guy was played by Kyle Hebert as well. So
Yeah, go on.
yeah. Oh yeah. Um. So yeah, like ultimately they end up essentially like another like research like mission essentially, and they send a bunch of people into the gate, Nick included, and everyone but Nick is killed. I wonder what happened.
Yeah, sure, we'll find out at some point.
Yeah. Well, at one point, the security guy who was questioning Hay earlier is following Nick, and Hay is following him, and it's just like this, just weird situation where we have like multiple confrontations, and yeah. So the security guy like stops and is like, what are you doing? Blah blah blah, and Nick kills him, and I don't know if it was you. So the price he pays for his power is he has to take off his victim's shoes and put them upside down on the floor.
Yeah,
Did it? I gotta say, did it bother you when he took off the security guy's boots and he wasn't wearing socks?
not really because I see that sometimes, and I'm just like, okay,
I don't know. The idea. I mean, wearing shoes without socks in general is kind of like, yeah, I kind of get it, but whatever. But boots, especially like rubber boots, like it's just like, oh.
so some people. I mean, I guess if it's their shoes, then I mean,
Especially if you're like
whatever.
a security guy, like you're gonna be, working hard, sweating and shit. Like I don't know. It just sounds gross.
Yeah, I was more
But
confused why
anyway,
the shoes thing. I was just like that. At first, I was like, "Why is he taking his?" I'm like, "Oh, it's his price." Like,
yeah.
how? Who picks these things? I'm
That's
like,
what I'm saying. Like, there's no consistency with these prices at all.
it's just like there's a lottery up there, and it's just like, yeah, this is your price. Does it suck? Too
Hey,
bad.
you gotta chew a stick of bubble gum. Oh, this guy is your brother? Yeah, you gotta like cut off a body part.
See,
Like, it's like, what the
it's
fuck is
fun.
going on?
It would be fun if it was like an ironic thing, like it was like a twist on like something,
Hmm.
but like it just seems to be random.
For some people, it kind of is. I mean, like Troy Baker there. Like he's like, oh, I hate cigarettes, but I have to smoke a cigarette.
Yeah, it's weird because like there's like ones like that where it's like, oh, that's an interesting idea, but then there's others like I eat dandelions, and it's just like, okay,
Yeah, he's dandelion. um. So yeah, then Hay confronts him. And they're like, oh my god, we were made from the same mold because we are so similar personalities, and we both have the same contractor ability. And
yeah,
then
and
we got
he
a
just
chase
doesn't
scene.
care.
Yeah, he's just like, yeah, well, it sucks, because I liked you and all, but you gotta die. So it was like a big chase scene, and Well, Nick, they both try to use their powers on each other at the same time, and apparently they just kind of like cancel each other out.
Yeah,
So they,
usually electricity meeting electricity doesn't really do a whole lot.
yeah.
It's kind of
So
more
that
electricity.
they just kind of fell backwards a little bit. But Nick has a gun, so he's got that going for him at least. So they end up having a little bit of a chase scene inside the gate, and that's where she gets wacky. Because
Wackier.
yeah, so Hay's hiding, and then he sees a mirage of his sister. So he's like stumbling towards it, like, "Oh my god, I can't believe it's you!" But she's not really there. And then Nick like points the gun at his back. He's right behind him, and it's like a weird thing where like he fires, and Hay falls backwards, but he's not shot. And there's like a glowing silhouette where he was standing, and then everything kind of resonates and everything goes white. They're like in the void, and
Yeah, this is
very
where I was
cartoonish looking.
lost.
Yeah. Nick like turns into a child,
Yeah,
and like
I
a
was like,
I don't know, and like a cartoon rocket ship appears, and he shoots off into the sky with his little sister, who we don't see until this point. She's only mentioned. It was super super bizarre. But again, like the gates are kind of reality warping, so it's you can kind of get away with it.
there was a point where
it's still super weird.
I was when I had was watching it the first time because I watched this episode twice because I had to because of this very reason. I had been drinking, so I was like, "Did I watch that?" So I watched it again. I was like, "Yeah, that actually happened." I was like,
Yep.
"What the fuck?"
Yeah, it was very bizarre. But ultimately, Nick disappears. His clothes are gone too, which is also weird. Like his clothes are still there, but he's gone. So we don't know because like the sky opened up and it showed the real sky again, and like, so did he like actually shoot up in like a cartoon rocket, or is he just like dead? We don't know.
Sure, I'm sure we'll find out eventually, and if we don't,
We won't.
okay. So he just, as far
He's
as
just
we're
gone.
concerned, he flew up in a cartoon rocket, and that's where he is now.
Yep. And then Hay gets the meteor shard, but like there's all this crazy shit going on. People are looking for whatever the fuck is going on out there. And then surprise, surprise, the head research guy from the Gate research team is just like, "Hey, I also work for the Syndicate. I have an escape route for you here. Get going." And he's like, "Oh, like something about the girl. What's gonna happen with her?" And he's like, "She's fine. She'll just keep doing what she's doing." It's like she found what she lost. It's like I feel like this is implied that like she was looking for love, but like didn't really work out for her, did it? Unless she ends up dating Janitor Man. So I mean, that could happen. Who knows?
Maybe. I doubt we'll ever get a follow up on that. So
Nope.
okay. Then she got together with Janitor Man, and they're over
Happily
there
married.
now. They're over
Yes.
there now.
They have some nice. Half of their kids are doctors and half of them are janitors.
They're rocket scientists. They make cartoon rockets that fly into wherever the
Yeah.
fuck.
And then like we got a scene at the end where he's where Hay is talking to Mao back at his apartment.
Oh, we see
It's like-
old lady again.
Yes, landlord lady makes another appearance just to chase Mao off the property again.
We also see the doll girl real quick too.
Yeah, he gives her a piece of candy. Because
Sure does.
it was one of the things that after the whole rocket ship thing happened, he saw her specter in like a puddle next to him. I think it's supposed to be implied that like her locating him was part of how they were able to get him out. So I guess he gave her a piece of candy for it. I don't know if it's a good trade, but
I don't know. It was like, oh yeah, her. She's still here.
yes. But I think based on how, if I'm remembering right, I think based on how like the ending theme ended up playing and such, I think our opening and ending is going to change next episode.
Damn. I like The Rock.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, we'll see.
Me too.
I think we are.
That's
We're
it for that
halfway.
episode.
We're about
Just about,
halfway
yeah.
through now, I believe. Yeah.
just about. And the next pair of episodes are going to be actually revolving around Water Girl, Yin.
Oh, she's finally getting some character arc.
Yes.
Fun.
So yeah, that's this week's Untitled Darker Than Black segment.
I think what hurt this week to a degree was the fact that the last two segments were so well self-contained and were just so freaking entertaining with how like ridiculous they were. Like actually getting back to the ongoing plot, I was like, oh right, there's actually a point to all this.
Yeah. We'll get there. We'll get there eventually.
Hmm.
Oh, and the very, very last scene of the episode, forgot to mention, we get a random image of a very young girl with long green hair wearing a baseball outfit, just kind of looking out of a window.
Sure, she won't be important.
I'm sure that random girl with long green hair that we don't see her face in the opening theme isn't related to her at all.
Yeah, I'm sure it's just coincidence. Like they just wanted to show a baseball girl or something. I don't know.
Something like that. Sure. Maybe that was Nick's sister. Spoiler, it wasn't.
She's looking for Elton John because this is the origin story where how he became Rocket Man.
Yeah, right.
That's my new headcanon here. Goddamn. Well, that was Darker Than Black for this week.
Probably.
All right, so let's talk about our favorite Untitled Darker Than Black segment.
Yes.
All right.
The title of this week's episodes is that is not. Hold on. That is not the same title that I have here. Maybe that's the Japanese title. Hang on. What the fuck? Go back. It's a heart swaying on the water's surface.
Yes. And if you could tell by the water in the title, we're talking about what's her name this week? Yen, was it?
Yin. Or
Yin,
apparently, as we learn, her real name is Kiersey.
Yes. Yeah, so she finally gets to do something other than stand there and say hey every now and then.
Yes, stand in a puddle.
We also get to see the wonderful return of our favorite duo, the detective agency.
Yep. So yeah, the episode starts with a flashback of Yin or Kiersey getting a piano lesson before she became a doll.
So that was a flashback. Okay.
Yes.
The pacing the pacing in this episode was a little confusing, I will say.
Yeah, it keeps flashing between that flashback and like other flashbacks and like the main time, which is something we don't really see in this show very often, so that was definitely jarring. But yeah, she's getting this lesson and like she's going on about like the moon or something. Like she like just knew it was a full moon even though she wasn't looking. And like was all like weird about like, no, we got to keep the lights off because I like the moonlight. I don't know. But there's definitely some sexual tension between the piano teacher and her mom.
Yeah. It was so apparent. I didn't
weird.
notice. I was more just like trying to figure out what the fuck was going on. I was like, wait, what happened?
Yeah.
Yeah, this was a weird one because like the main cast doesn't appear till like the end of like the first episode.
Well, I mean, we see them a little bit at the beginning, right after the flashback, because like there's a whole thing where like there's apparently a rival syndicate is after Hayes Group specifically because they kind of made a name for themselves, and so like our contractors for the week, who I love by the way, I love this particular pair. They're after Hayes' group because they got to. I don't know if they're specifically trying to get information or if they just want to kill them. I think at first they wanted information, but it wasn't a priority. Um, but like we meet them and they're like meeting up, and the dude who played by Vic Mañana, by the way,
I noticed that.
like he's like, hey, why'd you kill that guy? He's like, oh, he was spying on us. Whatever, who cares?
That's
we
actually a
find out
weird.
later. Oh, go on.
It's actually a weird thought I had where I was like, you hear Vic in like older shows like this, and you're like, oh yeah, I recognize that voice anyway. And then it hits you, you're like, we haven't heard that voice in a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of sad.
Yeah, it's been like 6 years now, huh?
Yeah, it's been a while, and I don't think we're going to be hearing him again. And I think the last time we heard him was the Brawley movie.
Yeah. I think he might have
Wow.
had like one or two short roles after that, but
I think he was
it
finishing his.
short-lived.
I think he was finishing out a few contracts, and then that was it.
But anyways, they're meeting up. And they're like, "Oh yeah, we got our targets. We got this and that." And we find out that the dude's power is that he can like, I guess, just like kind of absorb the specters that dolls send out. So he like takes a bunch of the specters that like the police agency send out, and he grab them. And I guess like it creates like a link between him and the dolls, so he can like, well, he can track them, or he can like. He mentions it at one point, but I guess it can kind of like uncover like lost memories that the doll has, which comes into play later. Because after he takes all those specters, he looks and he sees a specter on the water, and wonder whose that is. But he takes that one, and then Yin just kind of like collapses in the alleyway that she likes to stand in puddles in.
Yeah.
And I was wrong, by the way. The last time we did this, we did have these episodes have the first opening still.
Yeah, I noticed that because I heard. I'm like, oh, cool, we're still having fun.
Well, this is the last ones because I did check. The next one switches it.
Okay. Is the second intro as much of a banger as the first intro?
I didn't listen to it fully. I was just checking to see if it was switched. I don't think it's a bad intro, but I still, from memory at least, I prefer the first one.
Okay.
But yeah, so Yid collapses. It's like a big thing, like, oh, we can't find her, whatever. And fucking the piano teacher is in Guy Kurosawa, our favorite detective's office, because he saw a picture of her in her tobacco stand. And he's been trying to find her apparently ever since the gates appeared. And yeah, he hires Guy and his assistant to find her.
His
Which
assistant.
Yeah.
Let's face it, she is useless.
I mean, she was the one who found her.
I know, that was completely by luck. That's kind of just like that's like her MO. She's just doing something unrelated, and it's like, oh, this thing that, oh yeah, right, that.
We did see the return of Coffee Restaurant this episode, though.
We did. Also, I loved her friend because I got one look at her friend and went, my God, her back.
Yeah, right.
I was like, Jesus Christ, that poor girl.
Yeah.
Like,
Which I don't know if it was referenced, but I'm pretty sure she works with the police.
Oh, does she?
Like she works. I think it's like the friend who grew up with the police chief. Like she works with her.
Gotcha.
Because that actually, I think we'll see her again in the next episode. Because we were gonna do like the one-off episode next week. But yeah, so fucking what's her name? The assistant lady finds her, and they're like having a conversation in Coffee Restaurant. And like this whole thing, like, oh, you look better if you smiled, and she like,
oh yeah, just
reaches
like,
over and she like lifts up her cheeks so she's smiling.
It's the most like forced looking thing too, and I'm like, it is
Well,
like
I like the full circle bit at the end with that, but yeah, it was like a whole thing where like they meet her and she's like out of it, like more so than usual at least.
Hmm.
And freaking the assistant chick gets up to call a guy and tell him that she found her. And the friend goes to order coffee. None of them thought it was a good idea to stay with her because she almost immediately dips because she sees her specter.
Hmm.
And apparently that's a thing where like when I'm just gonna call him Vic because I don't remember his name. When Vic steals specters, apparently like if he sends it back out, like it leads the dolls. Like the dolls feel like compelled to go to it.
Hmm.
So he's like leading her away, and they end up in like an abandoned alley. Oh, by the way, when the assistant chick was talking on the phone, there's just a straight up Pizza Hut across the street.
Yes.
I don't know if you noticed that, but it
Yeah, I
wasn't even
saw
one of
it.
those. It wasn't even one of those anime things where they're like, "Oh, this is Whack Donald's" or anything. No, it was just straight up Pizza Hut. Like, um, but yeah, like they go into the alley and the two contractors are there. We see that the other one, the lady of the two, her power is that she sings real hard.
She's basically Black Canary, but an opera singer and not a badass like fighter.
Basically, the way it works is like she can like match the vibration of objects, and when you create that like matching vibration, it creates a resonance and essentially breaks down whatever object it is. So she's doing that and like pretty much causes a building to collapse.
We also
And
found
like
out
hey,
her. Oh, go on. I'll go on.
I was just gonna say hey like kind of pops up and they're fighting and he's like about to take out Vic and then the chick like does the thing, makes the building fall, and he ends up saving Yin even though we didn't mention it before, but we were pretty much told like yeah we just gotta kill her because we can't let information get out.
Yeah, we find out that the main group is kind of dysfunctional. Like they really don't get along.
It's mostly Huang. Huang's the dick out of the group, and
Yeah.
he's the one who's kind of. Although, like, you definitely see some like sparks of like.
Oh yeah, he has humanity for like a brief moment in this episode.
Yeah, because he sees her cry. He's like, "Damn it, dolls aren't supposed to cry."
But going back to the opera singer lady, he has by far the most like what the fuck repulsive like price ever.
Well, it is, but it's also like more repulsive by choice.
Yeah, like that. Well, at first I'm like that is fucking disgusting. Because her price initially is she has to eat cigarettes and then hack them up.
Yeah.
But then we find out later, oh, it doesn't have to be cigarettes. I just do this by choice. I'm like, I'm just like,
well, she tells the story, which this this leads into something, which I'll get into in a second. But she tells this whole story at one point when her and her partner are like on their way to go and like get Yin. But like apparently she had a daughter, and when her daughter was very very young, she had gotten a hold of one of her packs of cigarettes and ate a bunch of them and choked to death on them. And I guess she like literally was just crying and grieving until the gates appeared, and then she became a contractor, and that kind of, got her out of that state. But like the fact that she went out of her way to like this is the only thing I'm going to eat for my contract payment tells me that either A, the whole idea of contractors being like, oh, I only care about myself, fuck everybody else, is bullshit, or they are evolving. One of the two. Because if that was really the case, then there's no way she would go out of her way to fucking eat and puke up cigarettes every time.
yeah. Because I was like, God damn it, because every episode we always harp on the whole. These prices are fucking wacky. Like they make no sense sometimes.
And then you got Vic over there, who's just, oh, I have to write poetry.
Yeah, I was like, okay, it's like cool. That's up.
Which
there
also
with the,
like,
it's up there with the girl that sings. Like, it's
yeah,
like, okay, cool.
On the subject of his though, like I'm wondering how that works because after he takes Yin Spectre and we see him paying the price later on, like the poem, I don't remember it verbatim, but like the poem seemed to be referencing the flashback we got at the beginning of the episode. So I'm wondering if like that little like link that he makes with the dolls, like and the access to like the memories, like the little flashes of memory, is what he's writing about.
Maybe.
I don't know. Like I think this pair are extremely interesting characters, and I'm really sad that they're both dead by the end of
Yeah.
this.
Well, that's like a weird thing in these episodes is like either the significant spotlight characters die at the end or they just disappear and we never see them again. With the exception
Well,
of Guy Kurosawa, of course.
yeah, because he's the true hero of the story. Let's be real. Because
Do
there's
we
even
also
the part where like he recognizes Hay from the alleyway,
yeah.
and like at one point they bump into each other again, and he's like freaking out on Hay, and like he like actually gets like super deep for a minute,
Yeah.
which is like really weird to see from him of all people.
It is it weird to me that like oh yeah, I should say too, the detectives they live too, but they're kind of important.
Yeah,
I will say though, like the way I've kind of seen Guy Kurosawa so far in this show is like it's almost like he's from a different show and he's just kind of been shoved into this wacky world and he's just kind of like
yeah.
what the fuck's going on?
Like they're obviously very different characters, but like in some ways it kind of makes me feel like an Isaac and Miria situation.
Yeah, kind of. Although one is in this case one of the pair, one is clearly more confident than the other. Isaac and Miria, they were just both incompetent but awesome at the same time.
They were incompetent, but also got shit done.
They were
accidentally.
they were the definition of failing upward. Like, let's be real.
Like Jacuzzi only lived by the end of that whole train arc because they were just fucking off the whole time.
Oh yeah, like they straight up fail at everything, but somehow it gets them to the top. And it's like, okay, sure.
Yep. They
But
they accidentally became immortal and didn't realize it for like 70 years.
yeah, they're like, it's weird how we're not getting older. Oh well.
Yeah, right. It's super bizarre, but I also love it.
They were the spirit of that show. Let's be real.
For real.
But going back to a guy and a cosplay girl, because I can't remember her name for the life of me.
Hang on. I actually have a summary of the episode right here. What the fuck is her name? Because I cannot for the life of me remember what her name is. It is Kiko.
Kiko. I don't know. I think part of me too. I kind of get the vibe. You know, part reason why I really like Guy and Kiko
Mhm.
because I get Phoenix Wright and Maya Fey vibes from them.
Fair. I haven't played any Phoenix Wright, so I wouldn't know.
If you play an Ace Attorney 1, you'll understand what I mean. Right away. Because it's like you got the bumbling detective, who is like trying his best, but he kind of sucks. But he managed to get shit done anyways, like no matter what. And then you got his quirky assistant, who's kind of there for comic relief for the most part.
Also, I love the train scene.
Oh yeah, where he's like, he's like, "You're not gonna drink all of that, are you?" She's like, "Yeah." What are you gonna do?
Yeah, she's got like a huge fucking like mound of beer in her arms, and he's like, "You're not gonna drink all that. You're gonna get drunk." And she's like, "It's fine, dude. If I get plastered, I'll just sleep it off."
Yeah, she's so unconcerned.
Which we do learn that that's exactly what happens because
I love that
at one
scene.
point she's just passed out with an open beer in her hand.
Yep. And then the guy's biggest mistake is when he walks away there, leaving her with Yin just sleeping there, and he comes back. He's like, "What did you do?" I'm like, "Buddy, she was asleep. This is on you."
Yeah. Like you knew she was drinking. Like, what'd you expect? I don't know how old she's supposed to be, but
I think it was like she's an adult, but like barely. I think that was the implication we got. She's one of those adult cosplayers. That's kind
what's
of
the drinking age in Japan? Do you know?
So reading Kimi ni Todoke, apparently it's 20. Because that's a plot point.
Huh. Okay.
But it might be different now. I have no idea. me look it up.
Wait,
Let's confirm
um,
this. I need to know now.
mm,
Drinking. I love how you type drinking age in and you get a shitload of different automatic countries. 20. So it's she's got to be at least 20.
fair enough. So yes, there's like a whole bit. Oh yeah, there was like a whole like falling out scene where after Hay saved Ian in the alleyway, like Hay, Huang, and Mao are all like having a conversation, and like Huang's pissed that he didn't just kill her, and it was like a
Yeah.
whole thing where like Hay calls him a coward and all this other shit, and like he did not take to that very well.
Well, it's very interesting because like he's just like losing his shit, and then Hay just doesn't give a fuck. He's just like, yeah,
And
whatever.
Mao's just off in the corner being a cat.
Yeah.
He's just like, yeah, but why didn't you kill her? He's just like, because I didn't. Like, could we
Right.
get like a brief little like flash to when she like, I guess helped him out when he was in the gate when the whole Nick thing with the cartoon rocket happened.
Yeah.
So I guess that does confirm that her finding him with her Spectre in that scene was the reason he was able to get away.
I get the vibe there's more to Hay than meets the eye, and I'm assuming we're gonna learn more about him in the future.
Yeah. Um. But
Wait,
yeah.
we
So
also we get to see Hay brutally like basically metaphorically choke out two people in this episode.
yeah. He also just kind of like tases people because that's just
Yeah,
something
like
he can do.
he basically did like choke them out, but like just tased them, not to death, just because he does it to Guy, but doesn't kill Guy because he's important.
He also does it to the piano teacher at the end.
Yep.
But yeah, there's like so like when they're on the train and like she sees her Spectre again and she's like it was off screen, but apparently she told the piano teacher like, hey, I'm being targeted, I'm being followed, and they bail, they leave the train and go and they find like I think it was like an abandoned school,
Yeah,
which apparently Japan just has a lot of because I always see them in anime.
yeah.
But
I don't know. Probably.
I don't know, with the limited space they have, you think they would fucking tear these schools down and fucking do something with the space, but whatever. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's an abandoned school, but they go there to like hide from the rain or whatever. And oh yeah, there was one part where when the two contractor people were like driving down, there was like a roadblock situation, and the lady used her power to make a guy's heart vibrate and fucking just like explode.
Yeah, that was a bit gruesome. I was like, okay.
And then she does it to Hay later, but Hay like fucking like defibrillates himself.
Yeah, because he's just got electric powers. He's like, I can do anything.
Pretty much. He's like he defibrillates himself, and she's just like, haha, I got him. And then he fucking just fucking wraps the wire around her neck and zaps her.
Yeah. And then we get the scene at the end where like it's like that weird scene where he's like, I got the shot, and then she just starts crying, and he's like, fuck.
Yeah, he's like, well, I can't do it now.
And then we get that scene at the bar scene.
Bar scene. Oh yeah. Well, we should backtrack a little bit because we get a little bit more into the weeds of Yin's backstory. Where like, because when she's in the school with the piano teacher, they find a piano. She starts playing because apparently she remembers how to play the piano, and like it sparks a bunch of memories, and she remembers like her mom getting the phone call that her dad died in a plane crash of all things, and she like obviously like the mom's like distraught or whatever. They have the funeral, and then like they're back at the house afterwards, and her mom's like upset and crying. The piano teacher's just there for some reason, and like they're kind of like having a moment. Like it looks like they might kiss in a minute, but then like they hear the door open and Ian had run off, or I guess Kiersey at this point. had run off, and the mom's chasing after her, and then fucking Yin almost gets hit by a truck, and her mom pushes her out of the way, and then she gets hit by the truck. So
And then she
now
goes on to star in some isekai somewhere.
now she's an orphan.
Yeah, the mom's in an isekai because that's just what
But like,
happens.
yeah, but like now that, and this is one of those things that like really kind of like makes you question what's going on here, because like we're led to believe that contractors only care about themselves and dolls have no emotion, but we have that moment where Yin is like, it's my fault my mom is dead. Like she has like that whole moment, and then she has the moment of choice later on of like, do I go and live a quiet life with my piano teacher, or do I, go back with Hay and that group and, keep doing my syndicate work? I feel like syndicate is just like a hot word that they use in anime. It's just like, hey, you gotta work for somebody. It's the syndicate. We'll call it the syndicate. Because they do the same thing in fucking Cowboy Bebop.
Yeah,
It's just like, it's a syndicate.
syndicate or
that's
like
what it is.
organization or just like some weird like buzzword.
Yeah, pretty much. They just pick like a random like buzzword for like an off the books organization. It's just like, okay. But yeah, then they have the whole thing with the two contractors that show up, and Hay zaps one of them. I think Huang shoots the other one, and they're both just laying dying. And like they have that kind of that moment there where fucking all the different specters come out of Vic, and
Yes.
he's like, and it kind of like moves Yin in a way. Like she starts crying because she like, it looks like moonlight, and it makes you remember that night with the full moon. And then Vic gives one last poem, and what's her face, the opera singer lady, is just like, yeah, that one was actually pretty good, and then they just die.
Yeah, it's very anticlimactic. You're like, oh,
It will. That's the thing with like the action scenes, is like, it's not like a super like extra like heavy actiony show. Like it has its action scenes, and they are intense when they happen, but like in the grand scheme of things, they're not like epic fights.
No, well, especially because like we know with like our main guy, like with Hay, like his powers are kind of like we get him now, and it's like, okay, well, we know where this is gonna go.
It's much more realistic in that way, and I appreciate it for what this show is.
It's just funny though how like it's like, oh, we got interesting character. Oh, they're dead. Okay, and you move on.
Yeah, it's okay because Troy Baker and Storm are still out there, so they're still doing stuff.
Yes.
But yeah, the bar scene that you mentioned before.
Well, it's a very interesting scene because you got Juan at the bar, and it's like you have that realization where it's like, yep, he didn't kill her. And this other guy shows up. It's essentially one of the other people from the syndicate, and they're basically just like, he's like, don't worry, the syndicate's happy with how things turned out, so you're safe this time.
Yeah, no information came out, because if it had, then that drink you just finished would have been your last. But don't worry, it's fine. Just don't fuck up again.
Yeah. He's like,
and then Huang's like, yeah, whatever, bitch. And he's like, oh, yeah, send your doll back. We'll fix her. He's like, no, I just figured out how this one works.
Yeah,
which is basically his like gruff and tough way of being like, no, I like how she is. Don't fuck with her.
Yeah, he's basically like, we figured this one out. We don't need it to be changed.
Mm-hmm. And then Huang leaves, and who does he pass on the street but green-haired baseball chick?
Yeah. I was like, I saw her and I'm like, oh, right. Her.
Yeah.
I'm sure that will be important later.
So we're not jumping straight into the next pair of episodes next time. We're going to watch we're technically watching episode 26 next week.
Okay.
Just that one, because it's like a one-off.
And it kind of it's like one of those, it dubiously kind of is in the middle somewhere.
Yeah, it takes place like right around here. Honestly, like, because I think Yin meeting Kiko, is that her name? I forgot already.
Yeah.
Assistant chick. her meeting assistant chick was the big inciting incident that we needed to watch this one episode because I
Right.
believe they're friends at this point.
That would make sense.
But in the next like official episodes was when we'd start getting into green hair chick.
So is this
Also,
the episode is called Beneath Cherry Blossoms in Full Bloom?
thanks. Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because I was trying to figure out what it was listed on my tracking app.
Mhm.
It's technically a separate thing, so I can technically make it an extra edition on my list if I want.
Yeah, fuck it. If you do, I will.
That's the best part about our list. We can do whatever the fuck we want. All right, so I'll keep that in mind. But yeah, this one's an interesting development, we'll say.
But we after that OVA episode, we will not only be getting more. We'll be learning more about green-haired chick, but Troy Baker and Storm will also be returning.
Nice. But yeah, that was the Untitled Darker Than Black segment for this week.
Untitled Darker Than Black segment.
Yeah, we should. Oh yeah, this episode, I guess we can call it.
Yes. It's hard to know what I should really classify this as because it's listed as episode 26, but in some places it's listed as an OVA.
Yeah, Mal and AniList both refer to it as a separate thing, which is how I'm referring to it on my list because we have no rules. But it also watching this, it felt very disconnected from canon. Well, it was connected, but like also like you could kind of put it.
It's a filler episode
Somewhere in the middle, and it would make sense.
Yeah, because this is the one occasion where we'll be watching this show technically out of order because the first time I watched Darker Than Black season 1 all the way through, that last episode, like the one we're covering today, kind of like fucked with me a little bit because
Yeah, it's like
it confused me with the way it ended.
Yeah, it's kind of like not to the same extent because this actually has a plot that matters. But Ghost Stories, where that random OVA was just stuck at the end for some reason after like you already got the closing like scene.
Yeah,
It's like okay.
So the title for this episode is "Beneath the Cherry Blossoms in Full Bloom."
I was not expecting a subplot about fan fiction, but here we are.
Yep. Yeah. So this one kind of revolves around. It's actually one of the officers in the Chief Kirihara's like group, I guess. Because they're having like a cherry blossom day or something. It's like a thing in Japan where they have like a holiday based around when the cherry blossoms bloom. And well, she also writes anime fan fiction. That's like her thing.
Yes, they bring it up many times.
I don't remember the. Yeah, it's the same anime that Pink Haired Girl is like obsessed with. And I don't remember what it's called, but we learned some things about it this week.
Sure did.
I don't know the context of it. I don't really want to know, but apparently it involves elephant on human love.
Okay, so I was curious here. I'm like, because this whole like time, I'm like sitting here thinking, I'm like, are they making fun of fan fiction writers, or are they making an accurate depiction of them? I wasn't sure.
I think it might be a little both.
Because I do want to preface this, like, I have nothing against fan fiction writers. Like, I actually know a few in the community, and they're very nice people. But there are some out there that are like, what the fuck? Like,
well, there's fan fiction, and then there's porn.
Yeah, but they're not always mutually exclusive. Like sometimes they're the same thing, and sometimes they're.
Well, that's
not.
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like it's a
fan fiction's deep.
fine
Man.
line.
Like I've learned from this community that holy shit, there's a lot into that. And I'm always like, God damn.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I've read fan fiction and
we've all
and stuff. Like
we've all done it. Like we can't. Anyone who says they've never read fan fiction in their life is lying out their ass. But
yeah, so
there's different degrees. That's all I'll say.
So yeah, this chick for the police force is writing fan fiction about this elephant anime, whatever it is, and starts incorporating, because apparently this thing happened to her on the day that they had that picnic, and she was walking home because she got fucking plastered apparently.
Yeah.
And she was walking home, and like meanwhile, Hay and Mao were trying to find like this vial of like mystery liquid, which was buried under a tree. And like right as they fucking dig it up, this random fucking dude just swoops in and grabs it. And you know, Hay's not having that. He hits him with a wire. He's got it around his neck. You know, his signature move. And the dude throws it, and that's where we learn that his contractor power is teleportation, because he teleports. But he doesn't take his clothes with him when he teleports.
The unfortunate aspect of teleportation, where sometimes that's just how it works.
Yep. So he teleports over to like a walking trail where fanfiction girl is walking home.
Yeah, just imagine her what's going through her head where she's walking, then a giant, large man who's naked is just approaching her very fast.
Not even just that, like he just kind of like falls down from the sky. It's just this big fat naked dude just pops up out of nowhere. And you know, she has the reaction that most women walking home at night would have.
Yeah, because like, what the fuck's happened? A lot of shit happens in this episode.
And it turns out that his contract payment is just like kind of always in effect, and he can't lie.
Oh,
like,
okay, that's what it was. I was trying to figure out why he was just telling the truth there.
Yeah, and that's why like every time he was like, "Oh, you heard that? I have to kill you." And she's like, "No, I don't remember it." And he's just like, "Well, this is what it was. Fuck, I said it again."
Also, that fucking cat.
Oh yeah, that was another subplot. Is that because it's spring, all the you know, feral cats are in heat, so Mao is constantly running from this one cat, is trying to get it on with him.
Yeah, because that happens at the start of the episode, and I'm like, that's such a random plot point to start with, but then it becomes relevant later.
It does. Also, the fact that everybody has allergies except for the contractors is also relevant.
Yes.
So, long story short, along the whole path, Hay ends up saving her from Naked Man, and he zaps her and erases her memory of the occasion. But apparently, didn't do a very good job of it, because she still remembers some parts of it, including his collarbones.
Also, this was also like the perfect example of that whole HR meme where it's like the one employee shows up and then the unattractive employee shows up, and where it's literally like large naked man is like, she's like screaming for help, and then Hey without a shirt on shows up, and that's perfectly fine. Like,
Yeah.
I'm just like, okay, sure.
But yeah, the vial of mystery liquid ends up in the river, so they lose it. So Mao's gonna pretty much be spending the whole episode trying to find it on like the riverbed. And
And the whole reason he lost it was because he got attacked by another cat.
Yeah. And the fan fiction chick has been writing what she remembers essentially from that night into her fan fiction, including the 7-digit number. That's very important.
Because Hay can just wipe minds, I guess.
It kind of makes sense. I mean, the brain function is electronic, it by its nature, and his power is electricity. So it makes sense he'd be able to, you know, EMP her brain for a second.
It's one of those things where I'm just kind of like, anime, don't question it.
I mean, apparently that's what happened to Piano Teacher in the previous one.
True.
Because they mentioned at the end of the episode that like Pinky Girl's like, oh, he seemed kind of weird, like he didn't remember what was going on.
Yeah. So we get that scene of them regrouping with the gang, and Mao's getting berated for losing the thing, and this is also where we find the one moment that kind of like confirms where this canonically ends up, because it's implied that pink-haired girl still hangs out with
Yin,
to the point where she jumped into the tobacco stand at one point. I'm just like, Jesus. Okay.
Yeah, it was actually kind of funny because she like crawls her way through the fucking window
Yeah.
And she's like talking about the fan fiction, and she's just like, "Oh, you're gonna love this. Lots of elephant on person love." And there's like some random dude in the tobacco window, like, "What the fuck?"
I love
And
the
there's
fact
a
too that
similar moment later too.
what's the name of the non-contractor in the group?
Huang.
I love the fact too Hong's like, stop hanging out with her. But then we find out hanging out with her is how she learned the number or something.
Yep.
And it's
Yeah,
like,
because the pink haired girl got her to the fan fiction, and the fan fiction chick wrote the number that they need into the story.
mm. I love
And
too
then
that
Ian
like,
starts reciting the
yeah,
fucking fan fiction, and their mouths are just dropping because she's
yeah.
talking about like this weird bestiality shit.
I love the fact too that like he's like, stop hanging out with her, and they're like, no, let her have friends. She's being normal.
Right? Yeah, you
And
think
then,
with how much he's like giving her shit for being like weird and being a doll and shit, and like she's actually doing something kind of human, and he's just like, no, stop that.
yeah, and then we find out what she's doing with the other friend, and they're like, okay, we can't have this anymore.
Yeah. But then
Yeah.
actually, pink haired girl ends up bumping into fanfic chick.
Oh yeah, the classic
they-
at the store, and you both grab the same thing.
Because apparently in Japan, people just sell fan fiction at the store.
Oh, yeah, Dojin. That's the thing.
Interesting. I feel like that's illegal here. Is that illegal here?
Probably you can't sell it in like a brick and mortar store, but I'm sure you could sell it at a flea market. Maybe I don't know. Yeah, it depends on what you're writing about. To be honest,
I feel like the vast majority of fan fiction over here is online. I mean, that is, the best way to like reach more people. But
you can sell fan fiction over here. I think but it usually gets turned into an original work because like that's famously what 50 Shades of Grey ended up being. That was a Twilight fan fiction that became its own thing.
I think the Thorns and Roses story was the similar thing. Whatever the Court of Thorns and Roses, whatever the fuck that is. I think that was a similar situation.
Yeah. Yeah, I was actually at Barnes and Noble yesterday, and they had a big display stand of all the Twilight books because I guess it's getting like a renaissance. And I was like, "What a time that was!"
It is.
I don't know. They had all of them on one of their little table displays, and I'm like, "Why are the Twilight books all on display?"
What year is it?
But yeah.
Anyways, so yeah, pink haired girl and fanfic chick meet up, and they're like friends. They go out to eat at Hayes' favorite ramen restaurant.
Oh yeah,
And,
they're
like,
friends after they rip that Dojin in half.
Yeah, right. And then like they're talking about the story, and like the way she like describes Hay in the story is like a man with like amazing collarbones. Apparently, she has a thing for collarbones.
I think they're making fun of fanfic writers because there are some fanfic writers that get a little too descriptive about certain things.
Oh, I'm sure. But like fucking pink hair girl is like, oh yeah, like I know a guy who's like that. He's actually right there. He's about to walk by us. And she's like,
Hay
I
with
know
his like
those collarbones.
Hay with his like 30 bowls of ramen.
Yeah, right. And she's like, you have to tell me where he lives. And like we don't actually see the scene, but since fanfic chick is hanging out outside his apartment building, so that does confirm pink haired chick has been stalking him 100% because she knows where he lives.
It's on par for her as a character, in all honesty.
Yeah.
I just want to know where Guy Kurosawa is this episode because he's probably doing his actual job, and this is what she actually does.
Yeah, right. I mean, every time we've seen her up to this point, she's been fucking off the whole time. So,
yeah.
So, yeah, she starts following him around, like hanging out outside his apartment building at night. And apparently, it's been affecting her work because she keeps like falling asleep at work.
Yep.
But also, that one neighbor of Hayes, like, keeps like noticing her there and like peeking out at her, which comes around at the end. But ultimately, they like the pieces fall together, and they realize that fanfic chick remembers what was going on, and she knows the number, and that's important. So like, Hay ends up confronting her as the Black Reaper, and I'm not 100% sure what. Like if he was like actually going to kill her, or if he was just going to try and get information from her. Like I don't remember exactly what the case was, but so it was kind of implied that they were going to have to kill her. But ultimately, Kirihara and Chris Sabat show up, and they're like, "Don't go close to him. That's BK201. He's that guy." And she's like, "Really? I thought he just had cool collarbones."
Yeah, the guy with fucking electric powers and a mask. He's totally normal.
Yeah, right. He's totally looking for a hookup.
We also got the return of Hayes' mask shattering for no reason again.
Yeah, well, wasn't it shot this time? So at least it makes sense here.
Yeah.
I just still don't think that's how. Like, I don't know what the fuck. Unless it's made out of fucking porcelain, it still shouldn't shatter like that.
Yeah. I will say that when that happened, I was actually forgetting that this is a filler episode, and I was like, "Oh damn!" Like the reveal. And
Yeah.
I'm like, wait a minute, this ain't fucking gonna
And
stick.
I was like, "Oh, Kirihara actually fucking recognized him."
Yeah, because she's like, Lee. It's like, I was
and
like,
for a second there, it kind of looked like he was gonna kill the Saito Chris Abbott character, which. I mean, I don't know if he's actually going to kill him or if he's just going to knock him out because he can control how much electricity he pumps into people. But it seemed kind of like, because he had him around the throat and shit, and like they worked together for a little bit and were actually like cool for a bit. So I don't know, it was a weird situation.
But then, like,
Chris Abbott confesses his love to Kirihara.
In a filler episode, that doesn't matter. Good.
Yep.
And then because they all thought they were gonna die, right? Yeah, and Mao shows up and once again,
he's like, "I found the thing." He's got it in his mouth, and then the cat that's been trying to get it on with him pops in front of him, and his mouth just drops, and the little vial of mystery liquid shatters in the ground, and a big puff of smoke comes out, and all the non-contractors get knocked out, and it turns out that the mystery liquid was a miracle cure for allergies, but the side effect is that you lose a few days worth of memory when it's used.
Of course.
So, all the big reveals are instantly wiped from everybody's memories.
Convenient.
But they don't have allergies anymore, so that's good.
Also, what's his name falls on top of the detective, and he's like, "Why did my face get all? Why did I get the shit kicked out of me? I don't remember."
Yeah,
she's like, "Yeah, I don't either." And then it cuts to that scene. I'm like,
great. Yep. And then I think it was the last scene we see of this episode is Hayes' neighbor standing outside the apartment building with a bouquet of roses, waiting for the girl who's not going to show up, and he's just sad.
Poor guy. Yeah, that was certainly a filler episode if I've ever seen one.
Yeah.
Because I was watching it the whole time, and I'm like, this has nothing to do with anything.
Yeah, it was very different. Very different. It's like the only standalone episode of this whole series too. Everything aside from like the last like 3 or 4 episodes, which are like those are like, this is the like crescendo, it's the end. Like, they kind of bums rush to the ending of it. But aside from that, it's all 2-parters. So it was weird having that one random, like, this is an episode all on its own story.
Well, and then that's why most of the sites consider it its own thing.
Oh, I forgot to ask you, how did you feel about the new opening?
I don't remember it.
Did you not listen to it, or?
I must have. I'll have to re-listen to that because I don't remember.
We'll touch on it next week when we do the next episodes.
Okay, I'll have to, or maybe I just instinctively saw the opening and skipped ahead of it, and I didn't even realize it was
entirely possible.
That might
entirely
happen.
Possible.
But yeah, that was the Untitled Darker Than Black segment. A bit of a reprieve for this week. Nice. I think now is 25 minutes in. We should probably get to the Untitled the Darker Than Black thing. Yeah.
Yes. That one thing that we do, yes.
It's so important it doesn't even have a name.
Yes.
Because we are not creative enough.
Well, I mean, it was, I don't know, Dime of Time flows. like Darker Than Black is like that's such like a specific title. That's like trying to come up with like a coverage title for like the vending machine show. It's just like there's nothing you can do with that. Like
That segment would just be called "Why Does This Suck So Hard?"
So yeah, the memory of betrayal and an amber smile. This was a very busy couple of episodes.
These two were very hard to follow. I'm not.
There's a lot
lie.
going on. There's a lot going on to the point where I have a summary on screen in another tab right here.
Good, because
And it's pretty long.
we're gonna need that.
Yeah, just as like a reference to figure out, like, wait, when did this happen? How did this happen? Like,
By the time I
there was
finished
a
the
lot
second
going
yeah, by the time I finished the second episode, I was just like, "What the fuck happened?" I was so confused.
Yeah, because we were getting a lot of character stuff. We finally learn who Green Hair Chick is and what her role is in the series. Learn that she has like a whole crew of people that she's working with. We get the return of Troy Baker and Storm, even though Storm wasn't there for very long.
Yeah, she was like wasted. My favorite scene is she leaves like the bar. She's like, "It's like, what kind of bar does like the staff get plastered before the patron?" And I'm just like,
Yeah, it was one of those. It's like a Japanese host club where it's like you go and you just hang out with a bunch of people of the opposite sex, and
give a lot of money.
apparently you just hang out and drink a lot, kind of like that one chick in Suzume, the one mom who just like hangs out and entertains people at the bar. It's the same idea.
It's a
But
way
she
of making
apparently
money.
drank all of them under the table.
Yeah.
That's actually
Good
how we
old-
start the episode.
Good old payments. We also get met with an interesting conundrum. It's not actually it's not actually played with. It's more just like a threat where Troy Baker is like captured and he's like sitting there and he really needs a cigarette, and the guy's like, "I wonder what happens if I don't like give you a cigarette in time for you to pay your payment. Do you just melt?" and he
yeah,
actually
because
starts
apparently
like,
that's like a rumor that like
yeah.
there's like a rumor that if a contractor doesn't do their payment, they just like melt. And like obviously we don't see anything like that happen here. And
You do see him start sweating though, which is kind of it was an interesting little like blink it or miss it moment.
yeah, and like honestly, I don't remember if we ever actually see it happen. Like if we ever see somebody not be able to do their payment. So I even don't know what happens.
Yeah, because in the next scene, when we see him, he does have cigarettes, so it's like, okay, he got his payment, and it's just like that was an interesting little like conundrum where it's like he was legitimately kind of scared there for a minute.
Yeah, and actually when so at the beginning when I keep calling her Storm, her name is April. But anyways, she like walks out of like the host club, and she sees a green-haired baseball outfit chick across the street with like a little boy with mismatched eyes, and she's like freaking out, like, "Oh my god, it's February!" And she like calls up Troy Baker. She's running after them. They disappear, and she calls Troy Baker, and you see like on his end, and he's in the shower, and his phone is ringing, and there's like fucking 15 packs of cigarettes sitting there.
But just
It's
in
like-
case.
He only needs to smoke one each time he uses it. I mean, that's a lot of cigarettes. I mean, do you want to buy them all in advance like that? Because they're just going to get stale and taste even grosser. Speaking as somebody who used to smoke cigarettes, I can tell you, old cigarettes taste
know.
gross.
I would know. So
Old cigarettes taste even grosser than regular cigarettes.
fair enough. I didn't know they expired.
Oh, they do. They certainly do.
Uh.
That's why some people actually put them in the freezer, believe it or not.
Okay.
The more you know. Anyways, so yeah, like he can't answer the phone. So she's chasing after them. She hops in a taxi. She says, "Follow that car." And the building that they were standing outside of explodes, and she is severely injured.
Yeah, her face is like fucked up for the rest of this episode.
Yeah, well, you don't see her again until like the end of the second episode.
Yeah, and it was like, oh right,
Um,
because I had forgotten about that by then.
and then after that, we get like a weird scene with like that one area. I don't even know what the fuck it's called, but it's basically like where they have all the dolls that just kind of like the Stargazer, I think they call it. That one doll that's like hooked up to a bunch of like wires and shit, and they're like kind of freaking out because of like these weird sunspots going on. And the last time that happened was when Heaven's Gate like disappeared in South America, and that was like a big deal apparently. So like
Mm.
everyone's kind of freaking out because they're worried the same thing is going to happen with the Japan Gate. Um, and then what happens? Fucking. Oh, did you notice the weird part where like she's like explaining that to her coworker, and like they're having lunch or whatever, and she like picks a grain of rice off of her face and eats it.
That's a Japanese thing. Um,
Is it like a
so I don't know the exact. I don't know the culture enough to really give an example, but like apparently that's like just like a Japanese cultural thing. It's usually done between couples. Like if you notice in I think back to like Dragon Ball Super actually, there's a scene where Goku and Chi Chi are talking. It's like when Goku's having his weird like his powers are fucked up after he did his like Kaioken blue thing. Um where his instant transmission doesn't work for a bit.
yeah?
And there's a scene where he's going to town on some rice, and like
Hmm.
Chi Chi's concerned about him, and he stops eating for a second. He's got a grain of rice on his face, and she grabs it and eats it. It's just a Japanese thing.
Huh. Oh, okay.
I've
Didn't
noticed
know
it's
that.
in a few animes. I've noticed.
Oh,
So
maybe it's like a what's the word when you do something because it's like a bad luck thing.
I don't know, to be honest. It was
I forget the
interesting.
word for it.
I just it always sticks with me because that scene
Superstition.
with
It's a superstition.
maybe. Yeah, I just always remember that because it's like it's appeared in a lot of animes, and I like the Dragon Ball Super one always stuck with me because I was like, oh wow, it's a Goku and Chi Chi scene that's actually kind of heartwarming. It's rare
Yeah,
these
right.
days.
No kidding.
Uh,
So yeah, then we get a scene with Hay walking on the street, and the little boy who is standing with green hair girl is back at the scene of the crime, and he's trying to get something out of a tree. It's like a little like a necklace or something with like a feather in it.
hmm.
And Hay pulls it out for him and gives it to him, and he says this thing. He says like he says it's good luck. I hope it always makes you smile or something like that, which is a really weird thing to say to someone randomly that you've never met before.
Hmm.
It makes sense later, especially the kid's reaction to it. But and the kid's also super awkward. Like he's like, "Thank you, sir." That's what you're supposed to say in this situation, right? Like he doesn't
Yeah.
understand like basic etiquette.
Hmm.
Which we learn is actually the case that green haired chick has been teaching him etiquette because apparently he doesn't know to say fucking thank you when somebody gets something from the high shelf for you.
Hmm.
I don't know who the fuck this kid's parents are, but
It's not important.
not important. Not important at all. But yeah, so they have that little exchange, and then um, he's like, "Oh, what was it doing in the tree anyway?" And the kid gets super awkward about it and just kind of like starts to slink away. It was really awkward.
Hmm.
Um, and what happens next? Yeah, so he ends up meeting up with Huang and Mao, and they're like
Yeah.
talking about. Mhm.
Yeah, this scene, if it's the one I'm thinking of.
I think you might be thinking of a later one, if
Probably the
memory
later
is right.
scene then.
Because he meets up with them and they're like talking about the explosion. They're like, "Oh, it looks like it was this. It looks like it was the MI5 or MI6, whatever it is." And it looks like it was them and this and that. And like they shows him the picture of April, He's like, we think it was her because she was there and this and that. And I mean, obviously, we know that that's not the case. Because and then almost immediately after, the British embassy explodes. They're like, oh, it was the Chinese. And then after that, the Chinese embassy explodes. I'm like, all right, so something's going on here. But yeah, eventually Hay ends up confronting Troy Baker because at this point they still think that the Brits are behind it. And like they're both kind of having that like the tell me everything you know situation. Because apparently green-haired girl, codename February, codename Amber. She has a lot of code names. Apparently, she was part of the syndicate and on the team with Hay back in the day, along with his sister and the chick who drinks children's blood. And she also was like a double agent, like working with the British Secret Service for a while and like stole a bunch of their secrets. And then they ended up like behind in gate technology or whatever. It was a whole political debacle. But ultimately, like the British are after her because of that, and obviously the syndicate's after her because she just like fucked off instead of doing her own thing. And they're both kind of like having that moment of like, tell me everything you know, and they're both like, we don't know shit.
Yeah,
and they kind of have that realization of like, oh, okay, we're both kind of getting screwed by her. Maybe we should try to work this out. And obviously that doesn't happen, but at least helps them understand the situation a little bit more.
true.
And oh yeah, it's after that. Hay leaves like the little parking garage that they're in. I think that's the point where Huang picks him up, and he's like, "Get in the car, the meter's running." And
Yeah,
it kind of makes it seem like he's gonna bring him to like what's going on. Because oh yeah, and fucking Amber just kind of shows up at the tobacco stand and just kind of takes Yin.
yeah. I was like, okay. I was so confused what was happening in this episode because it seemed to be just random at times.
There was a lot of shit going on. I think that was kind of the point because like her group was essentially just trying to sow chaos. And we end up finding out later in the episode that their goal is to destroy Hell's Gate. We don't know why, but that is what they're trying to do. And then let's see. Oh yeah, so then Troy Baker is trying to go and like go after the latest attack. And he and July end up going out, and I think they see the kid, and like they're chasing after, or like he goes to chase after him, and then he goes to July, and he like writes something down real quick, and he says, "Hey, if something happens to me, go to this person." And we don't know who it is at first, but he runs off, and he ends up confronting the kid, and like it seems like he's got him for a second, but then turns out the kid just kind of makes things explode by touching them.
Yeah.
So he ends up like overpowering. His name is November 11. I don't know why I keep doing it. It's just fun. But anyway, Troy Baker ends up getting kidnapped by them, and the kid goes off to go find Chief Kirihara because that's apparently who he had written down in the first place. Let's see. God, there's so much in these episodes. It's hard to keep track.
This
so
one in
we get a little bit of a
was
flashback.
It was pretty dense.
This is a very plot heavy pair of episodes. Like we've had a lot of episodes up to this point where even when they're 2-part stories, like you can follow along pretty easily, especially when the detectives evolve. But yeah, when you start really getting to the weeds of like Hayes' story, that's when it starts getting complicated.
Yeah, I've kind of started realizing that in this one because I was like, it was literally the Scott the Woz like meme where it's like, did I miss a page? Like,
yeah. So we get a flashback of Hay back in his old days.
Hmm.
And he's just kind of chilling out, being a loner, whatever. And Amber walks up to him and asks to use his knife to like cut some bread or something. And like they're just kind of shooting the shit. And like you notice real quick, like she's a lot older looking in this flashback. She's tall, she's clearly like a woman.
Yeah.
And what we've seen of her in the present is she's like a child. She's like maybe a preteen child. So, I mean, I don't know if you can insinuate her price from that, but
Huh. Yeah. I don't know.
because one of her associates does mention when she uses her power at one point, there's a limit to the price you can pay.
Oh, let me spitball guess. Is it her price she de-ages?
Yes, it's an automatic price that just happens. And if she
Okay.
uses it too much, she will de-age into oblivion.
Yeah, that's how it usually goes. Yeah, with
Which- But her power is also that she can stop time. So I don't know. It's almost
is
like if you use it sparingly, it's not only an OP power, but it kind of also makes you immortal.
Yeah.
So no matter how you look at it, as long as you're careful how you use it, it's a pretty OP power. It certainly beats the hell out of drinking children's blood.
Yeah, or some of the bizarre prices we've seen so far. We still don't know what haze is, right?
Yeah, no shit. No, we do not.
Okay.
But yeah, during this flashback, she's like talking about how like she and Hay and Hay's sister should all run away together. And she gives him the same necklace that the kid had, the same type of necklace, and tells him the same thing about how it brings luck, and she hopes he smiles when he sees it or whatever.
Mm.
And which kind of makes the earlier thing make a little bit more sense. But yeah, so like Yin just wakes up in Amber's lap, which is kind of weird.
Yeah. This series would be really weird if it was exclusively through Yin's POV.
It's hard to keep track in this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would. That's actually something I'd be interested in seeing, though, especially with the stuff that happens like later on. God, how much is left in this? Jesus Christ. It's a lot. All right, well, we'll just kind of like plow through it because there's a lot going on. So yeah, Troy Baker is kidnapped, and ultimately, like, I noticed they do the whole thing where like, oh, by the way, the red-haired dude who works with Amber,
yeah,
I don't remember the actor's name off the top of my head, but same voice actor as Roy Mustang in Fullmetal Alchemist. I don't hear him very often nowadays, so it was interesting hearing him here.
Travis Willingham. He's mostly a game or a big production guy now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because it doesn't say like I used to hear his voice like in like stuff from this era a lot, and I like. So he played Mustang. He played Ace. He played Ace in One Piece.
I believe he's
been
married
around
to Laura Bailey now. Mostly does game work now.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, maybe that explains it because Laura Bailey kind of fucked up too. Oh, by the way, she plays Amber.
I noticed that too. Yeah, they're all big. They're big union.
She has a very
now,
distinct voice, so it's easy to tell.
Yeah, they're
So they ain't fucking with Funimation. I see.
Well, no, they will depending on the thing, because you got to remember, Laura Bailey came back for Fruit Baskets because she loved the character that much.
That's true, and she has come back for Naruto's mom occasionally.
And I believe she came back. Well,
didn't she come back as Keiko in the OVA?
She did. Naruto's mom is different because that's a different studio. So I believe they're a union studio.
Yeah, but I know they've had issues with paying actors enough before because I believe it's the same studio that dubbed Bleach, and the actor
Yeah.
who played Jiraiya also played a character in Bleach, and he ended up getting replaced by Patrick Sates later on because he basically just wasn't getting paid enough and said, "Fuck this."
Yeah, I think they're union these days, or at least they're open to union stuff. I know funny,
Hmm.
crunchy, whatever, they're not. And it's been a thing, so
Yeah. Um. Oh, but yeah. So, anyways, the red hair guy. What the fuck is his name anyway? Hold on. His name is Economy. So yeah, Economy actually starts giving November 11 like his whole spiel about secondhand smoke, and he's
yeah.
just like, "Yeah, I fucking know, dude. I know. I've given this exact same spiel before."
Hmm.
um, and that was when he did the whole thing about like, "Oh, I wonder what happens if somebody doesn't pay their price, whatever." But nothing comes of it because fucking Chief Kirihara ends up bursting in with July, or no, July isn't there, but he is there.
Hmm.
He's waiting. He's waiting in the car. But yeah, they end up breaking November 11 out, but the bad guys get away, unfortunately. Um, Meanwhile, Hay is trying to get to where Amber and Yin are, and Huang
Hmm.
picks him up, and like he thinks that they're going there at first, and then eventually he's like, "Wait, we're going the wrong way." And Huang's
Yeah, this
like,
came out of kind of
you know,
nowhere.
he takes him to like a warehouse, and he's like, "Yeah, Syndicate told me." Yeah, he's like, "Syndicate told me that you're not supposed to go anywhere near her, so you're not going. We're staying here." And he's like, "Fuck that, I'm out." And then he shoots him in the leg to keep him from leaving.
Yeah, I don't know what Huang
And they
was
kind of have like a little
thinking
bit of a
there.
scuffle there, and no, yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe he thought he had enough distance because I mean, Hay wasn't just in his like cloak or had his like knife or anything on him, so maybe he thought he had the advantage. I don't know.
Hmm. But he
Um,
had his electrical prong
but
thing.
ultimately, Hay ends up creating a yeah. Well, he have to say he ended up creating a current and zapping the shit out of him. Did you think he killed him when that happened?
Nah,
Because he did the whole like thing that like they usually do when it's a killing blow.
they didn't show it right away, so I was like, yeah, he's probably fine.
No, he didn't.
Also, they've established Hay doesn't really kill people often unless it's like he has to.
He kills people, just not if he feels for them in any way.
Yeah, he's selective on it, but he has
Like
shown
obviously,
that.
like he didn't want to kill Yin. He didn't want to
Yeah,
kill. He didn't want to kill Fire Girl, you know. But he's killed lots of people in this show.
yeah, it's
I
one
mean,
of those.
he's the Black Reaper. He's known for killing people.
True, but he has shown that
Um,
he there are times he spares people. So
he is compassionate for sure. Um, so yeah, he ends up getting away, and he goes up to confront Amber, and like Amber notices that he's injured, and she runs up like, "Oh my god, are you okay?" And he just fucking
mm.
smacks her.
Yeah, he
Which
did.
Hayes not nice to women in this show. I mean, I in this particular case, I can kind of get it because she did betray him, and like you know, obviously she's keeping secrets about his sister and
The
everything. So
only
like, you know, he's pissed off. He's been looking for his sister the whole time.
the only like female character in this show that he
Hmm?
seems to be nice to on the regular is like Yin. It seems like.
Yeah, this is true. I mean, he's lashed out at her before, not to an extreme by any means, but you know, he's snapped at her before.
Mm.
Um, but yeah, it just kind of seems like he's just kind of mean to women a lot of the time. Not every time, you know. There's plenty of women he's been nice to and he's felt for, but he's also not afraid to smack a bitch.
Yeah,
as we see in this episode.
everyone was
But yeah, he goes
oddly.
through the whole thing like, "Where's my sister?" This and that, and she's like, "She's close." Huh?
Everyone was oddly like
What'd you say?
he. I feel like everyone in this episode was like oddly like off character.
Yeah, well, it's one of those things with these kinds of shows, like this, like Cowboy Bebop, where it's mostly like kind of an episodic-y kind of show, and there's no manga to base it on, and just kind of winging it. A lot of times with these kinds of shows, they'll have multiple writers, like doing different
Yeah,
episodes.
because this is
I mean, that was the case for Bebop, you know.
yeah, this is an anime first, I believe, like at its original. So
Yeah, anime original, yeah. Um, which I don't know, man. I've really all the ones I've seen, at least, I've really dug. So something to be said for that.
yeah,
I feel like they put more effort into it when it's like that.
well, it's their own work.
Yeah, their own intellectual property, so to speak. But yeah, anyways, so he's confronting her. He's like, "Where's my sister?" Blah blah blah, and she's like, kind of teasing him about it. She's like, "Oh, she's closer than you think, but so far out of reach, and this and that, like that whole spiel." And that's when he just straight up fucking smacks her in the face, and she's like, kind of upset about it, because it's very obvious that she is a super boner for Hay. Like it's super obvious.
Yeah,
But ultimately, like a bunch of shit ends up happening. Like fucking her red haired dude ends up popping up at one point, and Chief Kirihara even pops up at one point. And Hay's not like in his like cloak and mask or anything. He just has his back to her. So like when she comes up, so it's like one of those like, oh, is she gonna find out? But then Amber surprises everybody by stopping time.
yeah.
Including the viewers, because I don't think anybody was expecting that. And they're just like, yeah, all right, that's cool. We'll just take our our little organization and just fuck off for now.
Yeah.
Oh, we kind of skipped over this, but Troy Baker killed the kid.
Yeah, he did. And I completely was like,
he brutally killed the kid.
yeah, and I was just kind of like, nothing of value was lost. Just kind of moved
all like,
on.
Fuck them kids.
I love this scene too, where he's got his soggy cigarettes and he's just all like bummed about it. And then a Storm shows up, or whatever her name is, and just gives him a good one.
Yeah.
With her beer.
Also, there was that one scene where like the kid like thinks he got him, and he goes to open the door to walk out, and he's obviously like November 11th just standing there, and it's pouring rain. I'm wondering if it's implied that Storm made the rain happen to give him the advantage.
I don't know. Maybe because she was there.
Well, we don't see her until after the deed is already done. But who's to say like she didn't say like, all right, this is where they are. I'm going to create a bunch of rain because my guy uses ice, and that'll help him.
True.
So they don't call it out, but I feel like that's probably the case. And that's pretty much where we leave it. We do get a little scene of Amber having like a little meeting with a bunch of other people in her organization that we didn't see. We only see their silhouettes in this episode. I don't know if you recognize any voices, but
I was really tired when I watched, so probably not at the time.
Fair enough. Well, I will say at least one of them we've seen before.
Fair.
I don't remember if there was more than one, but I know at least one.
We did also get that scene where we do find that Huang was not killed, but even he's surprised he wasn't.
Yeah. Which shows, like, yeah, that they butt heads a lot, but the group actually does care about each other. Because even Huang, chose not to shoot Yin, and they all have their moments where they're like, I'm gonna fucking kill you, and they never do.
Yeah. We also got the new intro this well, we technically had it last week, but I forgot that it was a new intro. It's fine. I think I like the first one more.
Yeah, same. Same. Actually, I
So
like the first opening and ending better, but
yeah, they're both fine. They're both. This one's
yeah,
rocky, but it's also, I don't know. The first one's just so good.
it feels kind of rocky in the way that some of the Full Metal ones are, but not like it's not like the first one was more like traditional rock,
Yeah,
and this one was more like poppy rock.
yeah. It was kind of a case of like they had one banger, and then this one was just kind of like whatever. It wasn't like I think of a series that has a ton. Like My Heroes had a lot of really good intros, or
Hmm.
you haven't watched it yet, but Black Clover. That series has some fucking amazing intros and outros.
Even Demon Slayer's got a couple good ones.
Hmm.
Um, so yeah,
But
that's basically where we leave
yeah.
it. What's funny is I know that at there is a couple Huang centric episodes,
Mhm.
and we're so far in the series now, and based on the episode preview, it's not the next pair. So I was like, I did not realize how late that those happened.
Yeah, he's such a weird character at this point because that's why I felt like it would have been weird to kill him because I was like, we the most we've had is his one episode, the one episode where he doesn't kill Yin. I'm like, other than that, we really haven't had much of a. He hasn't been much of a character so far.
He's been more of a go do this kind of guy.
He's the token human in the group of weirdos.
Yeah, pretty much. Um,
But yeah,
but we will
let's
learn more about him later. So,
hmm,
but not next time. Next time is a different thing.
yeah. But yeah, we'll save that for next week. Next week for our next Untitled, the Darker Than Black thing. Yay! Did we get into our wonderful Untitled Darker Than Black segment?
I think we're ready to go.
All right, let's hop in to this.
This thing.
Why we made the title too long?
Yeah. So
So,
this one is a love song at the garbage heap, I think is what it's called.
so I have to say right off the bat, the last two episodes were a clusterfuck of a lot of shit at once.
Yeah,
These
a lot of
two,
information getting dumped.
yeah, these two were like right back to like stuff being easy to digest. Like this was, I like these two episodes a lot.
Yeah, and they're also kind of like at the same time just like sewing in like they're still referring to the stuff that happened in the last episode because it was a big episode and it mattered.
Hmm.
But like they keep like flashing out of like the current story to like have people talking about what's going on with like the Evening Primrose and like what their whole deal is, what their motivation is, what their demands are, all that stuff.
Hmm.
So it's like I don't know, like the last couple were just such huge info dumps and so much going on that it was hard to follow. And I feel like it would have been better if they kind of pieced it out and laid it out like over time a little bit.
Hmm.
Because like that's kind of what this episode is doing. Like we have like our main A plot, and then the B plot is kind of just like the aftermath of what happened in the last one.
Yeah.
Because we start out and we have a couple of different meetings going on. We got Chief Kirihara who's talking to like one of her superiors about the whole situation. Then you have Huang talking about one of his superiors in the syndicate, and they're both kind of discussing the same thing, like with what the Evening Primrose is doing and what their connection to Hay is. Because basically like Kirihara learns that like BK201 is connected because like the Amber who was like like backstabbed MI6 or MI5 whatever the fuck it is, because she was involved in that whole thing with Heaven's Gate being destroyed, and it was something like BK201's star along with a bunch of other stars kind of awakened at that point, and that's
Hmm.
kind of like the connection there. And then when we go over to like Huang's whole conversation about it, like he's kind of asking like a similar thing, like what's their connection, what's the big deal here. And basically the guy just tells him like, oh, Amber was on his team, they were down in South America, she ended up betraying them, and then those two were the only ones left, but like we think it might be a revenge thing. We like we don't know exactly what he feels about it, but this is essentially what it is, and I don't really think we have to worry too much about it, kind of thing. And well, Hay is like, we go to Hay, and he's getting ready for his job of the week, and he's like going out, and like all of his neighbors are just like out on the patio, just partying and drinking and being crazy.
Oh yeah, old lady is a fucking star in this episode.
Oh yeah, she had a couple great moments. Basically her just being like, "Hey, Lee, you're a good boy. You're not like these bums over here." Like they're like trying to get him to call out of work to come and drink with them. He's like, "No, I got stuff to do. It's fine." Like, so he ends up going to work, which apparently now he's a waiter at a restaurant. Which I think it's a front for like the Yakuza or something.
Some sort of mob organization, anyways, whatever this universe is.
Yeah, because there's some douchebag there who's like, just running around like he's King Dick on campus, and he's just like, "Yeah, I'm just not gonna pay. I'll pay you next week or whatever for the food and everything." And this dude walks out, and he's like, you think he's gonna be like, like the, like one of those like standard mob kind of guys, just like, "You better pay your bill, or you're gonna get hurt," and this and that. And the dude just gets fucking put down. Like,
yeah, it goes from being a serious like mob movie to the Yakuza series of video games very quick.
Yeah, because pretty much what was his name? Kenji? That was his name?
Kenji, yep.
Yeah, because he's like, trying to act big and bad, and the dude pretty much just like puts him down in no time.
He's very clearly the lowest man on the totem pole in that group.
Yeah, and he's like trying to act like he's the cool gang member kind of guy. And I don't remember exactly how it happened, but Hay ends up getting involved, and the dude like tries to beat up Hay, and he's just kind of like ducking and weaving and blocking, and just like,
well, I think what happened was
like directly fighting him, but just not getting hit.
Yeah, I think what happened was Hay intentionally kind of like got in his way and bumped into him, and then had the check just on his little plate thing as like to be a dick.
Oh
basically.
yeah.
And the guy got really pissy about that, so then Hay just started doing his like normal, "Oh, timid, look at me, oh no," like shtick.
Yeah, we actually got one of the gifs that I posted in the GIF page was from this episode, where he's like run away, arms up in the air, like
yeah,
like the goofy run.
Yeah, but he ends up like distracting that guy long enough for the actual mob boss to show up and basically shut that down real quick.
Yeah, I just kind of put everything down. Played by Chris Ayres, not the kind of role we generally saw him in, and I kind of liked it.
Yeah, it's a R.I.P. Chris Ayres. It was a. I didn't recognize the voice right away.
It's because he wasn't doing like a high pitched like
Yeah.
goofy kind of character, or like he wasn't doing like a Frieza or like a little short fat guy or anything like he would normally do,
Yeah, he was doing like a more serious voice, which was interesting.
Not something we usually heard from him.
The guy had range. He had range.
For sure. So like essentially like that whole thing goes down, and they he pretty much puts down the dude who is just being an idiot. And the big mob guy, Kenji, and Lee or Hay are all like kind of off to the side. And at first you think like Kenji's like about to like get like punished for like not being able to do it, and it's basically just kind of like a mentor moment, like idiot, like just kind of hit him over the head, which is like, idiot, don't turn your back on someone like that, Yeah, kind of like one of those teachable moment kind of things,
Yeah.
But then basically he thanks Hay for helping him out, and pretty much hands Kenji a bundle of money and says, take him out and show him a good time.
Yeah, he's like, this guy did us a solid. Just make sure.
Yeah,
he doesn't
make sure he
get
has a
too
good
close.
night.
Yeah.
Which I was actually thinking about, like, because Kenji's not exactly the smartest guy, as we learned throughout this whole thing.
Yeah.
And I was wondering how it would have gone, because he says take him out, show him a good time. If he had just said take him out and not the show him a good time thing, I feel like Kenji might have misunderstood what the direction was.
Yeah, very possible there,
So I was
especially
really glad he
what we
added that bit
learned.
at the end. Yeah.
And I
Um,
like how Hayes' idea of a good time is just buying a lot of ramen,
just eating tons of ramen.
which isn't even close enough to take a dent out of the money that was given either.
Yeah. Well, they probably used some of that money to get that scooter fixed anyway. So
Yeah.
because it was not doing good. They barely got them to Hayes' house, like barely. Um, and because of that, Kenji ended up just kind of crashing with him for a couple days. And
Mm.
well, they're hanging out at Hayes' apartment, and they hear the neighbors like being crazy and drinking and shit. And like Hayes just kind of like, yeah, it's whatever. They just do that sometimes. And he's just like, he looks at the clock. He's like, oh wow, they've been going for like 12 hours. He's like, oh, I'm used to it. And he's like, you're used to it? Like, this is something that happens all the time. This is bullshit. I'm gonna go talk to them.
That's a very real thing though in life. Like eventually you just get like conditioned to stuff like that. Like I mean, I live right next to a fucking airport and train station. I don't even notice it anymore. It just is. It's just part of it.
Yeah. So yeah, Kenji actually goes and he fucking breaks the door down
Yeah,
and
like
starts
so
like,
unnecessary.
yeah, he starts giving them a bunch of shit until the landlady comes in and fucking like I think she like smacks him over the head with a broom or something.
Yeah,
And
and I like how
it's
she's all
I don't
like,
care what you do to these dipshits, but you broke my door.
"Yeah, you're gonna fix this shit." like,
But it was actually kind of cool because like all the neighbors and Kenji and Hey like all work together and they fixed the door and put it back up and then they all just kind of started partying together.
yeah, it's like we all work together now. Now we are friends.
Mm-hmm. And it was actually like a really fun like kind of. I appreciated these episodes because it really got a good look at Hey from other people's perspectives, like just the neighbors, like that one dude is always dressed in like basketball shit.
Yeah,
Like we've seen him tons of times throughout these episodes, just kind of in the background, like, and it's always been kind of like I don't want to say sketchy, but it's never been like oh yeah, he's just another dude. Like it's always been kind of like a weird moment whenever one of the neighbors are shown, and then it's just like no, they're just regular ass people. Like fucking like
chilling.
she's over here bartending to put her brothers through fucking school, and then you got this guy over here who moved here to be a musician. This guy wants to be an animator.
That's my favorite quote in the episode. It's like, I have dreams of becoming a rock star. And it's like, well, maybe you got to learn to play guitar first.
Yeah, because he was not doing a very good job.
He was playing guitar like everyone pretends to play guitar by just fucking hitting the strings and hoping something happens.
Yeah, right. So yeah, eventually, like Kenji just is like hanging out with them and they're having a good time or whatever. And Hay's like, "Oh, I got an appointment. I got to go do some stuff." And like he takes off, and they're like kind of talking about him for a minute about how like one of them says something like, "Oh, like this is the most we've ever talked to him the whole time he's lived here. Like he's super antisocial." And Kenji like kind of like he's like, "Nah, I didn't really get that impression from him. Like it kind of seemed like he wanted to be a part of everything, but he, for whatever reason can't." And I think that's pretty accurate for Hayes' character. Like he wants those close connections, but because of the nature of his his profession, we'll say, he doesn't really get to do that.
Yeah.
Which makes you feel good about them letting Yin have a friend. Because God knows if anyone in the group needs one.
Yin has a friend, even though Yin, I don't think, is very aware of what being a friend is at the moment, but...
Well, yes and no. Especially because in these episodes, we learn a lot about the nature of dolls. Because, like, well, we follow Hay back to, like, his meeting with Huang and them. And they're basically talking about how, like, their current mission has to do with the mob family that owns the restaurant he's working at. And basically like they're waiting for like a shipment to show up, and that's like a big deal that they're like trying to figure out what's going on with the shipment. And eventually Kenji goes back and like we find out what the shipment is, because the Chris Ayres character comes in and it's just like, all right, Kenji, I need you to do something for me. And they open up this crate, and it's just a girl
Yeah.
inside the crate, and she's like all curled up in a ball, and she's got like fucking, I don't know, like a paper apron on, like nothing else.
Yeah, this scene was very not not great. I'm not gonna lie. This
Yeah,
was a
yeah,
very
it was
like
uncomfortable. Yeah, because apparently, and this is something that like they don't put a whole lot of focus on it generally, but you could totally see this being something that would happen in the seedier parts of the world if beings like dolls existed. Like this is definitely something that would happen all the time. Um, it is very uncomfortable, and Kenji's immediately like, I mean, yeah, I'll do it, but like, ick.
Yeah, and then he also, of course, though, then he like starts thinking with the wrong head and immediately goes the wrong way. But we'll get to that later.
Yeah.
Um,
So we go back to like Hayes' group, and they're like, well, at first Hay like goes like he's gonna go to work, and his boss is like, oh, we're actually shutting down for a couple of days, but we're gonna pay you for your days off. Like it's fine, don't worry about it. And then the group goes in because I think they're gonna go and take the shipment. I don't even know if they know what it is yet, but they're gonna go and take it. But they get there and no one's there. Like the boss guy is knocked out in the corner, and like, oh, okay, well, I guess just nothing's going on now. I guess that's a lost cause. Well, I guess we'll contact the higher ups and see what they want us to do. And then Hay goes home, and his good pal Kenji is there with the doll.
yeah, because Kenji had that one moment where he's like talking to it, and he's like, obviously she's not saying anything, so he's like, "Can you even speak?" Like just doing all this stuff. It's like wow, it didn't take him long to immediately change his tune.
Yeah, yeah, and it was really funny too because when he first gets like the assignment or whatever, he's just like, "Man, I thought this was gonna be like an assassination or something." No, you get to babysit. Also, keep her clean. Our client wants her clean. Like, ugh,
Yeah.
ugh.
Remember to feed it because it still needs to live. I'm like,
And wipe its ass because apparently it can't go to the bathroom on its own.
what a fucked up existence.
Yeah, I'd say Yin ended up with a good deal for all things considered as far as dolls go.
Yeah, I mean she's at least semi-competent.
Yeah, she's at least aware enough to be able to run a cigarette stand.
Yeah, she functions like a human being, anyways.
Even if she's kind of blank face most of the time.
Emotionally not really there all the time.
Yeah, she's emotionally unavailable.
Literally.
Yeah. So basically, like Kenji's asking him to help or whatever, and Lee's like basically telling him like, "You're an idiot, dude. Like, why did you bring her here? Why'd you do this? Like, do you even know what she is? Like," and like Kenji never has that moment of like, "Wait, how do you know what she is?"
Yeah,
because
he never.
Because that's the thing. We didn't talk about it, but like part of the whole thing earlier when Kirihara was talking to her boss was that they were like reading off the Evening Primrose's demands, and like part of their demands was that they wanted the existence of contractors to become public knowledge and for them to get like normal human rights, which fair, makes sense. But so like most people in this world don't know what dolls or contractors are.
Yeah. It's also very interesting too, because like he breaks character quite a few times throughout this episode, and Kenji never questions it once.
Mm-hmm.
Kenji's not very smart.
Like, you also got to figure he grew up around gangsters, so like, and he's like one of those guys that like you could tell like he's a guy with a good heart. So like somebody who has a good heart who's able to fucking flip the switch and be a fucking hard ass at any given moment, like I don't think that's anything new for him. So I think it's just one of those things that like he's around it so much he doesn't even notice it. Yeah,
it's just kind of interesting though when you think about it. Like he's going from like, oh, I got my goofy timid friend over here who's suddenly hyper competent at everything. Like where did this come from?
So yeah, basically they're like, all right. Well, what happens is like, hey, like he brings them inside. They have that argument, and then he's just like, you're a fucking idiot. I'm leaving. And
Yeah.
I think the next time we see him, he's at the mall.
Oh
He's
yeah, because
picking
he's
out
got to
women's
go.
underwear.
Yeah, and of course, the chief is also there because they're like, they're immediately like, oh yeah, like we have to find this guy. She looks over and sees the hair and goes like, wait a minute.
Yeah, she sees like him from the back, which because in the previous episode she saw him from the back without his full on like Black Reaper gear,
Yeah.
like him just like in his white t-shirt or whatever. And she sees him like looking at the underwear and she's like, oh, is that BK201? And she holds like a lipstick thing to his back, like it was a gun or something. And like they do the whole like, oh, don't move thing, and like he turns around, like it's like, oh, Lee, just think it's you.
How has she not put 2 and 2 together yet?
I don't know. I mean, like, hey, if Superman can hide with a pair of glasses, I think a mask and a trench coat does wonders in anime land.
To be fair, Henry Cavill did prove those glasses work, so
Fair.
um
I'm just saying, if a pair of glasses is enough, I think the full on face mask plus the trench coat.
yeah, I guess. It's just funny to me, but then I love the fact where she's like, "Oh, it's just you here and you're buying women's underwear."
Yeah, and her friend, who I think she was like the class rep back in high school. It's actually really funny too because they're like Lee goes off to like buy the stuff or whatever, and they're talking, like the two girls are talking, and her friend is like, oh, like how do you know him? And she's like, it's a long story. It's like she didn't feel like mentioning like, oh yeah, he was there and I met him like during the whole ordeal while our mutual friend died. Like that's not an important thing to bring up.
Yeah.
But basically like they're having this whole conversation and she's
I
like,
love
why
how
are
it
they buying those clothes.
Yeah, it immediately goes from, oh, maybe it's for his girlfriend to maybe he's a cross-dresser.
Yeah, right.
I was just like,
and then she just straight up asks him, it's like, hey, you gonna wear that shit? He's like,
yeah,
no.
I was like, what a jump in like in just like conclusions. I was like, okay, sure,
Yeah.
that's totally what's going on here.
And all the friends just like, he's single and he's not a drag queen?
Yeah,
Go for it, girl.
There's a few moments where I was like, this show was made in the early 2000s or late 2000s.
Yeah, I think like 2009, 2010, something like that was when it came out.
She's like, oh, he's single and hot. You should go for it. I'm like, wait,
Yeah.
when has this been a thing? Or is this just a new?
I mean, it's not an uncommon trope in these kind of shows.
True.
But yeah, like they kind of have their like little thing, and they're like, "Oh yeah," he's like, "Oh, thanks for the help, whatever." Like, you know, I'm doing this as a favor for a friend because he couldn't go out and buy stuff for his girlfriend or whatever, which means kind of true.
It's not
way.
completely a lie.
Yeah. But yeah, he ends up going back, and like as he's like coming up to the door, Kenji's like gearing up, like, "Oh, somebody's gonna, they're coming for me, whatever." And Hay walks in, and she's like, "Here, dresser, we're going."
Also, my favorite line. It's like Lee, you came back. He's like, I live here.
Yeah,
like,
right?
This is my house.
For real.
And then Yin shows up.
Yeah, randomly. Like she like got there when he was gone.
Yeah. He's like, oh yeah, she just showed up, and he's like, oh, is that your girlfriend? He's like, ignores him. He's like, this isn't important. He's like, Yin, dress her. You do that.
Yeah, right. But like the fact that Yin is there and like the whole situation behind it just adds even more layers to like what is the psychology of these dolls? Because like the one that Kenji brought back, like she's pretty much catatonic. She can't talk. She can't really do much on her own, if anything. Like she's like completely a blank slate. But like later on, as we see, like she sends out a specter. She gets in like apparently like the dolls can like communicate with specters because Yin knows exactly what she wants and what she's saying. So like they got something going on up here, but they can't express it.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's just one of those things that like it's really fascinating. Also, like I don't know if you picked up on this, but this story is also like a weird parallel with the first couple episodes of the show. Because we had the whole thing where Hay was trying to help the girl who ended up being a doll, and that whole thing happened. And another correlation I noticed was that they play the same song that played at the end of that one in this, which I thought was it because I don't think we've heard it since then. So it's like a
No.
weird, like kind of parallel between the two sets of episodes.
Yeah. No, it was interesting, and it's kind of bizarre, like the rest of the episode, because the rest of the episode is very quick after this point.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because they leave and they're gonna take him to the train station for him to just kind of disappear, get off the map, and
Quickest train to nowhere. It's like,
yeah, pretty much.
Sir, you forgot your change. Like,
yeah. And then fucking what's his face? The Chris Ayers character, I forget his name, pops like fucking hits him with a car, and fucking they just kind of like
put him in the trunk,
scoop him. Yeah, they stuff him in the trunk and put the girl in the back seat, and they take off. And eventually, Hay ends up catching up with them. I don't even remember where they were. They were just like, I don't know, somewhere. It was like a parking garage or something.
Yeah, and just completely wipes out the mafia in like one scene.
Yeah, and he's not even in like his Black Reaper gear, and he's just in his like usual white shirt or whatever, and he's just fighting them. And like he zaps one of them at one point, and Chris Ayers is like, he has a stun gun. Like,
yeah, it's funny too because at one point, like, they make the point of being like, "Hey, you have to get out of this. You're too close to it now. They'll find your identity."
Yeah, like at one point, like Mao was like, "You're gonna have to go into hiding after this because this is going too far." Which ultimately by the end doesn't end up having to be the case. But we'll get there when we get there.
I also like how he questions Mao. He's like, "Are you going to bring this up to what's his name?"
Yeah, he's like,
"It's a hog."
What I gained from that.
He's like, "I don't give a shit about that guy." Like,
he's like, "I don't care enough about this. I'm just letting you know what the deal is."
Yeah.
Which I love Mao for that. He's such a good character. Also, I was thinking about this because so we have like a weird parallel here. So when they were doing the whole talk about like the Evening Primrose and Amber and everything, they make a point like, so they're in the syndicate, and then Hayes' old group is in the syndicate. So in here we have Huang, who's kind of like not really a leader, but he's more like a supervisor, like a manager kind of thing. And then you got like the team of 3, you got the 2 contractors and the doll, like you get your team of 4 over here. And then in the past, Hayes' old group was Hayes' sister, Havoc, and Amber. And I'm pretty sure they referenced back in the Havoc episode that at this time, Hay wasn't a contractor yet. So I'm wondering if the syndicate they work for, like, did they put the non-contractors in charge? And if that is the case, was Hay the Huang of that group? Since he was the only non-contractor.
I don't know.
I don't know. It's just a weird thing I was thinking about. There's a lot of aspects to this show that they kind of just like briefly skim over and then just move on. Like,
yeah.
And in a lot of ways, I like when shows do that because, like, yeah, I do like the big, intricate, like, well thought out stories that like flesh out everything that they even hint at. But I also every now and then I like shows like this where it's just like you don't get an explanation. It doesn't need to be explained. It just kind of is, and that's life, you know?
Yeah.
No,
100%.
So like it's nice to have that kind of story every now and then. Where there is that ambiguity there. So yeah, eventually Hay catches up with them, and they're able to ultimately overpower all the mob guys. And Kenji ends up getting the gun, and he's holding the gun to Chris Ayers, and he's like, "Get in the car, you're driving. We're going to the place." And they kind of have like a weird moment where we've had a couple flashbacks up to this point of like Kenji meeting him when he was a kid, and it was interesting too because like, so we see that Kenji met this guy when he was just a little kid, and we got like a brief flash, and we could tell like it's all the same scene like that they're flashing back to, where there's this woman there, and nothing is said about her, no explanation. the only thing referred to her in any way is when the Chris Ayres character says something like, do you have anything that you would give your life to protect? I don't anymore. I used to have that or whatever. But they never explain who she is or what her connection is to this whole thing. So it's like, okay, is she an old flame, and Kenji's her kid? Could it be that she is Chris Ayres' like sister, and this is his nephew? Like we just
Yeah,
don't
there's
know.
an odd.
Like they don't say anything.
They have an odd sort of like almost familial relationship, and that's why it makes you wonder.
Yeah, because that's another thing is we see a lot of characters throughout this show who have like really deep connections with their siblings. You know, you got Hay and his, like, he's looking for his sister. You had the one Eric Vale character earlier who had that promise he made with his sister. So we have a lot of stuff with siblings going on throughout this whole thing, and so that's why the thought of it being his sister came to my mind. But I mean, who knows? It could be Kenji's mom, or I think it is pretty likely that it's Kenji's mom.
Yeah.
Either way, but they never explain it. It's just kind of left up in the open. But eventually, like, Kenji like reminds him of that whole thing when they first met, and he took Kenji out for a ride on his motorcycle, and like, you know, giving life lessons while working on the motorcycle. You know, one of those like scenes that you've seen in like a million shows and movies.
Yeah.
And then like eventually they get to the train station, and Chris Ayres is just standing with Hay next to the car, smoking a butt, as Kenji's running into the train station with the girl. And Hay's like, so you're just gonna let him go like that? And he's like, yeah, what am I gonna do? He had a gun to me. He's like, yeah, but you've been in this business long enough to know that gun was empty. Like, I was counting the bullets. There was nothing left in that gun. And he's just like, yeah, what are you gonna do? You know, so it's kind of like one of those things where it's just like, yeah, it's gonna fuck me over a little bit, but like, I'll just let it go. Like, the kid was right. He's following his heart. Leave him be. Let him do his thing.
Yeah. And then he gets offed within like 5 minutes of that.
Yeah, Hay leaves, and like as he's like finishing his butt and he's getting ready to leave, some dude just kind of like walks up to him with like a gun like wrapped up in a cloth and just shoots him in the stomach. Nobody notices, and he just walks off. So, and like literally it happens, and the dude walks off, and he just looks down like, oh fuck. He's just the moment of realization. He's just like, oh shit, I'm shot. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and he just kind of
like it happened so fast he didn't even register it.
Just kind of falls down, and that's it.
Like after he went to all that effort to become the new leader of the mob.
Yeah, and then we get that really fun scene right at the end where Hay goes back to the apartment, and he finds out from the landlady that Kenji sent him a package full of food. And he's like, that's too much food. Can you please distribute this to all the neighbors? And she's like, no, you're fucking maid. You do it.
Yeah. Which is just, it's a really nice, like, send-off, too, where, like, you know, it's Kenji being like, I feel like he did that purposefully. Like, he sent him too much food on purpose, because, which is bullshit, by the way, because Hay could totally eat all that food. But,
well, it's not ramen.
But, like, he purposefully did that to be like, hey, go interact with your neighbors, make friends, like, make connections, make memories, like, go be a human being in the world. Don't just focus on work. Like, and that was really nice. Like, I like that whole thing. For once, we actually get a happy ending at the end of one of these episodes.
Yeah, aside from the mobster dying, but that was a minor
he was kind of
thing.
an asshole anyway.
Yeah, but he was deep, man. He
was. He's a very complex character for just like a one-off. Like, you know, he was in 2 episodes and that was it.
Yeah, it was kind of one of those moments where he gets killed and you're kind of like, ah, oh, damn, that sucks. Then you move on, but you did feel something for a minute.
Yeah. No, it was a really fun pair of episodes.
It was.
It was a breath of fresh air after that last week.
Well, the last 2 were just such a. It's like the show forgot it had an ongoing plot. It was like, shit, dump everything in one episode.
Well, we did have some build-up episodes, like some stuff that was hinting towards it, like the whole thing with Havoc and.
Yeah, it was gradual though. Like this was like a case of where they were like, shit, we weren't quick enough. Crap. Dump everything.
Like we wanted to do too many fun stories, and we kind of lost track of what we were trying to do here.
It was like halfway through they realized they didn't get approved for like a 60 episode show and only had enough for like 25.
Yeah. Um. So yeah, that is what was it, a love song sung in a trash heap or whatever the fuck it was called.
Yeah, it was a good
And
pair.
our next pair of episodes is going to be all about Huang. We're gonna get some Huang
Ah,
stuff
the obligatory
finally.
Huang backstory.
Yes, which it's about fucking time. I did not realize it happened so goddamn late in the show.
Mm, yes, especially after him almost getting offed last week.
Yeah, right. That'd be good. I think we got Huang, and then we got another two-parter, and then the last 3 episodes are all like back to back, like finishing it off. So
Black, I can't speak.
yeah.
All right, let's do this. So we got the Untitled Darker Than Black segment.
Shit, I forgot to look up what the title was. Darker.
I think these might have been the most straightforward episodes we've had so far.
They're up there. I don't know if it's exactly. I don't know if it exactly is, but hold on a sec. That is not the same title I got. Hang on. Dreaming Shallow Uninebriated is the title for this week.
Huh.
So as we referred to last week, these are very Huang centric episodes. We get a little bit more into his backstory.
Yeah, they're like his main backstory, I guess.
Kind of
At
explaining
least,
why he has such a grudge against contractors, and
yeah,
which I mean, you still can tone it down a little bit, but fair, fair.
yeah.
So like to my memory, the first thing we see in the episode is him like coming home like from work or whatever, and his girl is just sitting like next to the window, just staring off into space, and he's just like, "Oh, this isn't like you. Why what are you doing over there? You're all quiet and shit." And then her eyes start glowing, and Huang starts bleeding out of every orifice.
Yeah. And then surprise, it was a dream.
Yes, 'twas a dream. And he was I forget, was he wake up at the bar? Was he at the bar when that happened?
No, I think he was at his house.
Okay.
Or wherever he sleeps.
Yeah, so we're throughout these episodes we keep getting flashbacks to Huang, like, back in the day.
His life
I
before
don't know
everything was miserable.
Yeah. I don't know how much time there is between like all that shit that happened in the past and like the current time. But during that time he lost a lot of his hair.
Stress will do that to you.
I don't think it was supposed to be that long, but it because later on we see that the chick he was dating who turned out to be a contractor and killed his partner. Oh yeah, by the way, Huang was a cop. Who could have seen that coming? But she had been like undercover in this cult for like 3 years, so at least 3 years have passed. And obviously she grew her hair out in that time because she had pretty short hair when they first met.
Yeah, time in anime is an interesting thing.
Yeah, it's because it's kind of hard to tell when people age in anime because of just the way they're drawn.
Yeah, that's why all like 60-year-old moms look like they're 20. Makes total sense.
Or fucking Momo's grandmother looks like she's in college.
Yes.
I'm still not convinced that's her actual grandmother. I think that's her mom. She's just lying.
Yeah.
But anyways, so we get a scene where like Hayes like coming back from grocery shopping, and he's like going up to his door, and there are a couple of what's the word? Not monastery.
They were just straight up
missionaries. They were missionaries.
They were Jehovah's Witnesses. Let's be real.
Yeah, they were trying to recruit people to their cult, which apparently revolves around the gate itself as like a religious kind of like kind of like the wall cultists in
Yeah.
Attack on Titan.
See, you could tell this was not America because if this was America, there would have been violent threats of these people to
Yeah,
get
be
off
like, get
their
the
property.
fuck off my property. I
Don't
mean,
touch my
hell,
fuck.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised landlord lady didn't come out with her broom and
Yeah,
just
I
start
know.
swinging.
No solicitors.
Yeah,
Yeah, because like they were fucking like touching his shit, like fucking get on all up in his face. I'm like,
they were like, "Oh, we'll put this way for you. We'll make you dinner. We'll feed you, and we'll tell you about how you can be saved."
yeah,
They were
like
being super weird about it too.
to be fair though, like that was super accurate because like the few times I've run into
Yeah,
like Jehovah's Witnesses, I'm always like, you're literally like bashing your head against the wall sometimes because you're like, just go away.
dude, nothing will ever top the time. It was I had ordered DoorDash. I was getting food, and the fucking DoorDash driver tried to fucking recruit me.
Jeez, yeah, that's an instant 1-star report.
Yeah, like the dude like comes out and he's like, he goes to him in my field. He goes, I'm pretty sure he was from Africa or something because he had an accent. He was like, "Hey, bro, you baptized?" I'm like, yeah. Like, what do you say to that? Like,
See,
he baptized? It's
the
like, can I
best
just have my fucking gorditas, please?
the best one I ever had was when I was working night shift, like the graveyard at our old job. Um, they had shown up one night, and I had fucking went fucking binge drinking that morning because I had a bad week, so I was fucking wasted. And I opened the door and I was fucking gone. I think I scared them away. They came back though like
Jesus.
a month later, and I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?"
Yeah, they do that. They do that. Um. So yeah, basically, he's just like, "No, I'm out. I gotta go. I got shit to do." And but they all meet up because they need to like, um, they need to like investigate this cult because there's something going on with the leader of it, Alma, I think her name is.
Hmm.
Um, and we keep getting flashbacks of like to Huang on like a case that he was working on with his old partner, and the two storylines kind of converge because he finds a picture of Alma during the flashback. And I think there was a scene too where we saw Huang at the bar, and it was the wife of his partner who died. Um, and like she goes on about how like she can't like remember him,
Mm.
and like apparently the story he gave her, she's like, oh yeah, that's just something that happens sometimes. The immense shock and trauma of the event will make you forget things, which I think is technically true, but I mean she got her memory wiped. That's what really happened.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, that scene was very dark too, because like they have that really nice kind of like because they make the whole thing about how Huang just doesn't get drunk for whatever reason.
yeah, he just maybe he's Irish.
I don't know. He's just like me because I drink too much. I don't know. Anyways, but they have that really nice scene where he's at his partner's house and he's basically like, "You only invited me here to show off your young, pretty wife."
He's just like guilty.
he's like, "Hey, not wrong."
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna fight it. It is what it is.
Yeah.
And but yeah, he ends up meeting this girl. Actually, the way he meets her is actually kind of funny because he thinks she's pickpocketing him, but like it turns out she was just kind of returning his wallet because he dropped it. But he like
dropped my wallet.
And then he chased her out into the street because he wanted to like bring her down to the station or whatever because he thought she was pickpocketing him. And then she like gets hit by a truck or something, or like clipped by a car or something. She wasn't like that injured, but she was injured enough to go to the hospital.
Foreshadowing. That was what I found that scene was.
Yeah, true. But yeah, and then after that, like he's with her in the hospital, and he's like, "I'm sorry, I'll take you out to eat or whatever to make it up for you." And they go out and they're drinking and having a good time or whatever. And she keeps calling him Gus because he's a gloomy Gus.
Mm.
Um, but yeah, basically we just kind of like see their relationship develop in little increments to the point where eventually we actually see him get drunk, and
Yeah.
he's like, "Let's settle down, baby."
It's like, yeah, that escalated quickly.
Yeah, we have no idea how long they were seeing each other, but yeah. I mean, to be fair, I mean he kept making comments the whole time about how he's too ugly for anyone to like him. So
Hmm.
like, he found a girl who liked him, so he was like, "Fuck it, let's get married." um, but yeah, like they end up get in the present, they end up getting the like assignment or whatever from the syndicate that they have to assassinate Alma, the founder. So Hay needs to go undercover, and they need to meet up with their undercover agent who's been working that job for a while. And surprise, surprise, it's Huang's old girlfriend.
Yeah. Convenient.
Go figure. And even he's just like, yeah, it figures. You were a member of the syndicate. That makes everything make sense. Somehow.
Huang just seems tired by this at this point.
Yeah, I think he's pretty much done with the bullshit at this point.
Hmm.
Also, we see I forget his name, but red-haired dude who was with the Evening Primrose with Amber
Yeah.
shows up because apparently Evening Primrose is affiliated with this cult because supposedly these cult people are supplying them with large numbers of dolls. We don't know why they need all these dolls, but they are shipping a bunch of dolls to them, like human trafficking.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll see what happens with that later. We do learn what his power is, though. It seems just based on what I was seeing that he fires compressed air through his hands.
It's like me at work with the air gun, just like I have superpowers.
Yeah, pretty much. And also his price is that he has to eat a shit ton of boiled eggs.
Ooh, that's a rough one.
Yeah, and even like as he's doing it, it's just like God knows what the cholesterol is doing to me.
Oh, I can't even imagine that. Like I had 2 eggs this morning. I was like, that's good.
Yeah, it's too much. That would be fucking. I'd rather have the cigarette guy's price.
Yeah. Sunflower man.
Your sunflower. I'll eat a fucking dandelion. I'm fine with that.
Yeah. Recite poetry.
Yeah. I mean, fuck it. I'll even take the fucking regurgitation one over that. I can't eat all those eggs, man. I'm not even crazy about eggs on a good day.
Yeah, that was a rough one.
Yeah. But yeah, so they eventually they get Hay in like joining the cult or whatever, and he's like sitting in like a reading, so they're reading a scripture out of like whatever their version of the Bible is. And did you find it interesting that the person who was kind of like I don't know, like the priest in the situation or whatever, asked Hay, like he like she told Hay to grab the book and to read page 201. Did you pick up on that?
I noticed it. It didn't really click with me though.
His star is BK201.
Oh, yeah.
So
That's my brain just going nope.
Yep. So I thought that was a cute little thing that they did there. It was like obviously they did that on purpose. But eventually, I don't even know why he had to like join because by the time they actually went to go do the assassination, he just kind of broke in and was hiding in the vents. So I don't know why he needed to. Well, I guess he had to meet up with the undercover girl. So I guess maybe that's the reason because they met up in like a confessional booth, and she's just like, everything in here is confidential. There's no surveillance, but I swept for bugs anyway. And like they go into detail about like Alma's power and like how she can shapeshift. And it turns out that her price is the opposite of Amber's. Is that instead of she gets older every time she uses the power, as opposed to Amber who gets younger.
That's
I think
rough.
Amber got the better deal.
Yeah,
Her
that's
power is stronger, and she pretty much gets to live longer if she uses it correctly.
yeah, that's rough.
Yeah.
That's a rough one.
God knows how old she actually is.
Mm.
Watch her be like fucking 28.
Yeah, I
It's
know.
just
Like,
like this decrepit old lady. Because she did say, like, I was trying to be careful about my power, but then it turned out that, people really liked when I used it, so I did it a lot. And yeah. um
uh,
so yeah, like once they're actually going to do like the assassination, and Hayes like in the duct or whatever, waiting for his chance. And Huang's girlfriend there is in like the circle with Alma and with the red haired guy from the Evening Primrose.
hmm.
And they're talking about their big deal with like the dolls and everything. And all of a sudden you see like I don't remember if it was like a bowl of water or like a puddle or something, but Yin's specter pops out of it.
She just
And
does that. She does that
well,
sometimes.
there's a reason this time. So the specter pops out, and I forget her name, but Huang's girl sees it, and Alma takes note. She sees her see it, and is like, "Oh, I didn't know you were a contractor," and that pretty much started this whole big scene of like, "Oh, they're onto us," Um, ultimately, Alma ends up getting away. Hay has a little showdown with Egg Boy, and ultimately everybody gets away. And Hay ends up confronting Huang after the fact, and he's just like, "What the fuck? Did you tell her to send that specter?" And he's like, "Well, yeah." I was like, "I didn't hear from you." He's like, "No shit, I was undercover." I'm like, and yeah. So it was one of those stupid things where it was just like he couldn't resist. He had to fucking see what was going on with his girl there.
Yeah.
I think this is around the time where we get like the actual flashback of like
How his friend died, which was
pretty brutal. I mean, apparently that's just how her power works. But she even says like she can only use her power once in a sitting.
mm,
And she never says exactly why, but I have a theory on that.
okay.
Um, because like after they actually managed to get her out of the cult, um, like Huang basically he's supposed to kill her. That was like his orders.
Yes.
And also Mao and Hay got separate orders that if Huang didn't kill her, then they had to kill him. Which makes you wonder why they put him on the assignment in the first place. But
Yeah,
whatever.
it seems like a
They
oversight.
do that a lot.
Or they're just fucking trolls and they want to see chaos. I don't know.
It's possible. I mean, the guy who recruited him in the first place, I'm pretty sure is the same guy that they met at the bar after the whole Yin incident.
Yeah.
So I think he's just like that's just like his go-to handler kind of thing.
Hmm.
But
Yeah, that power.
yeah, so it turns out,
kind of fucked though. She could just blow up people's insides.
yeah, just liquidate your organs real quick. So it turns out like as Huang's like, I gotta kill you, sweetie, or whatever. He's like, she just starts kind of losing her shit for a minute. And it turns out that her price is that after she uses her power, she temporarily regains regular human emotions. And the weight of all the things that she's done hits her all at once. So she just kind of loses her shit for a little bit. And I think that's the reason why she can only use it once. Is because she uses it once, and once that fucking price kicks in, she's so horrified by everything she's done that she just can't handle it.
Mm.
So that was pretty rough.
Yeah. Then you get the whole like Wanda's like literally like ready to fucking just throw away everything and run away.
Yeah. Well, but before that, we got Hay, who manages to get in to see Alma, and they have a little conversation where basically Alma's just like, "Hey, what's the difference between contractors and humans?" And Hay's like, listen to these things off, like, "Oh, contractors don't have emotions. Contractors have the power to kill, but humans don't." And she's just like, "Nope, you're wrong. Nope, you're wrong." It's like literally the only real difference between humans and contractors is logic. which is like contractors behave logically, humans do not. That is the only difference, and that otherwise they are exactly the same. And it basically just goes on about how, like, you know, contractors should have rights, contractors should be considered people, we shouldn't just be tools, which fair. Which is kind of like the same idea of what Evening Primrose is trying to do, which makes sense why they would be working together. But she's basically like, hey, look at me, I'm young, blah, I died. And that's pretty much the end of that. And but that got Hay thinking, and he's just like, you know what? You're right. Fuck this whole being a tool thing. So he decides not to kill Huang, even though Huang decided not to kill what's-her-face.
Yeah.
And they're like,
and Mao's like, I ain't a part of this. I didn't see anything.
He's like, I'm not involved. I don't even have thumbs. I got nothing to do with this shit.
He's like, I ain't being a fucking third wheel of this one.
He's like, sorry, there's no bears nearby for me to take over to do anything about this, so...
I didn't see a thing.
Yep. So then, you know, they're pretty much like, all right, Huang and What's-Her-Face are going to run off together and try to start a new life. But they get to the docks, and they're going to take a boat, they're going to be on their way and live happily ever after, and then What's-Her-Face sees that they're being followed by the Syndicate. So she's like, well, guess I gotta die. And she jumps in front of a truck.
Yeah, mirrors that the beginning thing that we saw earlier.
Yeah.
Also, I loved in this where, like, she gets hit by the truck and like, I didn't see her, I don't know what to do, and then just drives off.
It's just I wasn't even supposed to be here today.
I love that they actually
they
animate the truck just driving off, and I'm like, that's lovely.
Yeah.
And then we cut back to Juan at the bar again. It's a very
yeah, he's just like, damn you, sweetie, you broke my heart twice.
Yeah.
That just kind of ends there. But we do get that little bit where Hay is just like, he's questioning, like, why are we serving the Syndicate? Why are we doing this? What is this, you know, for? You know? And that kind of, you know, adds to the growth that we're seeing in both contractors and dolls. So we'll see where this goes. We have two more segments left, and then we will wrap it up.
Yes. Yeah, that was definitely the most, like, easy to digest out of all of these, I will say. Like, some of them I've been like, the fuck happened? Like, this one was kind of like, oh, okay, I get it.
Well, except for maybe the one with the missing cat and the detective guy.
Yeah, well, that one is just, like, kind of off from the rest of them to begin with.
Yeah.
But yeah, so another week of Darker Than Black, the Untitled Darker Than Black segment.
Yes.
All right. So let's do this. I did not prepare.
All right. Okay. City under crackdown, moist with tears.
These are the last two standalones, right?
The last two, like two-parters.
Okay.
Because after this, it's pretty much just going to be the last three episodes are all like kind of just the crescendo of the series and just finishing it off.
Gotcha. So like,
so probably what'll end up happening is next week we'll just cover the last three and just that'll be it.
Okay. Sounds good. I'll keep that in mind. So yeah, one more and then we can do the supercut of Darker Than Black. That's going to be fucking long. I can already tell.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. We're dealing with some technical issues right now. Oh. All right. Sorry. This week is just going wonderfully.
Yeah. No kidding.
We're back.
Seems like it's working a little bit better now. So hopefully.
Yeah. The audio and music's going to be all fucked up, but that's fine at this point.
Yeah.
Uh,
Um, so yeah, the episode started up with this Albert Einstein looking motherfucker doing experiments, and then
yeah.
like all of a sudden this like naked chick shows up.
Yeah, there's a lot of gratuitous nudity in this episode. I was like, okay. Uh, oh no. Oh, okay, you're back.
Hello.
Hi. Yeah, you froze there for a minute.
Now back to medium strength though, so that's good.
Okay, hope for the best. Um, God help us.
um, yeah, it's one of those days. Uh, so yeah, this naked chick just shows up randomly, and
sorry, it's all right. She had very conveniently placed hair.
as you will, as you will, and like it was kind of just like a weird like deer in the headlights moment, and then she like kisses him, and he vanishes and leaves his clothes behind.
Yeah,
Uh,
Stuff happens in this episode.
yeah, yeah, it sure does. Um, so after that, she kind of vanishes, and it seemed like she's gonna kind of teleporting where the other guy we saw before has.
Yeah.
Where is it? What the hell? Oh, this summary is all fucked up.
Just like how our connections are going right now.
It started on part 2. That's weird. I guess I'll just wing it. So yeah, like it was another situation where a random guy who was trying to like plant a bomb gets caught for it, and they kind of like come to the conclusion that it's that he was planning on bombing the American embassy this time, and like Kirahara shows up and she's like, "Hey, like we're pretty sure he was targeting you guys. Like, do you want some protection? Like, we can help you out." And he's like, "Nah, we're good."
Mm.
And after a second, like, she leaves all confused and shit, but then we see his secretary, and she looks real familiar. But she's not naked, so you can't really tell right away. Although apparently she's gonna get naked because he's very clearly insinuating some stuff.
Yeah.
But she's like, "All right, I gotta go file this paperwork real fast before we do that." And she goes down to the basement, and there's the old man, and you see a familiar face standing next to him.
Mm.
It's the blood guy from the Chinese mafia episodes.
Yeah.
I forget his name.
I did too, to be honest. I kind of forgot who he was at first when he first came back.
It's Robert McCollum.
Yeah.
That guy.
Go 10, yes.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, he's got a score to settle with Hay because he's got like the burns all over his face and shit.
Mm.
But basically he's like, yeah, like, or she's like, yeah, like, I know you got your issues with him, but Amber wants him to join us, so don't kill him. And he's like, yeah, fine, whatever. He's like really annoyed about it. And then I don't remember exactly why Hayes' team had to like break into the American embassy for some reason. I think were they trying to prevent a bombing or were they trying to cause a bombing? I'm not sure.
It wasn't very clear.
Yeah, well, it seemed like there's definitely some shady shit going on with this syndicate here that they're in. Because we'll just jump ahead. Like the long story short is like there's like this big conspiracy going on, and what the doctor guy is trying to do is they're trying to figure out a way to kind of like access Heaven's Gate because they're the Heaven's Gate isn't destroyed. It's just inaccessible.
Yeah, they make a whole point about like they're like, oh, it wasn't technically destroyed. It's just not here anymore. And I'm just like,
Yeah.
okay. That makes sense, I guess.
Pretty much something like that. Some weird time space dysplasia, something or other like that. But essentially, if they can figure out how to like reactivate it or whatever, then apparently they could just wipe all contractors from existence, and that's apparently what like a lot of different people are trying to make happen. Like this, like the syndicate's kind of involved, the British intelligence agency is involved, like all these fucking people are involved in this thing.
Yeah.
And like I can kind of see it, but at the same time, like it's like you made such good use of them though. You want to do that. And basically throughout this whole thing, like Hay ends up encountering Blood Guy, and they have like their little fight or whatever. And Hay ends up dipping out. The place gets bombed, and Mao's just kind of chilling in a tree waiting for them.
Yeah, as he does.
And then he's like, "Oh wow, this is sure taking a long time." And Amber's sitting like right next to him, and she's like, "Oh, a talking cat." And he's like, fuck."
Yeah, I love the scene too where they show him like in that room, and he's like, "This is bad. This is bad. I must do the only thing I know I can do to get out of a situation like this." He just looks at the camera, and just goes, "Meow."
Meow. And he looks like so like fucking like anxious as he's doing it. Like he's making the most fucked up meow face ever.
Yeah, and I love the fact too that throughout this whole next part, he's like acting like trying to be like he's trying to act like a normal cat the entire time, and they're like, "Oh yeah, he's also a contractor. Don't worry about him."
Yeah, I love that scene too. The doctor walks in. He's just like, "Before we have this conversation, how many of you are normal? Like, how many are contractors?" And she's like, "We're all contractors." He's like, I guess my only friend in this room is the cat." It's like, no, he's a contractor too.
Yeah, he's also a contractor.
It's like, really? Really?
Yeah.
So we totally missed all this. So Troy Baker has been like super involved in all these episodes, and he was there at the embassy, like part of the whole thing.
He gets a full-on nude scene too in this fucking episode. Like,
yeah, from the bottom, like looking up too, it was bizarre.
There's a lot of ass shots in this episode.
Yeah. So the naked chick had teleported him, and he obviously left his suit behind, and so he's there too, in like hanging out with like Amber and all them, because they want to talk to him about. Well, he was obviously chasing Amber down because she was part of the British intelligence, and you know they had their whole fucking crazy shit that happened. And basically, he shows up. He's like, "All right, I'll hear you out. Like, tell me what you're gonna tell me, and then I'll use my judgment from that point." And like, she gets super fucking cryptic out of nowhere. She's like, "I can see the future," and he's like, "Prove it." And she's like, "You're gonna die almost immediately after you leave here." And like, my first thought would be like, "So you're gonna kill me?" Which obviously isn't what ends up happening, but like that would have been my first thought. I'm just like, okay, so it's join you or die is essentially the idea. But I mean, I don't know how much Troy Baker's character knows here about Amber's abilities, but we know that her abilities had to do with time, so it's not completely out of the realm of possibility that she could see the future. So I don't know. We will see. We will see as we go. So they basically just kind of have like this big like basically just chilling, talking the whole time, and like we eventually we get a quick scene of Hay talking to Huang and Yin, and they're trying to figure out what to do. Like Mao was captured. We really don't know how to continue, and it seems like Huang's just like, "What do you mean? What do we do?" Like he's lost cause. We lost him. He's not part of the group anymore. Like that's exactly what he would say too. And Hay's just like, "Nah, kind of like that cat."
Yeah, Hay does like the same thing he does every episode. He's like, "No, power friendship, talk no jutsu, right? Say friend.
Something like that.
Yeah.
He's like, no, I'm the only contractor who cares enough to do things like this. But he
Yeah.
also does have that beef with Amber too, so it also kind of like, is he really going there for Mao, or is he going there because he
Yeah.
has beef with Amber?
That was my thought the whole time because I was like, is he using Mao as an excuse, or does he actually, or is like does he actually care? Like that was my thought.
It's kind of what it seems like to me, but so like yeah, she goes over the whole thing, and then Hay ends up breaking in to try and get Mao out, which apparently they were just gonna let him go anyway. So like, whatever. But he breaks in, and he has a whole other big fight with Blood Guy, and basically he ends up encountering Amber, and there's like this weird moment where I think he's like going to zap her or something, and then we start. The weird thing happens where like everything starts kind of resonating and glowing blue. Almost exactly like what happened when Hay was in the gate when he was fighting his friend with a cartoon rocket ship.
Yeah.
It was almost exactly the same thing. And he heard his sister's voice here. And like everything just kind of stops all at once. And then the doctor just starts losing his fucking mind.
Yeah.
Because apparently, because he was just putting the pieces together or whatever. And apparently, Hay's power is directly tied to what caused the Heaven's Gate incident. Like something about his power triggered it.
Yeah, because isn't that like they kind of imply that Hay's power is more complicated than we initially thought?
Yes.
There's also another classic moment of Hay almost getting caught and somehow getting out of it.
Yeah, because first of all, so the whole thing when he was fighting the Blood Guy, right? So the whole thing with the Blood Guy is his blood is the catalyst. He gets his blood on something, he snaps his finger, and then whatever the blood is touching just kind of disappears. So like, you can just fucking like snap holes into people or buildings or whatever the fuck. And in almost every case that we've seen it, when the blood lands on, we even see it in this episode because some blood gets on a tree or whatever, and he snaps his finger and the whole fucking tree just kind of disintegrates, like just falls over. But when it lands on his mask, just that little tiny piece comes off, and he's completely fine.
Yeah, his powers are they got whatever the fuck he feels like mode, I guess.
I guess his main character plot armor is just too strong.
I love the fact that he's sort of exposed but not 100%, and it's another case of like he gets caught again and they're like, wait a minute, I think I've seen you before, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, it was like, you look familiar, but I kind of need to see more than just your eye to figure it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, if only she knew, it was the guy that she runs into constantly.
It was the guy that she last saw buying women's underwear.
Yeah.
So like, the doctor freaks out. He's like, that guy, he's the guy who's, his power is tied to this. He's the key to doing the whole thing and making it happen. And then, Hay gets Mao out, and they're all having their big conversation about like, hey, what happened in there? What did you hear? What they say? What they do? And he's like, well, they told me everything, and apparently there's this big conspiracy that's going to result in, every contractor in the world just kind of disappearing. Yes. And Hay gets real mad because he's like, you're trying to tell me Amber's the good guy? Like, fuck that. And he like punches the bench and like shatters it and just fucking leaves.
I was like, damn, dude. Like,
you're really that mad about it, right? All right. Like, God forbid she's doing something good. Like,
I know, right?
She's fighting for equal rights and trying to prevent fucking genocide. Like, that bitch.
Oh man, yeah, that was quite a moment.
Yeah.
So then after that, we kind of get a bit of a reveal on what's going on with September 11th.
Yeah. so after he had left, he well, he basically like had like this big like collection of information or whatever about the whole thing, and he ends up confronting his boss
Hmm.
and basically just being like, "You're in on this, like you're trying to do this, whatever." And he's like, "Yeah, yeah, I am," and I was kind of hoping to, keep you from finding out until the last second because you're a real good agent and I like you, but you're a contractor, so
You
is
have
what
to
it
die.
is. Yeah.
Um,
And he wasn't having that, so he had like a cup of tea or something, or it was like a cup of, or what was it, like a bottle of booze or something? He fucking killed them all with a bottle of booze,
yeah,
but he did get shot a few times, and ultimately ended up dying,
I like how
which was very sad.
they don't show you what exactly happened in there at first until after he's like, I don't need, maybe I don't need to pay my price this time, and then it cuts to showing the other guys. It's like, goddamn, he fucking wrecked
Yeah,
them.
yeah. He was just like, I may be about to die, but I ain't going alone.
Yeah, and it just cuts to that scene. It's like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Um,
And April and July are still kicking though, and they thank Kirihara, who was involved in all this. We haven't mentioned her much, but
she
they
doesn't
thank
really
her
do
for.
much. She's just kind of a background object in
Yeah,
this
she
one.
she was scapegoated and arrested by Pandora real quick, and then they were like, "All right, you're good to go. Bye."
They just needed a few more excuses to have like close up ass shots of her because that just is like anytime she's on screen, I swear to God.
Hmm. Um, but yeah, basically like April and July are just like, "Hey, thanks for giving a shit about him. We appreciate it, but we're out."
Yeah. This was another one of those like pairs of episodes that were clearly setting up for like the finale.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah, for sure. There's probably gonna be a lot in the next set of episodes. They're gonna be kind of just throwing everything at the wall, tying up all the loose ends.
yeah, it's crazy because we'll be officially done with Darker Than Black.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I guess now's about a good time to get into the final Untitled Darker Than Black segment.
Yes, and we're covering 3 episodes this week, the final three,
Yes.
kind of, because that one fanfic episode was technically episode 26,
Yeah,
but we
yeah.
did it earlier.
The fucking ending stinger where it's like, wait, hold, not so fast. We still got one more story, and I was like, what? And I'm like, oh, I already watched this. Right.
Yeah, which is funny. Like, so you kind of get now why it's a confusing thing if you don't know. Like, if you're just kind of watching it, not really paying like full attention to
Well,
like the plot line.
especially if like with how this ends, and I'm like, wait. So if you had no idea and just watched fucking 26, you'd been like, what the fuck? Like,
Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what happened to me too. Like the first time I watched it through, I was like, "What? Wait, hold on." Like I thought we already did this. And isn't he dead? Like, what's going on? Like,
yeah. Yep. But
yeah.
yeah, so we're in the
So
final arc. Well, final storyline, I guess.
yes. Episode 23, God is in his heaven. That's another thing is like unlike all the previous ones, while these 3 episodes are technically part of a same storyline, they all have different names, which we haven't seen up to this point. So this episode starts with a flashback of Hay in South America, and he starts fighting Gojo. The dude legit just looks just like Gojo.
Which Gojo? The one from
Like Jujutsu Kaisen
Okay.
Jojo. Like
I was gonna
he's got the white spiky hair, he's got the blindfold, like it looks just fucking like him.
I was gonna say he's fighting my Joseph Darling Gojo. What's he doing in South
No,
America?
no. He's painting Hina dolls. Um, but
He's
yeah,
looking for
and
a
he just
cosplay
fucking like
item. That's what's going
yeah.
on.
It makes me wonder, like, did fucking the mangaka for Jujutsu Kaisen watch Dark Than Black and see that guy and be like, hey, I'm gonna make him the most OP dude in my show. He looks cool. I like him.
I don't know.
But
Well,
anyways,
considering
like,
I was gonna say, considering the amount of people that have seen Darker Than Black, it's very unlikely that he saw it.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I mean, Aniplex is an American thing, isn't it?
True.
It's probably more available there.
Fair enough.
But anyways, so yeah, he's fighting the Gojo looking motherfucker, and he takes him out pretty quickly. It's fucking kind of brutal too. He like fucking hangs him from a tree. But then he's like running through the woods, and he ends up encountering his sister Pi, who's standing in a shallow pool, surrounded by corpses of people she killed.
As you do.
And she's like, look, hey, I made the stars fall. Which is kind of creepy when you think about it.
Yeah,
then
and
we cut to the opening.
If you forget that whole thing about the contractors and the stars and stuff, and you just hear someone say that, it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it was pretty weird. But we after the opening title, we get our favorite character, Guy Kurosawa, who is being hired to essentially write a kid's book report about stars. And he has to get a bunch of stories that people have about the old stars before they went away. Because apparently there's this big rumor going around that that apparently that night the old stars are going to be visible again for some reason. And like a lot of this, and this rumor goes around, like everybody's hearing about it, everyone's talking about it. Like, you know, as we'll see later in the episode, it's kind of like a big deal, even though it ends up being overcast and raining.
I'm glad that he came back for the final storyline, because he's like the best recurring character in the show.
Yeah, and even mooches a meal out of hay, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, and his assistant, who I just realized is voiced by Rimuru.
Oh yeah. And also like during that whole scene where he's getting the job, like I don't even remember the context of it, but at some point he references call girls. And like the mother's like so aghast because her kid is sitting right next to her.
Yeah.
And then like the assistant chick tries to like stomp on his foot, but he moves, and then the tea slides off the tray and lands in his lap.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is pretty great. Love the fucking stupid slapstick antics with them.
Yeah, they are the comic relief of this show. I like the fact that they're basically uninvolved with the actual ongoing plot. They're just kind of there.
Yeah, but we need characters like that in this kind of show. Because this show, no pun intended, gets kind of dark sometimes.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we end up getting flashing over to Chief Kirihara, and she's talking to like the police director or whatever, like I don't even know what his fucking role is. I don't know he's the director. I don't know what like his actual status is. But apparently like they're talking about Troy Baker and how he died and everything. And essentially the director is like, yeah, whatever, he was a contractor, who gives a shit, fuck him. And obviously she's not very happy about that because she saw his humanity in a way that a lot of other people didn't. And she says something about like, oh, like he told me to trust my gut and like I feel this, whatever. And he's like, wait, he contacted you before he died? And I love how she does it too, because she's like, that was a joke, which is kind of like the Troy Baker character is like, it's kind of like his catchphrase throughout this series.
Yeah,
he would just say the most outrageous shit and be like, oh, that was a joke. So then we flash over to Huang telling, because they're still over at the bench that like Hay kind of freaked out at in the last episode. And Huang's telling Mao and Yin about like Hay, Amber, and Pi, like how they went to like the big like contract war in South America and everything. And we see another flashback of that time, and Pi is just kind of like asleep in Hay's lap. And apparently that's her price for using her powers. And they don't really get into the specifics of it. Is it just like, oh, she has to sleep? Or is it she has to sleep like in someone's lap? Like, I don't know the exact details of it, but for some reason she's sitting in his lap sleeping. And then like like Amber in the flashback comes up to him, like older Amber,
Yeah.
and like they're just kind of shooting the shit for a minute. And I gotta say, it's pretty weird hearing Laura Bailey not kind of do the little girl voice,
Yeah. Or
like
the little
hearing
boy
her like normal
voice.
speak. Yeah, like her like normal speaking voice is so like normal, I guess, if that's how I want to say it. Like
It's like the closest thing I can think of is like Lust.
it's almost like you can't even tell that
Yeah,
it's Laura
because
Bailey.
she's either doing like the really young girl voice, the very young boy voice, the Toru voice, or the Rise voice. Like, not her regular voice.
Hmm. So it was definitely interesting to hear that because you don't usually hear that kind of performance from her, which I've noticed has been kind of a trend in this show. Like there's been a lot of actors that we've seen a lot of over the years in this show, doing roles they don't normally do.
Hmm.
But it is kind of cool to see that. Um, but anyways, Huang and Mao kind of speculate about how Hay might have been kind of the inciting incident for the big event that happened in South America that made it kind of disappear, but not, because like that whole deal is still kind of weird.
Hmm.
Um, but anyways, we jump back to Guy, and he's going around asking people about their any memories they have about the old stars, and the first people that he asks are Hay's landlady and her husband, and she's like, "Yeah, whatever. Like, you've seen one star, you've seen them all. There's really no difference between these ones and those ones."
Has the husband ever appeared, or is this his first appearance?
We've seen him a little bit in the background, but this is the first time he's ever spoken. Because when
Okay.
when and they even kind of reference this too, because Guy asks him after she says that, and she's like, "Oh, don't bother asking him. He never has anything to say." And he gets on like this like long-winded story about going to see a meteor shower with their daughter, like, and like the landlady chick, she's like flabbergasted that he had so much to say about it. Like,
Yeah. Also, they have a daughter,
um,
apparently.
yeah, right. Speaking of daughters, they also go to the ramen shop and they ask the guy who owns it and his daughter about their memories about it, and they had kind of similar stories. Which actually, I don't know if was it ever actually said that girl was his daughter. I always thought she just worked there.
It wasn't important at the time.
I guess so. Um, but anyways, the chief Kirihara ends up bumping into Hay, and they kind of like go on a date randomly.
Yeah. At least she thinks it's a date. He's there just for the free food.
I mean, it pretty much is it. I mean, they go out to eat. They go actually, I think they go to that same ramen shop. Oh, no, because they went to like a fancy restaurant. 'Cause that's where they bump into a guy. But yeah, they go out to eat and they eat a bunch of food and they're just kind of like, well, actually, like, because like they're talking at the restaurant and he's like, "Oh, what made you want to, talk to me or whatever?" And she's like, "Oh, well, you kind of look like somebody that I know, and I don't know, maybe want to reach out to you for some reason." And he's like, "Oh, it's not like a criminal that you're chasing, is it?" And she gets real silent for a second. He's like, "Oh, fuck." Like it is. And then he like
Yeah.
kind of plays a trick on her. He's just like, "Don't move. There's someone behind you, like spying on us." And like she just starts dying laughing, like, "Yeah, you're full of shit. You're a terrible actor."
Hmm.
Which easily could have been the case that it was actually true. But who knows?
And then Guy and his assistant show up.
Yeah, because they ate there.
And we get the
But he's
funniest
broke as
interaction.
always.
We get the funniest interaction in the episode
Yeah, right?
where his assistant's like, "Oh, I didn't realize you were into older middle-aged women." And she's like, "Middle-aged?" Just like with a question mark.
Yeah, she like drops all of her shit when she hears that too. She's like, "What?"
But then the part that made me laugh out loud is the fact that Guy doesn't push her away. He just fucking like zooms her out of existence. He's like, "Get out of here with that." He's like,
Yeah.
it's like the sound effect. She's just like, gone. It's like,
He's like, "Hey Lee, buddy, could you do a friend a favor and cover my bill?"
yeah. And then they leave for the rest of the episode. I think we don't see them again until like the
Oh,
end.
well, we see them like when we're getting that big when we're getting all those different shots of all the different people throughout the city, like looking up at the stars, like looking, waiting for it. So we see them a little bit there, but it's nothing serious. But so then after that, Hay and Kirihara end up going to the batting cages because apparently it's just something that they do.
That's just a thing in Japan.
And Japan loves baseball, man. I don't know what to tell you.
They do.
Which is funny because baseball really fell off here in a lot of ways.
Because it's so boring. It's the boringest, one of the most boring sports to watch.
Yeah, I guess so.
There's a reason why everyone's drinking at a baseball game. So
that's fair. That's fair. But yeah, they end up just kind of like having like a bunch of really deep conversations just about life and their past and like how they feel about everything that's been going on, and they kind of have a moment, which is nice to see. But eventually, Kirihara ends up leaving, and Hay, starts walking home. He's like, "Oh, that was nice. I guess I'm just gonna go and get an early night or whatever." No, that's not the case. Because the second he gets to his apartment building, Mao comes out of nowhere and he's like, "Bro, we gotta go. You can't go home. The syndicate decided to cut us loose. They're gonna kill us." Like randomly, completely out of nowhere, and just like, we are on the chopping block. We gotta get the fuck out of here. And Huang fucking like speeds out around the corner, and his car is all shot up. And they're like, "All right, get in. We gotta go." And then this random fucking dude just kind of comes out of nowhere, and it seems like he's got like gravity powers or something. That's what it seems like to me. And he's holding them all in place with the gravity powers, and all of a sudden the elf dude with the blood shows up and kills him, and he's like, "Come with me if you want to live."
Yeah, he showed up and I was literally like, "Oh yeah, you just keep appearing in these episodes." And I'm always like, literally every time he shows up, I'm like, "All right, that guy."
Yeah. But basically he's like, "Amber sent me. I'm supposed to lead you into the gate so that you can go meet with her." And for some reason they decided to trust him, which is what it is, I guess. But yeah, essentially the last scene of the episode we get is of Amber with her all her cronies, and she like shatters a piece of like the meteor fragment that we saw earlier in the series. It gives them all a piece because it's supposed to like amplify contractor powers. And basically they're starting their final mission. They're essentially their war against Pandora.
Yep.
And that's the end of the first episode. Episode 24, Meteor Shower. We do not get an opening song in this episode. Which was interesting because we get one in the next episode. So I don't know. You'd think next episode would be the one that they wouldn't have one for, but whatever.
I had to actually go back and check that because after I watched like the third episode, I was like, "Wait a minute, did I miss the title sequence?"
Yeah, it was weird. But yeah, they're driving down the road on their way to like where Huang's gonna drop them off to go to the gate, and like Huang's just kind of like going on and on about how he wants to retire and go fishing, and Mao's just kind of like making fun of him, which is pretty funny. And eventually Huang's like, "Yeah, whatever," and then he goes to drop them off, and they all start saying their farewells and stuff, and Yin gives him a hug out of nowhere, and he's like super shocked by this. And it's kind of a nice moment because Huang's been such a dick this whole series, and like in this episode, you see like no, he did give a shit. He was just kind of putting on airs.
I think he always liked Yin because he would always like be like,
because she was quiet. She didn't speak her opinion,
and then she starts showing emotion, and he was like, "Oh God, she's alive."
Oh God, feelings. No.
Yeah, the second they started saying
I also think. Oh, I was gonna say I also think that part of his kind of opening up to them was because of the whole deal with his contractor girlfriend.
Yeah,
that helps his opinion on them.
True.
But you were saying.
I was gonna say though, the second they all started saying their goodbyes, I was like, "Oh, he gonna die, isn't he?" Which
yeah,
Yep.
Yeah. Well, we'll get there when we get there. Um, yeah, Chief Kirihara had gotten a call from her dad, basically being like, "You need to get the fuck out of the city. Shit's going down." So her first instinct, instead of listening to him, is like, "I'm gonna go to Ground Zero." So she goes to talk to the doctor dude from the last episode, because he's obviously at the center of it. And when she gets there, he and that one Pandora guy that we've been seeing throughout the series are just kind of hanging out in the room or whatever, and they start explaining to her about everything that happened with the gate in South America, and BK201's role in it. And at one point, like, she's kind of like, "Oh yeah, and he caused it, this and that." And the doctor kind of taking it back for a second. He's like, "He, at the time of South America, BK201 was assigned to a female." So at this point, like, the pieces are starting to fall together. I don't know if they did for you at least, but essentially, they say that the Evening Primrose, Amber's group, is trying to cause the same thing, which will essentially wipe out Japan. Like, everyone who's not a contractor or a doll in Japan is going to be killed, and Japan will be sealed off from the world forever. And yeah, like, at this point, like, full-on war is going on. Like, the contractors and Pandora are, like, straight up just killing each other all over the place. And we keep getting these little flashes of contractors that we only see, like, this once. And we just get, like, little glimpses of their powers. There's this one dude who just kind of throws a basketball, and the basketball turns into a fucking black hole.
Yeah, this was like borderline Quirks from My Hero Academia, where I'm like, okay, their power is I'm weird. Got it.
Like, how the fuck? Like, I want to know what his price is, because that's a fucking insane power.
It's probably that he has to play football or something.
Probably, or he has to, like, I don't know, fucking rub dirt in his eyes or something. I don't know. Fucking, this show's weird sometimes.
You must eat the basketball, and then you can use your power.
Yeah. So yeah, Elfman leads them through the tunnel. Eventually, they hit a dead end, and then he's like, "All right, this is where I told Amber I'd bring you. Now I'm gonna kill you because I still hate you for scarring my face." And, like, he goes on, like, about how, like, you did this to me, and you fucked up all my plans, and I was so humiliated. And I was like, humiliated? That's a weird word for a contractor to use. Kind of further kind of showing the hints of, like, the evolution of contractors. So we flash back to the chief hanging out with the doctor and shit, and she's, like, pissed. Like, she's, like, not having it. Like, this whole plan is stupid and genocide is bad. She would not be friends with Eren Yeager.
Yeah.
But
Eren
yeah,
did
so,
everything
like,
wrong.
Yeah, right. But then the director, like the police director that she was arguing with in the last episode, shows up, and he's like, I support this plan. You're wrong. And he also reveals that he's a member of the Syndicate.
Yeah.
Because apparently,
like,
everybody is a fucking member of the Syndicate.
Yeah, when that came out, I was like, okay, sure. Why not?
Ultimately, he ends up explaining that the Syndicate is deeply seated in just about every major power in the world, including all governments and Pandora. So, yeah, the Syndicate is basically running the world.
Yeah.
So then we flash back. Hay defeated Elfman off screen. We don't even get to see how that played out, but he's got fucking Hay's big ass, like, knife just in his chest. So yeah, he's not doing great.
Yeah.
And
it was like that battle wasn't important.
And he's pretty much like, "Oh, I knew this was gonna happen because Amber can see the future, or she can move through time, or whatever the fuck her power is, and, like, she never would have let me be the person to lead you if there was even a chance of me killing you." And they're like, "Okay, then why the fuck did you do it?"
Yeah.
You know, sort of the, I guess the pride thing, which is apparently also very uncontractor like. Um,
Yeah.
but essentially, he uses his power one final time because obviously, in the state he's in, there's blood everywhere, and when he activates his power, it opens up the way that was previously blocked off. And then we flash to Huang, who had been being chased by syndicate people, and a whole bunch of them crowd around him. And he fucking takes a bunch of them out with him because he's got some fucking blocks of C4 in his car, and he sets them off.
Yeah, when that happened, I was just like, oh, he's just gone now. I was like, okay.
Yeah, it's pretty sad.
Well, yeah, because especially 'cause he's finally turning the corner, and it's like, oh, and now he's dead.
Yeah, that happens a lot in this show.
Yeah, I noticed.
So then we flash over to the redheaded dude and the naked teleporting chick.
Yes.
And because they pretty much just teleport straight into like the base where they're keeping the particle accelerated machine that's supposed to destroy the gate. And they're getting ready to destroy it.
Oh yeah, we also get that amazing like line where he's offering her clothes and she's like, "Oh, it's okay. I can handle it. Don't worry." And he's like, "Yeah, well, I can't."
Yeah, he's like, "I don't want to see your tits. Put them away."
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, that would be really distracting.
Yeah, especially with like all this crazy shit going on. Like you don't need that staring at you. So yeah, like as they're getting ready to destroy the machine, all of a sudden they both burst into flames and they look up and they see Fire Chick from episode 3.
I was like, oh god, like they straight up dead. Like,
but then like all of a sudden, like you blink and they're back to like just arriving again. And I don't know exactly how this happened, but apparently Amber somehow gave them the ability to see that before it happened, or give him the ability. For some reason, I don't understand how that worked, but since he was able to see that little snippet of like Final Destination style and everything, but he saw that snippet of the future, so he knew she was there. And he blasts her with his air cannon, and then he destroys the machine, but then she still sets them on fire.
Yeah,
but teleporting lady was still able to get away because apparently the fire doesn't teleport with her. But redhead dude is super dead.
Yeah, dead.
And also, after that whole big story we had in episode 3 and 4 about the fire chick, the high school girl, like that's really that's the conclusion of that story. Like from all the way back then, it's just no, she's on a balcony, sets them on fire, she gets blasted. We don't know if she's still alive. She's just that's all we get. There she is.
Yep, it was like I forgot about her to the point that when she popped up, I was like, oh right, that.
Oh yeah, fire. But yeah, essentially, like the Pandora people are all freaking out, like, oh no, they destroyed the machine. But that one Pandora guy played by Chuck Huber is like, don't worry, Doctor, we have a backup. He's like, a backup? Why didn't you tell me?
Because of course they
like
do.
because it had to be a secret because backups. So their plan is still in effect. But anyway, back in the gate, Yin is following specters through, kind of leading the way. And Mao, so like we established earlier in the series, Mao has to connect to like internet networks in order to kind of like make up for the parts of the cat's brain that aren't human. So he can just kind of like hack into sites and databases and shit. So he's hacking into Pandora's files trying to find information. And basically he learns about how Evening Primrose has been collecting dolls, and essentially their purpose was to essentially work as like a network of dolls, kind of like the internet. Because a single doll can't send a specter very far through the gate, but if you have a whole network of them, then you can get a lot further. And that's essentially why Evening Primrose has been collecting them. Unfortunately, he spent a little bit too long in Pandora's database, and they like kind of like fried his machinery or something. And he's like, I'm about to just go full cat and just be a cat. So that kind of sucks, but it was cool hanging out with you guys. And he like starts to say something like, if you ever see a cat that looks like me, and then he just goes full cat and runs off.
Yeah. I was like, oh great, there goes two now.
But they do find him later, so that was nice. Or we assume we just see hands picking him up, so we don't know if it was actually them. But I like to think it was Ian.
Yeah.
But yeah, then Pandora found the big doll network that they had been following the Spectres for and killed them all. So Yin's like, all right, I guess I'll just hop in the river and I'll use my Spectre to find the way. That's where the episode ends for this one. That's episode 24, Meteor Shower, is finished. We're on to the final episode, which is titled, Does the Reaper Dream of Darkness Darker Than Black? Kind of a mouthful.
Yeah, I read that title. I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, okay, sure.
I mean, a lot of anime titles are pretty ridiculous.
I know. That one was just like, that one I was just kind of like, there's too many words in this one. They should have just called the final episode Darker Than Black. Like, they didn't need all that other shit.
Yeah. And I don't think anybody actually says the phrase Darker Than Black of the series. That one like lead doll in the police's network of dolls says something like Darkness Beyond Black, something like that.
Yeah, I heard that. I was like, okay.
It was like so close. Not quite though. So anyways, we start the episode with them meeting up with Amber inside the gate, and they're like right, like pretty much in the center of the gate. And Amber's even smaller than she was before, so they clearly been using her power.
Yeah, I kind of forgot about that for a minute. I was like, wait a minute. Why is she small now?
Yeah, she's like less than half his size at this point. Like she's tiny. And Hay and Amber are kind of talking about her motives and like why she did all the things she did, and kind of like talking about how like he just couldn't accept that she was, I don't want to say doing the right thing, because she was still planning to annihilate the entire population of Japan aside from the dolls and contractors, but she's at least defending her kind, which is very Eren Yeager-like.
Yeah.
Not quite on his scale though.
Yeah, she's not throwing her friends away.
But
no,
she
really
goes
not.
under the. Yeah, right. Well, I mean, she kind of threw Hay away a little bit.
Fair.
And I don't think she ever like really sought out Havoc.
True.
But anyways, she kind of goes into this long-winded explanation about how contractors and dolls are evolving, and how Pi was among the first to start going through that evolutionary process, and that she had instigated or triggered the whole gate incident in South America. Not 100% sure why Pi did that, but essentially it was like she felt guilty about Hay, because Hay joined the syndicate because she did, and because he never really wanted to kill people, he never really wanted to become the Black Reaper and do all that shit, because he wasn't a contractor when they all joined up and everything. He was the only non-contractor in their group. And Pi kept Hay in the dark about all their plans and stuff, because if he had been told about it ahead of time, the Syndicate would have just killed him. Especially since he was just a dude. Like, he would have been about as expendable as Huang was. So, yeah, he would have been super dead ahead of time. So that's why he was kept in the dark and didn't know any of the details about what happened. But then she does the big reveal that Hay was never a contractor. He still isn't a contractor. And apparently Pi's power, which is Hay's power, goes beyond just electric shocks and such. It actually have the ability to manipulate matter at a quantum level.
Ah, of course.
And essentially what happened when the gate incident happened in South America is Pi fused essentially with Hay. So he and her are technically the same being, but he's not the contractor part, and that's why he doesn't have to pay a price.
Oh. Okay. That makes sense, I guess. And who's
kind of, which
paying
actually thematically is very fitting with this week's main topic.
Yeah. Only not as horrific.
No, not even close. But where were we? And basically, Amber explains that she wants him to use Pi's power to essentially cause the same event in Hell's Gate that would save all the contractors. But Hay's like, fuck that. I don't want to kill all these people. That's not cool. That ain't me. And then we flash over to Pandora, and they're activating their machine. And Kirihara's there, like, he's just standing there. He's not doing anything. He's not going to do the thing you guys are afraid of. There's literally no reason to do this. And but the director stops her. And basically they activate the machine, and it seems like it worked.
Yeah, then the opening of Akira happens.
Yeah, we get like this really weird kind of cartoony sequence where they're just kind of like in like this colorful fog world. They're inside the TV in episode 4, kind of.
Yeah.
The stars, they can see all the old stars. And he kind of has like, he sees all these, and he's his kid version, weirdly enough.
Yeah.
And he's crying because he thinks he failed. He thinks that the thing happened and that all the people are dead. And he's like super guilty about it. And then Pi shows up and starts talking to him. We see seeing all these ethereal versions of Pi and Huang and Mao and pretty much everybody we've seen throughout the show. We see Fire Girl. We see Huang's girlfriend. We see pretty much everybody up to this point that we've seen throughout the series. Most of which are dead. We see Troy Baker. He shows up. And basically they're all kind of telling him like dude, just like be you, like do you, like stop trying to like be like, oh, I'm a contractor, oh, I'm a human. Just do you, do what you think is right. And as we had this really touching moment where the dude who flew off in the cartoon rocket, like, you know, gives him his hand and helps him up and everything. It was really nice because they had a nice bond, you know.
Yeah.
But you can't get over the cartoon rocket thing. It was just so bizarre.
Yeah.
But basically Amber's the only one who's kind of trying to talk him out of it. Like, no, like you should choose the route that will give you the most safety and security. Like, I want you to be safe. I want you to be protected and have a good life. And basically he's just like, no, that ain't gonna happen. They embrace, they kiss, and then
Thank God she was
back time.
Thank God she was back in her adult form for that, by the way.
They were in the gate. It's okay. You know, everything is the way it should be.
Because I was going to say, like, ugh, that would have been bad.
Yeah. Yeah. So basically, Amber turns back time. And, yeah, she's, like, super dead. She just kind of, like, vanished from existence.
We also got that really weird scene where, like, Yin was, like, calling his name. And I'm like, you just kind of, like, it's weird. It was weird hearing her actually say full sentences.
Yeah, she, like, kind of pulled him out of it. Because he was, like, getting, like, sucked into, like, this weird, like, void. Yeah. And she kind of called him back. And, like, you hear her being like, oh, don't leave me alone. Which is, like, the most emotion we've ever seen from her.
Yeah, but it wasn't even, like, in her weird monotone. Like, she actually had emotion in it. And I was like, that's weird. And then I realized she's voiced by the same actress who voices Tony Chopper. Which I'm like, oh, this makes sense.
That is super weird. I didn't even notice that.
Yeah.
So yeah, like they're back in the gate. Like we're back at the point like right before the Pandora was about to activate the machine, and Hayes like, I know what to do, you know. And then you go to activate the machine, and it starts up. It starts doing its thing, and then it just kind of fizzes out. And it turns out that Hay had used his power to essentially blip the particles that they were using to destroy the gate out of existence, so they can no longer destroy the gate. But he's also not going to destroy like the country and kill everybody.
Mm.
So like, you know, the chief is like, yeah, I was right. Fuck you guys. You guys are stupid. You were gonna kill all these people for no reason. And the doctor's like, oh, thank God he didn't do the thing. Looks like everything worked out for the best. And then the Pandora guy punched him in the face.
Yeah, that guy was just a dick.
Yeah, he was.
Then he got what was coming.
Until he gets shot in the chest by the director guy, who is very obviously just like, we're gonna pin it on this guy, and I never had any involvement with this, and the syndicate doesn't exist.
The way he does it too is he shoots him with the gun while wearing gloves, puts it in the other guy's hand, makes sure his fingerprints are all over it, and just goes, "All right, this was an accident, a suicide. Gonna move on now."
Yeah, he totally shot himself in the chest, right?
Yeah. But then Kurahara's like, "Surprise! I've been filming this whole time." And he's just like,
I have you on tape.
Yeah. And he's like, oh, do you now? Grabs neck. I'm like, what did you expect was going to happen here, ma'am?
He's like, I'm just going to kill you.
Yeah. He's like, oh, then, I'm stronger than you. Die now. I was like, oh, she didn't think that through.
But it's okay because her simp boy shows up and saves her. And, no, it wasn't her simp boy. He showed up afterwards. It was actually Hay. Hay shows up and fucking knocks him out. And he's like getting ready to kill him. And she's like, no, don't kill him. We're going to send him to jail because the law.
Yeah. And she's like, Lee, come back.
Yeah, he's like, Lee, come back. And he's like, Lee doesn't exist anymore. I'm Batman. And he flies away.
Yeah, he just walks off. He's like, fuck you, I'm gone.
And she's like, well, shit, I kind of like that guy. I like that guy. Damn it. But yeah, pretty much after that point, we cut and like some time has passed. We actually get the exact, almost a frame for frame scene of literally the first scene of the show where we see this dude run up on the roof and he's about to fly away with his gravity powers. And then Chris Abbott actually stops him this time. Like it's almost exactly the same scene that we opened the show with. Basically, like, you know, we kind of get like a voiceover just explaining like contractors are starting to become public knowledge. Like, all this stuff is starting to come out. The syndicate still hasn't been proven to exist yet, but yeah, the director went to jail and all this shit's happening. A lot of change is happening essentially, and but the chief is still kind of holding a torch for Hay, I guess, because she goes to his apartment. She's talking to the landlady, and she's like, "Oh, he was such a good boy. I don't know what happened. He just kind of ditched one day." And then she thinks she sees him on the street. And she runs after him. She's like, "Lee, come back. I have so many things to tell you." And he just kind of vanishes. He's not there anymore. And they get one little scene of, we see Mowcat being picked up. And we see a full body Spectre, which I don't think we've seen up to this point, which I think it's supposed to telegraph like how much they're evolving. Because normally the Spectres kind of just look like, I don't know, like video game slimes, kind of.
Yeah. Well, I got to that. The implication there is like, oh yeah, Yin's still alive.
Yeah. So Hay and Yin apparently went off into the sunset together, and it kind of ends there.
Yeah. For the second second season, that is even harder to find than this fucking season.
Yeah, right. So now that we have completed the show, I want to know how you feel about it as a whole.
It was entertaining. It's definitely a show that I feel like is going to take multiple watches to get 100%. Because there's a lot of shit that goes on in this show.
Yeah, well, I mean, it has a lot of kind of isolated stories, and they have this big overarching story going in the background. And see, in a lot of ways, I think Cowboy Bebop did it better, where they kind of spaced out like the info drops, I guess, about like the overarching story. And
Oh,
there's
that
just like
was
a couple. There was like one set of episodes in particular where they just dumped a lot of shit. I think it was when Amber was introduced. They just dumping a
yeah.
lot of information at once.
Like
It's kind of hard to follow.
they'd go through like a couple episodes that were like very based in like the plot, and then we'd get just like an episode about random contractor of the week, and then we get an entire episode with Guy Kurosawa that's barely involved with anything, and then we get this info dump. But then we go back to like the weird like episode of the week kind of things.
Yeah. Well, it does keep the show fresh in a lot of ways, but I can see how it would be a little confusing for a first watch, at least, especially the way we watched it. We're only watching one storyline a week.
I forget, did Mao have a spotlight episode, or was he kind of like the only one who didn't?
Kind of. It was actually the Guy episode where we meet the other guy who swaps bodies, but he swaps human bodies. We kind of got a little bit of explanation about Mao, but that was about it.
Wasn't like a full-on backstory episode or anything.
Right. Nothing on the level of like what we got with Huang.
Or Yin's, for that matter.
Yeah, for sure. I think he was like the only one who was just like, yeah, I'm just a contractor. I barely changed as the show goes on.
He's like, I'm a cat. Like, that's my power.
I am a stereotypical anime talking cat.
It's always a black cat too, which is just funny.
Of course it is. But yeah, so this is one of my personal favorites, just because of like it's so different in a lot of ways. Like, it does a lot of things differently than a lot of other shows. It's not your stereotypical like battle show. Like, there are fights and action scenes and stuff, but it's not like what you usually see for shonen. It's more kind of rooted on the ground, you know. And in a lot of ways, it kind of shows a lot of human nature throughout, so to speak.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if this is something you're planning on doing or if you're interested at all. But as we've mentioned, there is a second season. And there are, I think, 3 or 4 OVAs that connect the two that take place in between. I believe the second season's only like 12 episodes, though. It's a short one.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have the same structure where we have all these like mini story arcs throughout. It's kind of like one continuous arc. So,
and these
are all,
up to you if you'd like to. These are all completely just like impossible to find too, right?
I mean, unless you go to totally legal websites.
Well, yeah, unfortunately.
That's about the only way, unless you want to find bootlegs on eBay, which do exist and they're not very expensive.
True. Or you want to buy the very
I've been thinking
officials.
About it. I'd rather get the bootlegs.
Yeah.
As we've seen, bootlegs have come a long way.
They have, at least the DVD ones. The Blu-rays I've heard are still kind of sketchy.
Well, yeah, Blu-rays still kind of, yeah. And you know what? As long as Aniplex is going to be fucking Aniplex, I'll take the Blu-rays. Y'all can go fuck yourselves.
You know what fucking drives me insane too? Sony owns both Aniplex and Crunchyroll. Like, what the fuck? Like, what's going on?
Literally no reason. We could have fucking Persona 4 the animation. We could have Baccano. We could have Darker Than Black. All these fucking shows. Like, no, just we don't get any of it.
Well, Persona 4 the animation is a bit in a deeper thing because Sentai dubbed that. And it's like there's a whole rights fucking mess going on there.
But yeah, it's just Aniplex being Aniplex, I guess.
Yep. But yeah, so that was the Untitled Darker Than Black segment. I'm sure in the future you'll be seeing a full-on retrospect like rip of all of these together. That is going to be fucking long. I dread the edit for that.
So I do, before we close it out entirely, what would you give the show for a rating? Like, where do you? Obviously, I'm not expecting it to be in your top 25, but like, where does it rank?
I gave it a 7 on Mal and like a 75 on Annie List, which is good.
Solid. Solid.
Yeah. Like you got to be really bad to get like the lowest rating I've given out recently was the fucking vending machine show. I gave like a 5. So
Hmm.
and according to Alex, that was too generous. So,
Yeah,
but
that's
yeah,
fair.
75%, I'd say.
That's fair. Out of curiosity, I don't remember. What did you give Bakano?
What did I give Vakano? Um, knowing me, probably in a similar range, to be honest, because I tend to give 75 is like my 75 for the show, 70 for the specials.
Gotcha. That
That's
like your
pretty.
default if you're like I liked it, wasn't my favorite, but I liked it. Is that like your
Yeah,
default rating for that?
a show's got to really wow me to get higher than than a 75 or 70.
Fair. That's fair. But it's still a show that's worth watching. It's just a shame that it's not
Yeah,
widely available.
it's hard to recommend it to anybody because it's not easy to find. Hooray.
Yeah, which is why I gave you my video files
Yeah, so I could watch it totally
and
legally.
sent you bootlegs of Bakano.
Yes, because this is how it works. But
So guess what, Aniplex? If you're gonna keep this shit locked in the vault or charge inordinate amounts of money for it, you're not gonna get any money for it. So there you go.
yeah, and they're gonna be like, "Oh, we have to reprint it. Fuck that."
Yeah.
And we're gonna pull it from streaming just to be an extra dick.
Oh shit.
Well, anyways, guys, thank you for joining us on this Untitled Darker Than Black episode supercut. What a wild ride that was. But look forward to our next ongoing mini series throughout the episodes. I believe we're going to be doing the live action Yu Hakusho adaptation on Netflix. But until then, once again, guys, thank you for joining us on Geek Addicts. You can find Geek Addicts on all the major podcasting platforms, particularly um, they're geez, I don't do these well alone. Anyways, though, you can find us on all the podcasting platforms, and be sure to find us over on the Superpod Network. But anyways, guys, thank you for watching, listening, and we will see you all later.